Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we are doing something a little bit different.
A little more hands-on.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to take a tool that it probably sits on your computer screen staring you in the face every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And we are going to completely deconstruct it. We are rolling up our sleeves and getting into something that sounds, on the surface, incredibly administrative.
Oh, for sure.
But it's actually about designing the nervous system of your team's productivity. We are talking about architecting and managing data in Microsoft Lists.
It is a topic that I'm particularly excited about.
Real well.
And I know what you're thinking. Excited and lists usually don't belong in the same sentence. But this whole topic, it bridges that massive frustrating gap between I need to quickly write something down so I don't forget it.
Right, the sticky note.
And I need to build a robust system that my whole team can run on. It's really about moving from chaos to order.
Exactly. And I think for a lot of people, and I will absolutely include myself in this category before I dug into this research.
Oh, we do.
There's a massive misconception about what this tool actually is. You hear the name Microsoft Lists, and your brain, it just immediately categorizes it.
Right.
You think, okay, it's a to-do list, get milk, finish the report, email Bob, walk the dog.
Yep. The grocery list.
Simple, flat, you check it off, and it disappears into the ether.
And that is the most common pitfall.
Yeah.
It's the trap everyone falls into.
Uh-huh.
If you go into this thinking it's just a grocery list app or, a slightly prettier version of the sticky note app on your phone, you are missing 90% of the power.
90%.
Wow. I mean, the source material we have today is very specific about the definition, and we really need to start there.
Okay.
It defines a list not as a checklist, but as a structured collection of information stored in a SharePoint-based database.
Okay, I want to pause on that word.
Database.
Because list sounds friendly. List sounds like something I do on the back of an envelope.
Right.
Database sounds like something I need an IT degree in a server room to manage. That word, it changes the temperature of the room.
It really does, and it should. It signifies that we aren't just, jotting things down in a free-for-all. We are organizing, tracking, and managing structured data.
Structured data.
And the other key word in there is collaborative. This isn't for you to keep on a sticky note on your monitor. This is for a team to interact with simultaneously. It's a living organism of data.
So let's unpack this immediately because we have to address the elephant in the room. Or maybe it's the 800-pound gorilla.
Oh, yeah.
That gorilla is Microsoft Excel.
The universal tool, the default for everything.
Everyone knows Excel. Everyone uses Excel. If I need to track a project, my muscle memory, literally my fingers, are hitting the shortcut for Excel before I even have a conscious thought.
Yep.
I open a grid, I type task in A1, due date in B1, and I'm off to the races.
You're already building.
So why on earth shouldn't I just do that? Why learn a new interface when the old one feels so comfortable?
It's the fundamental question. And look, Excel is brilliant. I am not here to bash Excel.
No, of course not.
It is the greatest calculator ever invented. But the source material makes a very, very crucial distinction that we have to internalize right from the start.
Okay.
Excel is optimized for calculations. It's a canvas for math, Microsoft Lists. It's optimized for team collaboration, governance, and structured data tracking.
Okay, that phrase again, structured data tracking. It keeps coming up. Let's dig into what that actually means in practice versus a spreadsheet. Because, my spreadsheet looks structured. It has columns. It has rows.
It looks structured to your eye, but to the computer, it's a lawless wasteland.
A lawless wasteland. I like that.
Think about a spreadsheet. You can type anything anywhere. You can go to cell C4, which is supposed to be a due date, and you can type next Tuesday.
Done it.
Or you can type TBD. Or you can type I'll do it when I feel like it.
Also done it.
Or you can just leave it blank. Excel doesn't care. It's just text on a grid. It has no opinion.
Right. I've definitely seen, and let's be honest, created spreadsheets where column C is a mix of dates, phone numbers, and apologies.
Exactly. And that is what we call unstructured data. Now imagine you try to build a report on that. You want to see all the tasks due in January.
You can't.
You can't. Because next Tuesday isn't a date the computer understands. TBD isn't a date. You've broken the data integrity before you even started.
So lists is the strict parent in this scenario.
It's the guardrail. In lists, if you define a column as a date and you try to type TBD, the system literally rejects it. It says, no, give me a calendar day. It forces structure. And that structure is what allows for the governance and the collaboration we were talking about.
And I assume that structure is what enables automation, right?
Precisely. 100%. Once the computer knows with absolute mathematical certainty that the value in that column is a date, it can act on it.
Ah.
It can say, if today equals due date minus 3 days, send an email to Bob. You cannot do that reliably in Excel because Bob might have typed DK 5th with a 10th, or 1205, or 5th of decay.
So we are trading the freedom of the grid, the ability to just scribble in the margins, for the power of the engine.
That is the perfect way to put it. You're giving up the ability to be messy in exchange for a system that can actually work for you. Plus, when you use Excel for tracking, you often run into what I call version hell.
Oh, I know version hell.
Yeah.
Project Tracker, Final V2, do not, EDA.xlsx.
And then someone opens it, and you get that read-only notification.
Ah, the worst.
Because Bob has it open on his desktop and he went to lunch. Lists eliminates that because it is a database, not a file. Multiple people can edit different rows at the exact same time and nobody gets locked out.
Okay, so our mission today is pretty clear then. We want to move you, the listener, from thinking about these simple checklists or, these static spreadsheets to understanding how to build these collaborative systems. We are going to look at how you create them, where you put them, which is apparently a huge deal that people mess up constantly.
A huge deal.
And how to design them so they don't break in 6 months.
We're going to cover the 4 distinct ways to create a list, the critical decision of storage location, and the best practices for getting that architecture right the first time.
Let's start at the beginning. The blank canvas. The source calls this Method 1, create a blank list.
The scary method, the method for the brave.
It is a little intimidating. You open the interface at list.microsoft.com, you click New List, and you select Blank List. And there is nothing there. It's just white space.
Yeah.
Why would you choose the hard way? Why not start with something pre-built?
Well, before we get to the why, let's just look at the experience the source describes.
Okay.
You click that button, and you are immediately asked to make some architectural choices. You aren't just given a grid. You have to name the list, obviously.
Right.
But then you have to add a description.
Which I feel like most people skip. I usually just type the name and hit enter as fast as possible, but I have a feeling you're going to tell me that's a mistake.
It is a huge mistake, a huge one. The description is your first act of governance.
Really?
It tells other people and your future self what this list is actually for. If you just name it Tracker, nobody knows what that means in 6 months.
No.
Is it tracking bugs? Is it tracking lunch orders?
It's tracking nuclear launch codes?
Exactly. The description is the metadata about the list itself. It's the why.
And then comes the fun part, which the source highlights, choosing a color and an icon.
Yes, the visual identity.
I admit, I can get lost in this for 10 minutes. Is this project a rocket ship? Is it a clipboard? Is it purple? Is it teal? It feels like just decoration.
No.
Does it actually matter, or is Microsoft just trying to make enterprise software look friendly?
It feels like decoration. I get that. But there is significant utility there. It's all about visual recognition. Think about your browser tabs or your phone apps. You recognize the icon before you read the text.
That's true.
If you have 20 lists in your dashboard and the one for urgent IT issues is bright red with a bug icon, your brain finds it instantly.
But if they're all the same...
If every list is the default blue grid icon, you're spending cognitive energy just reading titles to find the right one.
That makes sense. It's UI designed for your own data. It reduces the friction of finding what you need.
Precisely. Now, right here in this creation window, there's another choice. And it is a trap. It asks, save to. And the default is usually my lists.
We're going to put a massive pin in that.
A huge pin.
Yeah, and do a deep dive on that specific decision later, because the source suggests that is the most critical decision you make, and getting it wrong can ruin everything.
Everything.
But for now, let's go back to the use case. Why start blank? Why suffer through building every column yourself?
You choose blank when your needs are unique. The source gives examples like custom tracking systems or project registers or departmental databases that just don't fit a standard mold.
Okay, so if I'm running a very specific type of niche project, say I'm tracking the migration patterns of butterflies for a university research grant.
Right.
There's probably not a Microsoft template for butterfly migration.
Exactly. Or if your internal process is just weird and every company have that one process that is held together by duct tape and unique bureaucracy.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe your project register needs to track 7 specific approval stages. Approval by Bob, approval by Sarah, legal review, compliance review, that are totally unique to your company's structure.
Right.
If you start with a template, You end up spending more time deleting things and renaming things than if you just built what you needed from scratch.
So the blank list is for the architect. It allows for total architectural control.
It allows you to build the house exactly to your specifications, brick by brick.
But not everyone is an architect. Some of us just want to move in. Which brings us to method 2, the fast track. Create a list from an existing template.
This is all about accelerating productivity. Microsoft has looked at millions of users and said, okay, 80% of you are trying to do the exact same things, so they build the structures for you.
The workflow here seems much simpler. You click New List, select from a template, and you're presented with this menu of options.
Yeah, it's a whole gallery.
The source lists some specific ones. I want to run through these because I think they paint a really good picture of what lists is actually good for. Because if you just hear database, you might not know what to put in it.
Sure. Let's start with the issue tracker.
A classic.
It's the bread and butter of lists. Great for IT, maintenance, facilities, anything where a problem comes in and it needs to be fixed.
Right.
The template comes with pre-built columns for status, usually new, in progress, completed, and priority, high, medium, low.
It essentially replaces the email me if something is broken system.
Which is a terrible system because emails get buried, they get lost.
Mm-hmm.
With the issue tracker, nothing gets lost.
Mm-hmm.
You can see exactly how many high priority issues are unassigned.
Okay, next one. Asset manager.
This is for keeping track of physical things. Laptops, vehicles, office furniture, keys, drilling equipment.
Anything with a serial number.
Exactly. The template comes pre-built with columns for serial number, purchase date, current owner, and condition.
Which saves you from having to remember, oh, right, I need a column for the warranty expiration.
Exactly. It captures the standard data points you might forget. It forces you to be thorough. If you hand out a laptop without logging the serial number, you might as well have just thrown it in the ocean. This template reminds you to log it.
What about employee onboarding? That's another one mentioned.
This is a great use case for a checklist that isn't just a simple checklist. It's a process tracker.
Okay.
When a new hire starts, there are 50 things that need to happen. Day 1, sign forms. Day 3, meet manager. Day 7, set up email. Day 14, safety training.
And usually that lives in an email chain or someone's mental note.
Right. And then the employee sits there for 3 days without a laptop because IT didn't get the memo.
Oh, that's the worst.
The onboarding template allows HR, the hiring manager, and IT to all see exactly where that new hire is in the pipeline. It prevents things from falling through the cracks during that critical first week.
An event itinerary and content scheduler.
Both are about logistics and time. Content scheduler is massive for marketing teams. You need to know the draft due date, the publish date, the platform, is it LinkedIn, Twitter, a blog, and the author.
Right.
The template sets that all up instantly. You don't have to design the workflow, you just adopt it.
So the argument for templates is speed.
Speed and standardization. Why build an asset manager from zero when Microsoft has already architected the standard fields for you? It's about rapid deployment.
And you can still change it, right?
Yes, that's the key. You're not locked in forever. You pick the template, and then you can add that one specific column unique to your team.
Butterfly wingspan.
Butterfly wingspan, if you really need it. But the foundation, the plumbing, and the electrical work is already done for you.
Okay, so we have the artisan method blank list. We have the fast food method templates.
Now we get to the one that I think will resonate with the most people, the migration. Method 3, create a list from Excel.
The bridge. This is how you cross over from the old world to the new world.
I imagine this is the most common scenario. Someone has a massive Excel sheet they've been using for 5 years. It's got color-coded cells, it's got 50 columns, it's huge, and they want to move it to lists.
Yep.
How does that work? Is it magic?
It's surprisingly smart, but it requires human intervention to work well. This isn't just a copy-paste job. You have to perform surgery.
Walk me through the surgery. I've got my project tracker, final v2.xlsx. I upload it to lists. What happens on my screen?
So lists opens the file, and it essentially scans the first row of your spreadsheet, your headers. It tries to guess what's happening below.
Okay.
And it presents you with a preview grid. This is the moment of truth. You will see your data, and above every single column, there is a drop-down menu.
And this is the mapping phase.
Correct. By default, lists is lazy. It often just guesses single line of text for everything.
Oh, no. If you just click Next right now, you have failed. You've just recreated your messy spreadsheet inside a database wrapper. You haven't gained any intelligence.
Well, I need to go column by column and interrogate it.
You have to teach the system. You go to the priority column. In Excel, maybe you had high, medium, and low. List sees that as text. You need to click that drop down and say, No, this is a choice column.
And does it pick up the choices automatically? Or do I have to type them in?
It's actually quite smart. It scans the rows, finds the unique values, high, medium, low, and it builds the drop-down menu for you.
Oh, that's handy.
But here's the catch. What if, in row 400 of your Excel sheet, someone typed high without the E,
Right.
or super urgent, or kind of important?
I assume the import explodes.
It doesn't explode, but it creates a mess. It will import those as new choices. So suddenly your tidy drop-down menu has high, medium, low, high, super urgent, and kind of important.
Oh, that's awful.
That's why I tell people, clean your data in Excel before you try to import it.
Scrub the deck before you paint it.
Precisely. Use Excel's remove duplicates or filter features to ensure your data is clean. Because lists is unforgiving. If you try to map a cost column as currency, but one cell has a dollar sign and another doesn't, or one has text saying free, lists might reject that row or force the whole column back to text.
This feels like a good reality check. The tool is powerful, but it's not magic. It can't understand intent-only format.
It converts format into function. If you give it garbage formats, you get garbage function.
Yeah.
But if you do it right, you move from a static file that one person locks to a system where multiple people can track simultaneously.
No more read-only notification.
No more version control nightmares. It becomes a living system.
I feel that in my soul. Okay, so that's method 3. Now, method 4 seems really interesting for larger organizations. Create a list from an existing SharePoint list. The clone.
This is the secret weapon for scaling and consistency.
So the scenario is you built the perfect list for the marketing team. It's beautiful, the columns are perfect, the views are great, the color coding is sublime. Now the sales team sees it and says, I want that.
And instead of trying to remember how you built it, or writing down a manual for them, or spending 3 hours building it again from scratch,
You just clone it.
you just clone the structure. You select from an existing list, choose the source, and boom, you have a new empty list with the exact same architecture.
But does it copy the data?
No, and that's important. It copies the structure, the columns, the views, the formatting rules. It gives them the empty shell to fill with their own data.
The source talks about standardizing lists across departments. Why does that matter so much, aside from just saving time?
Imagine you're the director of operations. You have 5 departments: sales, marketing, HR, IT, and finance.
Okay.
You want them all to track their projects so you can have a dashboard of what's going on in the company. If they all build their own lists from scratch, sales might call the project name title, marketing might call it campaign name, and IT might call it ticket ID.
Right.
Sales uses high, medium, low for priority, but IT uses P1, P2, P3.
And trying to combine that into one report would be a nightmare. You need a translator.
It would be impossible. It's
Yeah.
apples and oranges.
Mm.
But if you build a master project tracker list and then have every department clone it, everyone is using the same language.
Ah.
Everyone has a status column with the exact same choices. Everyone has a due date column formatted the same way.
That makes the organization aligned.
It's key for scalability. It reduces the friction of starting new projects. You don't have to think about design. You just clone and go.
So we've covered the how. We have our 4 methods: Scratch, Template, Excel, and Clone. Now we have to cover the where. And the source is very, very adamant about this. It calls it the critical choice.
This is where governance lives or dies.
We need to stop the car here.
Mm.
We've arrived at what the source calls the critical choice. And I want to linger here because I have a feeling this is where everyone messes up.
It is the single most common failure point in data governance. I see it every single day.
So you hit new list, you're excited, you've got your columns planned out on a napkin, and the very first thing the pop-up asks you is save to.
Yep.
And the default option is usually my lists. It feels cozy, it feels safe, it's my workspace. Why is the source yelling at us not to click that?
Because my lists is a data silo. It is a walled garden. When you save something to my lists, it is tied explicitly to your user credentials. It's stored in your personal OneDrive for business storage.
Okay, but I can share it, right?
Yeah.
I can click the share button and send a link to my team.
You can, and that is the trap. You share it with the team, everyone starts adding data, it becomes the central nervous system for your project. 6 months later, you get a better job offer, you leave the company.
But IT shuts off my account.
IT deactivates your account, and poof, the list is gone.
Gone.
Or, best case scenario, it enters a state of limbo where nobody can administer it because the owner no longer exists. We call this the bus factor. If you get hit by a bus, does the business stop running?
That is a terrifying thought. So the rule of thumb is, if this data is valuable to anyone other than me, Do not put it in my lists.
That is the rule. My lists is for your grocery list, your personal scratch pad, or maybe drafting a list before you're ready to show it to the world. But if it is org data, it belongs in a SharePoint site.
Which brings us to option B, SharePoint site lists. The source calls this the Office filing cabinet.
Exactly. When you store a list on a SharePoint site, which is usually connected to a Microsoft Teams channel, the data belongs to the team, not the person.
Ah, okay.
If you put it in the marketing team SharePoint site, the team owns the data. You could leave tomorrow and the list sits there, happy as a clam. The permissions are managed by the team roster, not by your personal whims.
But let's play devil's advocate. SharePoint sites can be messy. Sometimes I don't know which site to use. Is this the North America sales site or the global sales site? It feels intimidating to put something in a public square.
That is a valid psychological hurdle, I get it. But that fear creates shadow IT.
Shadow IT.
You hiding data in your personal space because you're afraid of the public folder is exactly why organizations have data fragmented across 1,000 spreadsheets. You have to be brave enough to put the data where it belongs.
So, architecturally, this is about future-proofing.
It's about recognizing that you are a steward of the company's data, not the owner of it. Store lists in SharePoint for team use. That is the golden rule.
Okay, so we've built the list, we've put it in the right place, not my lists. Now let's look under the hood. The source calls this the anatomy of a list. When a list is born, what do we actually get?
You get 3 core elements automatically: columns, views, and permissions.
Let's start with columns. We touched on this with the Excel mapping, but let's go deeper. The default is always title, right?
Yes, every list starts with a title column. It's the primary key, the handle for the item. But then you add custom fields: text, date, choice, number, currency, attachment.
Yeah, the ones we talked about.
Right. And the source specifically highlights the person field. You seemed excited about this earlier. Why is a person field so much better than just typing a name? I love the person field. Yeah. This is the biggest differentiator from Excel. In Excel, if I want to assign a task to you, I just type your name, host speaker.
Right?
That's just text. It's just pixels on a screen. It has no meaning to the computer.
Right. It implies me, but it isn't me.
Exactly. In lists, the person column is connected to your Active Directory, your company's identity database. When I start typing your name, it pulls your profile. It links that record to your actual digital identity.
What does that enable? What can you do with that?
It enables everything. It means I can hover over your name in the list and see your email, your phone number, your office location, and whether you are online or offline right now.
Wow.
It means I can set up automation that says, when a new item is assigned to host speaker, send them a Teams message. You can't do that with text in a spreadsheet.
That is a game changer. It makes the data alive. It connects the abstract task to the human being responsible for it.
It connects the data to the people doing the work. It also handles name changes. If you get married and change your last name, the text in Excel stays the old way forever.
Oh, that's a good point.
The person object in lists updates automatically because it points to you, not your name string.
That is smart. Then we have views. All items is the default, but we can change that.
And we absolutely should change that. This is about relevance. If we have a list with 5,000 items, looking at all items is overwhelming. It's just a wall of data. Views allow us to slice and dice.
So I could have a view just for my tasks.
Exactly. That's a common one.
Yeah.
Show me items where assigned to is equal to me, or overdue items, or high priority. The source mentions you can filter, group, and format.
I love the group by feature. It's so powerful.
It's the best. You can take that list of 5,000 items and say group by status. Suddenly, the list collapses into 3 buckets: new, in progress, and done.
And you can just see at a glance how many are in each bucket.
Exactly. You can click to expand just the in progress bucket. It turns a flat list into an interactive dashboard.
And the beauty is we are all looking at the same data, just through different lenses.
That is the key. In the old days, you'd cut and paste data into a new sheet to show your boss just the summary.
Right.
And then the original data would change and your summary would be wrong. Now, you just create a manager view. The data doesn't move. The window changes. If you update a task, the manager view updates instantly.
And finally, permissions. Governance again.
Yes. Lists inherits permissions from the SharePoint site usually. You have owners, members, and visitors. It's pretty straightforward.
So I can set it up so that my team can edit, but the rest of the company can only look.
Exactly. You control who can mess with the data.
Yeah.
Visitors can read. Perfect for stakeholders who need to see the status but shouldn't be touching the deadlines.
Right.
Members can add and edit rows. And owners can change the structure of the list itself, add columns, delete views, break things.
Okay, we are getting into the home stretch here. We know the mechanics. Now we need the wisdom. Segment 7. Architecting for success best practices. How do we not screw this up?
This is where you save yourself future headaches. Architecture is about preventing problems before they happen.
First tip from the source. Define the purpose clearly.
Before you click Create, just stop. Put your hands in your pockets. Step away from the keyboard. Ask yourself, what data are we actually tracking? Who are the users? What are the access levels?
It sounds obvious, but I bet people skip this all the time.
They do. They just start building, and then halfway through they realize, oh, wait, this should have been a private list. Or, oh, wait, we need to track 3 different dates, not 1.
Or, wait, do we need the client's phone number or just their email?
Exactly. A little planning on a napkin saves hours of restructuring later.
Second tip. Design columns before data entry.
This is the most critical architectural rule. I cannot stress this enough. Do not start typing data until your columns are set.
Why? What happens if I change my mind later? Can't I just add a column?
You can add one, but changing a column's type later is messy and dangerous. Let's say you start with a single line of text column for status. You type high, medium, low.
Okay.
Then you decide, I want the pretty color-coded bubbles of a choice column.
Can I just switch it?
You can try. But sometimes data gets lost in translation. Or if you change a number column to text, you might break any math or automation you had set up. It creates technical debt. You want the structure firm before you pour the data into it.
And the source mentions validation rules here too. What's that about?
Yes, this is the bouncer at the club. You can set rules on a column.
Like what?
Like the due date cannot be before the start date. If someone tries to enter a due date that is yesterday, the list says error. Or the budget cannot be a negative number.
That's that prevention of bad data we talked about right at the start.
Exactly. If you design the columns right, it is impossible for users to enter bad data. You are protecting the integrity of the system from user error.
And the final best practice. Use templates when possible.
Just to reiterate, save time, ensure consistency. Don't be a hero and build from scratch unless you really have to.
To wrap this all up and make it concrete, the source provides a really solid academic example. A university department scenario. I like this because universities are famous for bureaucracy and lots of complex data.
It's a perfect microcosm. You have students, faculty, grants, equipment, events. It's a mess if you don't organize it.
So let's paint the picture. You have a department head. They are drowning in spreadsheets. They decide to architect a lists solution, application 1, a research project tracking list.
Okay, here. They would use columns to track the status of the grant. Is it applied, awarded, rejected?
That'd be a choice column.
The choice column, exactly. Then the funding out using a currency column and the deadlines using a date column. Instead of a messy whiteboard or spreadsheet only the admin can access, they have a searchable, filterable database of every research project in the department.
And they can create a view called Grant Expiring Soon to see which money needs to be spent before it disappears.
Exactly. That's automation thinking.
Okay, application 2. Student supervision database.
This would rely heavily on that person column we love.
Of course.
Linking the student to the supervisor. You could then group the view by supervisor to see who is overloaded. Professor Smith has 12 PhD students, but Professor Jones only has 2.
That insight is totally invisible in a flat list.
Right. In a flat list, it's just a wall of names.
Yeah.
In a group list view, the imbalance just jumps off the screen. You can see it immediately.
Application 3, equipment inventory list.
A classic asset manager. Microscopes, laptops, lab equipment, who has it? When is it due back? You can use a check-out, check-in status.
And get an alert if it's not returned on time.
For sure.
And finally, application 4, academic event management list.
This would be using dates and itineraries for conferences or guest lectures. Who's picking up the speaker from the airport?
Person column.
What flight are they on?
Text column.
What hotel are they in? Text column. You have all the logistics in one place instead of 20 different emails.
The expert analysis here is that by moving from those chaotic spreadsheets to these 4 structured lists, the department achieves better data integrity and easier collaboration.
They stop fighting the data and they start using it. They move from data entry to data management. It's a fundamental shift in thinking.
So let's summarize what we've learned today. Creating a list is the first step in building a collaborative, structured data system. It's not just a list.
Nope. We have 4 methods: Scratch for control, templates for speed, Excel for migration, if you clean your data, and existing lists for scaling.
And the golden rule?
Location, location, location. Store it in SharePoint for the team. Don't hide it in my lists. And for the love of all that is holy, plan your columns before you type.
This has been a massive unpack. I feel like I need to go audit my own hard drive right now. I'm thinking about all the files on my desktop that should be databases.
We all do. It's a journey.
Here is a final provocative thought for you to chew on, listeners. The source mentions that lists are optimized for governance. If you look at your current data processes, the spreadsheets, the emails, the sticky notes, how much of it is currently ungoverned? How much is feral, living in random places, susceptible to being lost or broken? And what would happen to your team's efficiency if you stopped treating data entry as a boring typing task and started treating it as an architectural project?
That is the question. Build the house, don't just stack the bricks.
Thanks for diving deep with us. We'll see you on the next one.
You know that feeling. I'm sure you do. It's what, maybe 11:30 at night?
Oh, yeah.
You brushed your teeth. You're just about to, finally go to sleep. And then boom, your eyes just snap open.
Mm-hmm.
You're just staring at the ceiling. Your heart's kind of pounding because a thought just speared you right in the chest.
Did I forget something?
Did I send that email? Exactly. Or, oh no, did I promise Sarah I'd look at that slide deck? It's constant.
It is the universal hum of modern work, isn't it? It's the sound of all these open loops just running in the background of our brains.
Open loops. That's the perfect term for it. Open loops. It's those sticky notes that fall off your monitor, and then you find them on the bottom of your shoe like 3 days later.
Yeah.
It's that notebook you left in a conference room that had, I don't know, the nuclear launch codes, or at least the quarterly budget.
And we're absolutely drowning in tasks. But at the same time, we're starving for any kind of real organization.
Yeah, we really are.
And, it creates this tremendous amount of what we call cognitive load. And that's a term that gets thrown around a lot.
Right.
But I want to be specific here. What it really means is that we're spending more energy trying to remember what we have to do than we're spending on actually doing the work.
Oh, that's such a painful and accurate image.
You're just burning fuel while the car is in park.
Burning fuel in park.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so that is exactly what we are tackling today. We're doing a deep dive into mastering task management in Microsoft Planner.
Very necessary topic.
It is. And look, I know what you might be thinking. You're probably thinking, okay, great, a software tutorial. You're just going to read me the help menu.
Right. This button does this.
Yeah. But hold on. Because the sources we have today, and we're looking specifically at this official guide on creating and editing tasks, it's so much more than just a manual.
It really is. I mean, if you read between the lines of the technical steps, which is, what we love to do here.
Of course.
What you actually find is a structural framework for how teams should operate. It's not just about clicking buttons. It's about the psychology of accountability. It's the architecture of actually getting things done.
So our mission today is to move you from just, using a to-do list, which, let's be honest, is usually just a graveyard for good intentions.
A list of things to feel guilty about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We want to move you from that to actually mastering a workflow ecosystem, a place where every single unit of work has a home, a clear owner, and critically, a deadline.
And that shift it's just so critical. It's what turns all that chaos into a system. And, when you have a system, you can actually sleep at night.
You can sleep at night. Imagine that. So, okay, let's unpack this. We've got the source material here. It breaks down the whole life cycle of a task card. It seems really simple on the surface, but I have a feeling there's some hidden power here. So where do we even begin?
We have to start at the very, very beginning. The source material defines a task in a very specific way. It says a task represents and I'm quoting here, a unit of work to be completed by one or more team members.
A unit of work. I like that phrasing. It sounds very scientific.
Yeah.
Like a calorie or a joule or something.
It is, and it's deceptively simple. But think about why defining the unit is so important. In the abstract, we have things like goals or projects.
Right. The big scary things.
Big scary things. And you can't do a project. It's impossible. You can only do a task. So by defining this atomic unit of work, you're transforming an abstract anxiety into a tangible, concrete item.
So it's the difference between writing launch new website on your to-do list, which is just, it's terrifying, right? Versus writing draft the copy for the homepage.
Precisely. One is a mountain. The other is a single step. You can climb a step. You can't just jump over a mountain. And if your to-do list is full of mountains, you're just going to procrastinate.
Right. You'll go do the dishes instead.
You will, but if it's full of steps, you'll actually start walking.
Okay, I like that. So the source then guides us pretty quickly into the container for these units, which is the plan itself.
Right, and the guide mentions accessing this through Microsoft 365 or, importantly, through Teams. And I think that context is really interesting.
Why Teams specifically?
Well, Teams is where the communication happens, right? It's where the work is discussed.
So it feels like they're trying to close that gap between, talking about the work and actually doing the work.
That's a key integration point. If your task management system lives in a completely separate silo from where you're actually talking to your colleagues, you have friction. We call it context switching. Every time you have to leave Teams, open a browser, go find your project tool, you lose a microsecond of focus. By having the plan accessible right there in the flow of work, it just removes that barrier.
It lowers the activation energy required to be organized.
Perfectly put.
Okay, so you've got your plan. This is the house for your tasks. Now, the source brings up this concept of buckets. Step 3 in the creation process is literally choose a bucket.
And this is probably one of my favorite features because it forces structure on you before you've even written down what needs to be done.
Okay, tell me more about that. Because usually I just want to scribble the thing down as fast as possible. Why should I care about the bucket right away?
The source defines buckets as, categories or phases. The common examples are like to do, in progress, and completed.
Right, the basics.
But just think about what that demands of you. Before you can just dump that task out of your brain, you have to contextualize it. You have to ask yourself, where does this thing live?
It's kind of like sorting laundry.
Yeah.
You can't just throw it all in a pile.
Yeah.
You have to immediately decide, is this lights, darks, or delegates?
That is a perfect analogy, exactly. Or, to use a workflow analogy, is this task in the ideation phase? Is it in review? Is it for the marketing team or the engineering team? By forcing you choose a bucket first, the system prevents you from creating a junk drawer.
Oh, the digital junk drawer. I have so many of those. It's my primary filing system.
We all do. But a list without structure isn't a plan. It's just a longer list of things to stress about. Buckets impose a taxonomy on the chaos right from the get-go. It creates a map of the work, not just a list.
That's a really good point. It forces you to organize the information as you're capturing it instead of, promising yourself you'll organize it later.
Which is a promise we never keep.
Never. Okay, so we've picked our bucket. Now we get to the actual quick add experience. The source describes this as just clicking plus add task. You enter a name, maybe a due date, and you hit save.
And speed is the key variable here. This is designed to be as frictionless as possible.
It feels like they built this for the person who is running between meetings and suddenly has a thought they need to capture?
Exactly that. It's about capturing the idea before it just floats away. We've all had that moment where we have a brilliant thought, we don't write it down because the system is too slow, the app takes too long to load or something.
Yeah, and by the time it loads, you're just staring at it blankly.
And 10 minutes later, it's gone.
Yeah.
Forever. The quick add is all about lowering that barrier to entry.
But, and here's where the source drops a little hint of wisdom. It mentions that the task name needs to be clear and descriptive.
And this is the first major trap people fall into. They use the speed of the quick add as an excuse for laziness.
Guilty as charged. I have definitely created tasks just named update. Or, my personal favorite, just call.
Call, yes. And that is the absolute enemy of productivity. Call who? About what? When you look at that task 3 days later, you have to spend all this mental energy just decoding your own shorthand.
You become a detective in your own life.
You do. What on earth did pass me mean by fix it?
And pass me is often a very unhelpful, very vague coworker to future me.
Incredibly unhelpful. But a clear task name like call vendor X regarding missing invoice Y, that creates immediate understanding. It directs your action. You don't have to think, you just have to do.
So the goal is to be fast, but not cryptic.
Fast, but functional. You have to be kind to your future self.
Be kind to future me. I like that. Okay, so we've captured the unit. It's sitting in a bucket. It has a functional name. We've done the quick add. But the source material, it makes it clear this is just the beginning. We need to transition from that quick add to the advanced task details.
And this is the shift. This is where you go from a simple to-do list to an actual management tool. This is where we go from breadth, just capturing things, to depth.
Okay, so let's unpack the anatomy of this task card, because there are a few fields here that seem pretty standard, but I have a feeling you're going to tell me they're all psychologically significant. Let's start with the description field.
The description is the contract.
The contract. That sounds serious.
It is. If the task name is the headline, the description is the article. The source says this is for detailed instructions or objectives. So if I assign a task to you, the description is where I remove all the ambiguity.
Okay.
If I just say, write report, you might write 2 pages, and maybe I was expecting 20. Or you might focus on sales data, and I really wanted marketing metrics.
So the description is where we align our expectations before any work even starts.
Correct. It prevents what I call the bring me a rock game.
I love that. The bring me a rock game. I think I played that game many times.
It's a classic corporate dysfunction, right? I ask for a rock, you bring me a rock, I look at it and say, no, not that rock, a different rock. You go get another one. No, a shinier rock.
And it wastes everyone's time and energy.
A good description solves that. It says, bring me a granite rock, 5 inches in diameter, polished, and have it on my desk by noon.
It stops us from having to be mind readers. Okay, I get that. Now, what about the checklist? The source mentions adding subtasks or steps.
Oh, the checklist is. It's so powerful. This taps directly into the dopamine reward system in the brain.
I knew it. I knew you were going to bring up dopamine.
I have to. I mean, it's how we work.
Yep.
When you have a massive task, let's say, plan the annual conference, that's daunting.
Yeah, that's a mountain.
It's a huge mountain. It triggers a threat response in the brain. It's too big. We want to avoid it. This is why we suddenly decide the kitchen needs a deep clean instead of working.
Procrastinating, a time-honored tradition.
Exactly. But if you break that monster task down into 10 smaller items, book venue, select caterer, draft schedule, suddenly it's manageable. The brain looks at select caterer and says, oh, yeah, I can do that.
And then when you tick that little box next to it,
you get that little hit, that micro reward. Each check mark you tick off is a small win, and it creates momentum. It turns one big, scary unit of work into a series of small, achievable victories. The source frames this as just subtasks, but I view it as a powerful anti-procrastination tool.
That is a game changer. It's not just a list. It's a ladder that helps you climb out of the hole of procrastination. Okay, moving down the card, we see attachments, files, links, documents from OneDrive or SharePoint.
This is all about creating a central source of truth.
I feel like this solves the, wait, which version of the file are we looking at?
The absolute worst workflow known to humanity is the email attachment chain. You know the one.
Oh, I know it well. Final report v2 editorialfinal.docs.
And then, of course, someone replies to the wrong thread with v3, and the whole thing collapses.
It's a complete nightmare.
It is. It's what I call the search tax. You pay a tax of your time and your focus every single time you have to go hunting for a file. By attaching the file directly to the task card, the task becomes the file repository. You don't have to hunt through your inbox. If you need to do the work, all the materials you need to do the work are right there.
It saves you from that archaeological dig through your Outlook sent folder from 3 months ago.
It connects the task with the how, the document.
Now, let's talk about the visuals, the source lists, labels. These are the color-coded tags. We've got, pink, red, blue, etc.
And these allow for a secondary dimension of filtering. Remember, buckets are for your phases or your categories, your workflow. Labels are for attributes that cut across all of those phases.
Okay, give me an example.
All right, so let's say you have your buckets. To do, doing, and done, that's your workflow.
Right.
But you might have a label for urgent or high priority or maybe requires legal review. A task could be in any of those buckets and still need legal review.
I see. So the color coding lets my brain filter the information really quickly. I can just glance at the whole board and scan for everything that's red, which for our team might mean client-facing.
Exactly. Our visual processing is so much faster than reading text. If you agree as a team that, say, red means blocked, you can instantly see the health of your entire project just by looking at the colors. It's like a heat map for your work.
That is super helpful. But it does mean the team has to agree on what the colors mean.
Oh, absolutely. You need a legend. You need a key. If red means urgent to me and it means marketing task to you, we're going to have a very, very confusing day.
Okay, fair enough. Now we have to talk about time. The source lists, priority levels, and dates.
The hierarchy of attention.
Yeah, we've got urgent, important, medium, and low.
Which is, classic Eisenhower matrix stuff. Distinguishing between what is urgent and what is important. But the really interesting distinction in the source, the one I think most people miss, is the difference between the start date and the due date.
I feel like most people only ever use the due date. I know I do.
Which is a huge mistake. The due date is when you need to be finished. That's the panic moment. That's the crash landing at the end. The start date is when you need to begin.
Oh, that is such a subtle but really important difference. If I only look at the due date, I'm absolutely going to wait until the day before.
Of course you are. It's due on Friday, so I'll worry about it Friday morning.
Yeah.
That is, Parkinson's law in action work expands to fill the time available for its completion.
Right.
But if the task actually takes 3 days to do and you start on Friday morning, you've already failed. The start date tells you when to load that task into your brain. It helps you manage your capacity and not just your deadline.
I love that. And the source also mentions repeat options for recurring tasks, which, I mean, honestly, is just a sanity saver for all that administrative stuff.
It automates your memory. You shouldn't have to use precious brain power to remember to send the weekly status report.
Yeah.
The system should just serve that up to you on a silver platter every single Monday morning.
Right.
You should save your neurons for solving real problems, not for remembering schedules.
Okay, so we've built this beautiful, robust task card. It's a work of art. It's got a clear name, a descriptive contract, a checklist for all the dopamine hits, files are attached, it's got color-coded labels, and both start and end dates.
It is. It's a perfect plan, frozen in time, but...
Life happens. A plan isn't a statue, is it? You don't just build it and then admire it from afar.
Right. And that leads us perfectly into Section 3, the Living Project. The source talks pretty extensively about the importance of editing tasks.
And this feels like the part where things usually fall apart for people.
Right.
We make this perfect plan, then reality changes, and so we just abandon the plan because it's suddenly wrong.
Exactly. And this is where the philosophy of the source material really shines. It says that editing ensures tasks remain accurate, relevant, and aligned with project changes.
Which implies that project changes aren't just possible, they're inevitable.
They are. And this is a huge psychological hurdle for a lot of teams. People feel like if they have to change a due date or edit a description that they've somehow failed. They think, well, I didn't predict the future perfectly, so I must be bad at this.
Yeah, there's definitely a guilt associated with moving a deadline. You know, I said I'd do it by Tuesday, and now it's Wednesday.
But the real insight here is that a plan is a living organism. Changing a task isn't failure, it's calibration. New information comes in. A client changes their mind. Priorities shift. If your plan doesn't change to reflect reality, the plan itself becomes useless. A map that doesn't show a new road closure is a bad map.
That is so freeing. It's not failure, it's calibration. I'm going to write that down. So let's talk about what that looks like. Scope updates. The source mentions editing the task name or the description.
And this happens constantly. You might start with a task called, say, research competitors, but halfway through you realize you only really care about one specific competitor. So you edit the task to deep dive analysis of competitor X.
You're refining the target as you get closer to it.
Exactly. You are keeping the digital record perfectly aligned with the mental reality of the work. If you don't update that task, you create a mismatch between what the team thinks they're doing and what the board says they're doing.
And that's where all the confusion starts to breed. Now, what about managing time? Date adjustments. The source is very practical here. It just says extending or shortening deadlines.
And this goes right back to the real-world application. Let's say a critical vendor is late delivering a part you need. You have to push the deadline for your task. If you leave the old deadline there, the system starts shouting at you that you're overdue.
And then you start ignoring all the notifications because everything is red anyway, so what's the point?
That is the broken windows theory of project management.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, you know the theory. If a building has one broken window and nobody fixes it, soon all the windows get broken because it sends a signal that no one cares. It signals disorder.
Right.
In Planner, it's the same. If you have one overdue task that nobody fixes, it becomes acceptable to have 10, then 50, and then suddenly the due dates don't mean anything at all. By adjusting the date, you are explicitly saying, I acknowledge reality and I am resetting our commitment.
I love that phrase, resetting the commitment. It keeps the whole system honest.
A board with 0 overdue tasks, even if some of those dates had to be moved, is a board that people respect and trust.
Okay, so what about progress tracking? The source talks about checking off those checklist items and then the final completion box.
Right, so we touched on the checklist for motivation, but let's talk about that final check mark, the completion of the whole task.
The most satisfying click in the entire digital world. The little ding sound.
It is. But notice that the source talks about marking subtasks as completed separately from the main task. This allows for really granular progress tracking. If I look at your task and I see that 4 out of 5 subtasks are checked off,
You know I'm almost there.
I know you're almost there. I don't need to bug you with a, hey, how's it going email.
It's that transparency again.
Versus if you have 0 out of 5 checked and the deadline is tomorrow, well, then we might need to have a quick conversation.
Or I just need a lot of coffee.
Or that, yes.
Okay, let's talk about workflow dynamics, the idea of moving and reassigning tasks. The source explicitly mentions changing the team members assigned to a task.
And this reflects the reality of shifting workloads in a team. Maybe you are completely swamped this week, and I happen to have some capacity. We can just reassign the task from you to me, no drama.
In the software development world, they call that swarming, right? When a bunch of people swarm on a single problem to get it solved.
Exactly. It removes the ego from the task. It's no longer my task, it's the team's unit of work. The plan owns the task, not the individual person, and we just move it to whoever is best equipped to carry it across the finish line at that moment.
And then there's the actual drag and drop, moving tasks between the buckets.
This is the visual representation of flow. It's so important.
I have to say, physically clicking and dragging a card from the to-do column over to in progress, it just feels like work is actually happening.
It's a digital Kanban board, and that movement is a critical signal. It tells the whole team, I have picked this up, I am owning this now, and then when you drag it all the way over to completed, that's the victory lap.
It's tactile. Even though it's just pixels on a screen, it feels tactile and real. So, okay, we've covered the how, we've built the task, we've maintained it, we've moved it around. But I want to zoom out a little bit to section 4, the why. What is the net result of all this clicking and typing and dragging?
The source really synthesizes the benefits into 4 main pillars. It says you get improved task organization, enhanced team collaboration, better project tracking, and overall flexibility.
Okay, let's dig into enhanced team collaboration. The source says, and I'm quoting, team members can see assignments in progress in real time.
Real time. That is the key phrase in that whole sentence.
Why is that so important?
Well, think about the traditional way we manage work without a tool like this. How do I know what you're actually working on?
You have to ask me.
I have to email you, hey, what's the status of Project X? And then you have to stop what you're doing and reply, oh, I'm working on it.
The dreaded status update email, the bane of my existence.
Or even worse, the weekly status meeting where we all go around the table and just recite what we did for the last 5 days. It is such a waste of time. It's what we call coordination overhead.
Coordination overhead. I feel like half my career has been spent in coordination overhead.
It plagues organizations. We spend so much time talking about the work instead of just doing the work. But in this model, if I can just look at the planner board and see that you dragged the task to in progress and you've already checked off 3 subtasks.
You don't need to ask me anything.
I don't need to ask you anything. The board tells me the story.
So transparency creates silence. But, like, in a good way.
Transparency creates trust, and it creates focus. We can spend our time solving the actual problems, not just updating each other on the fact that we are, in fact, solving problems.
That is a massive distinction. And I guess this better project tracking benefit for managers, it's the same principle, just from a different perspective. A manager doesn't have to micromanage if the board is always up to date.
Precisely. It allows for what's known as management by exception.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means the manager can assume everything is fine unless the system tells them otherwise. They just glance at the board. Are there any big red labels? No. Are there any overdue dates? No. Great, I'll leave the team alone to do their work. I only need to intervene. I only make an exception when the system itself flags a problem.
That sounds like an absolute dream for both the manager and the employee. The manager saves time, and the employee gets autonomy and trust.
It is. But, and this is a big boy, it relies completely on the data in the system being good, being accurate.
Which brings us to the rules of the road. The source winds down with some really solid best practices. And I think these act as a great summary of everything we've talked about.
They do. These are the habits. These are the behaviors that make the software actually work. Without these, it's just a pretty list.
Okay, first one up. Use clear and specific task names.
We talked about this. No more vague nouns. Use verbs and nouns. Draft the Q3 report. Email the new client. Be specific enough that someone else could understand it.
Second, add detailed descriptions and checklists for complex tasks.
Don't keep all the complexity locked up in your head. Put it in the card. This is what I call the lottery test.
Lottery test?
Yeah. If you win the lottery tomorrow and you move to a tropical island, never to be seen again.
Lovely thought.
Can your colleague open that task card and know exactly what needs to be done? Or is all the critical knowledge trapped in your brain? If it's in your brain, it's not a team asset, it's a liability.
That's a high bar, but a really good one. Okay, third, assign due dates and priorities to avoid delays.
A task without a date is just a dream. It's a wish. It's a hope. Putting a date on it forces the prioritization discussion. It forces you to ask, okay, if this is due Friday, what else am I not doing this week to make room for it?
And finally, number 4, regularly review and update tasks to reflect progress.
The system only works if you tend to it. It's like a garden. You have to weed it, you have to prune it, you have to water it. If you let the board get stale, people will stop trusting it. If the board says a task is in progress, but everyone knows it was actually finished 2 weeks ago, the whole system just loses its credibility.
You have to respect the board.
You have to respect the board.
So, okay, let's try to bring this all together. We started with the anxiety of the sticky note blizzard and the Sunday scaries. We move from there into defining the unit of work, creating a container for it, and then using things like buckets to organize the chaos from the very beginning.
Then we went deep into the card itself, using checklists for psychology, attachments for a single source of truth, and labels for quick visual filtering.
And we talked about the living project, that editing is calibration, not failure, that moving a date is always better than ignoring a date. And we looked at the huge benefits of real-time transparency for the whole team.
It really is a fundamental shift from just listing things you have to do to actually managing a real workflow.
So Microsoft Planner isn't just about listing things. It's about adding the context, the buckets, the labels, the descriptions, the files, all the stuff that makes the work actually doable.
It creates a shared brain for the team. Everyone is on the same page all the time.
So here is where we want to leave you today. The source material emphasizes real-time visibility and flexibility. And you made a really compelling point about how trust and transparency can replace the need for constant updates.
Right. It's about changing the communication patterns.
So here is the provocative thought I want you to take back to your office. If your team fully, and I mean fully, embraces this level of transparency, if every task is visible, every status is real-time, every file is attached, do you actually need the traditional weekly status meeting anymore?
That is the billion-dollar question, isn't it?
Is all your current busy work,
Yeah.
the meetings and the constant emails,
Yeah.
is it all just a symptom of invisible tasks? If you made the work visible, could you just stop meeting and actually start working?
It is certainly worth trying. The potential upside is enormous.
Something to think about the next time you're dragging a card across the board. Thanks so much for joining us on this deep dive into Microsoft Planner. We will see you the next one.
Keep organizing.
Welcome back to the deep dive. I want to start today with a scenario that is going to sound painfully familiar to pretty much everyone listening.
Oh, boy.
You're in a meeting. It's a Tuesday. The coffee is lukewarm. Everyone is nodding agreeably. You spend an hour talking about a massive project. Let's call it Project Titan. Great ideas are flying around. We should do a market analysis, someone says. We need to update the slide deck, says another. You leave the meeting feeling pumped. You feel like the team is really, gelling.
I can already see the train wreck coming.
Right. Fast forward to next Tuesday. You walk into the follow-up meeting. You look across the table at, let's call him Dave, and you say, hey, Dave, how did that market analysis go?
And Dave just freezes.
Ice wide. He says, me? I thought Sarah was doing the market analysis. And Sarah looks up from her laptop, horrified, and says, no, I thought I was doing the slide deck because Dave is better with the numbers.
And just like that, a week of productivity evaporates.
Poof. Gone. It is the silent killer of projects.
Yeah.
It's not lack of skill. It's not lack of funding. It is the ambiguity loop.
Yeah.
It's that gap between we should do this and you are doing this.
That's the tragedy of the unassigned task. It's interesting because we tend to blame communication in a broad, sort of vague sense, but usually the culprit is much more specific.
How so?
It's a failure of delegation mechanics.
Exactly. And that is why today we are doing something a little different. We aren't talking about leadership in the abstract, rah-rah sense. We are going deep, and I mean really deep into the mechanics of one specific button.
Okay.
The Assign button in Microsoft Planner.
It sounds incredibly niche, doesn't it? Mastering task delegation in Microsoft Planner. You might be thinking, I know how to click a mouse, thanks.
Right, I got this.
But the guide we are analyzing today, Assigning Tasks to Team Members, reveals that this isn't just about clicking a name. It is about the philosophy of accountability. It's about how you structure a digital environment so that the Dave and Sarah disaster we just described is, well, It's mathematically impossible.
I like the sound of that.
Mm.
So we're going to break down this guide, which covers everything from the technical constraints of who you can actually assign. Spoiler alert, you can't just assign anyone.
A very important point.
To the strategic best practices of workload balancing. And we are going to use a specific case study throughout this deep dive to keep us grounded. We have a hypothetical, or maybe real project, involving a Dr-Wael and an instructional designer working on a training course due in 2026.
A very specific, very high-stakes example. I like it.
So if you are tired of the chaos, if you're tired of sticky notes falling off your monitor, this is the deep dive for you. Our mission is to transform your understanding of the humble task card from a digital Post-it note into a binding contract responsibility.
Let's get into the weeds.
Okay, section 1 of our source material starts with the definition. And I love it when these technical guides try to define human behavior.
It's always a little awkward.
It says, assigning tasks to team members means designating specific individuals or groups responsible for completing a task.
On the surface, that is the most dry, obvious sentence in the English language.
It is, but let's unpack it. Designating specific individuals.
The key word there is specific. In the analog world, or even in the world of email chains, assignments are often implied. Can someone look at this?
I'll hate that one.
Or, team, please review. That is a broadcast. It's not an assignment. When you move into a tool like Planner, the system forces you to make a binary choice.
A choice.
You have to pick a specific user profile from the directory. There's no someone option.
It kills the bystander effect.
Precisely. The bystander effect is that psychological phenomenon where the more people who are present, the less likely any single individual is to offer help because everyone assumes someone else will do it.
Right, the diffusion of responsibility.
In a group chat with 20 people, a request for help is screamed into the void. In Planner, when you assign a task, you are looking someone in the digital eye.
The guide says this feature ensures 3 things: accountability, clarity of roles, and efficient collaboration. I want to challenge clarity of roles for a second.
Go for it.
Because in my experience, clarity is often just a buzzword managers use when they don't know what's going on. How does a piece of software actually enforce clarity?
It enforces it visually and structurally. Think about the Dr-Wael example we mentioned. If the task is prepare course slides and it's just sitting on a list, it's an orphan.
An orphan task.
Yeah, and it creates anxiety. Who is doing it? Should I do it? Is Dave doing it? The moment you drag Dr. Backer's profile icon onto that card, the anxiety resolves into clarity. The role is defined by the avatar on the card. It's not just clarity in a vague sense. It is visual clarity. You can look at the board and see who is holding the ball.
So it moves the project from a state of hope to a state of ownership.
Ownership is the right word. The source material emphasizes the word responsible. In the digital workspace, assignment is the record of truth. It's the log file of delegation.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if a project fails and you look at the logs and that task was never assigned to anyone, that's a management failure, a planning failure.
Okay.
But if it was assigned to Dave with a due date and Dave didn't do it, well, that's a performance issue. Planner allows you to distinguish between the two.
That's a scary distinction for some people.
It is. It removes the ability to hide in the ambiguity, but it also protects you.
How does it protect you?
If I'm an employee and my face isn't on the card, I have clarity too. I have clarity that I am not responsible for this.
I can let it go.
I can sleep at night. I can focus on the 5 cards that do have my face on them.
And that is the flip side we rarely talk about. The permission to ignore things is just as important as the mandate to do things.
Absolutely. Cognitive load is a real problem in the modern workplace. If I think I might be responsible for 50 things, I'm stressed and ineffective.
Yeah, paralyzed.
But if I know for a fact I am responsible for these 5 things, I can focus. I can execute.
The source also mentions that tasks can be assigned to one or multiple team members. This brings us to the concept of shared responsibility.
And this is where things get tricky.
How so?
Well, there's an old saying in management, if everyone is responsible, no one is responsible.
Right. The 2 pizza rule or whatever. You don't want too many cooks in the kitchen.
Exactly. So Planner allows you to assign multiple people. You could, in theory, assign 10 people to one task. But the guide suggests this is for shared responsibility, not for crowdsourcing.
What's the difference?
It's meant for scenarios where a task genuinely requires a squad, a partnership, not just for keeping people in the loop.
Like our Dr. Bacher example.
Yeah.
You have the subject matter expert, Dr. Bacher, and you have the instructional designer. They both need to touch that slide deck. One can't do it without the other.
Right. It accommodates the reality of modern cross-functional work. The lone wolf era of productivity is mostly over.
Yeah, you can't just throw it over the wall anymore.
Most complex tasks, like building a training course for 2026, require a synthesis of different skills. Planner's flexibility here is good, but it requires discipline.
Discipline from the manager.
Yes. You shouldn't just tag everyone for visibility. That's what the follow, feature, or comments are for. Assignment should mean, you have an action item here. You are expected to contribute work.
Okay, so we know the philosophy. We are killing the bystander effect. We are creating a digital record of truth. Now, I want to get into section 2, the mechanics.
The nuts and bolts.
The guide calls this assigning a task, but I like to think of it as the ritual of delegation.
It really is a ritual. It's a sequence of steps that commits the organization to an action. It's a formal process.
The guide breaks it down into 3 steps, and I want to walk through these slowly because I think people gloss over the user interface design, but the design dictates the behavior.
It absolutely does.
Step 1, open the task.
Okay, so first off, notice the friction. It's a small amount of friction, but it's intentional. You have to click the card. You have to open the details pane.
You can't just do it from the main board view.
Right. This isn't just shouting across the room. You have to consciously enter the task space. This is where the context lives, the notes, the checklist, the attachments. The design is telling you, you can't assign properly without seeing the context.
That's a great point. Step 2, assign a member. You click the Assign To field. Now, here's where we hit a technical wall that frustrates a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
The source says you select from a list of users who are part of the plan or Microsoft 365 group.
This is a huge constraint, and it's there for a very, very good reason.
Explain that.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely been in a situation where I want to assign a task to a freelancer or a client or cousin Vinny who is helping out, and Planner just says no.
Right, and it feels restrictive. But Planner is built on top of Microsoft 365 groups. That's the security boundary. It's the castle wall.
Okay.
To assign a task to someone, they have to be inside the castle. They have to be in the Azure Active Directory for that specific group.
So I can't just type in an email address and hope for the best.
No. And you shouldn't be able to. Think about the data governance, the compliance.
The legal side of things.
If you could just assign a task to any random email address, you are potentially leaking sensitive project data dates, attachments, descriptions, internal conversations to the outside world.
Right, that's a data breach waiting to happen.
The member constraint ensures that everyone touching the project has been vetted and added to the secure circle. It's a feature, not a bug.
So if I want to assign Dr. Bacher to this task, Dr. Bacher has to be in the system first.
Correct. If Dr. Bacher is an external consultant, IT needs to add him as a guest user in the Microsoft 365 tenant. Once he's in the tenant, then he can be added to the group, and then he shows up in the drop-down list.
It adds a layer of bureaucracy, sure, but it ensures the integrity of the team.
It stops shadow IT.
I was just about to say that.
It forces you to formalize the team structure before you start dealing out work. Who is on this team? Let's define it, then let's work.
Step 3, save the assignment. And the guide highlights the visual feedback. The team member's profile icon appears on the task card.
We talked about this briefly, but let's go deeper into the psychology of that little circle with the face in it.
Please.
When you look at a Kanban board, which is what Planner is, it's a sea of white rectangles. It's abstract data. It's impersonal.
Just a bunch of text.
Right. The human brain doesn't connect emotionally with text on a card, but the human brain is hardwired to recognize faces.
Pareidolia. We see faces in clouds, in toast.
Exactly. When you see a face on a card, it triggers a different neural pathway. It humanizes the work. It's not task 402, it's Sarah.
For the manager.
For the manager, scanning the board becomes a social activity. You aren't just reading lists, you are seeing your team's distribution. Oh, there's a lot of Mike in the in progress column. There's no Jessica anywhere.
You process that information instantly.
Faster than you could ever read a spreadsheet. It's immediate pattern recognition.
It's the digital handshake. When that icon appears, the deal is struck.
And it's public. That's the other thing. Everyone on the team sees the face. It's a public declaration of responsibility. That social pressure, the good kind of peer accountability, is baked right into the UI.
So we've assigned the task. Dr. Bacher's face is on the card. But as we established, sometimes one face isn't enough. Section 3 covers multiple assignees, the art of collaboration.
Or the chaos of collaboration, depending on how you manage it.
True. The source lists specific scenarios where you need multiple people. Cross-departmental collaboration, complex expertise, team-based deliverables. Let's look at the cross-departmental one. This is the silo buster.
This is one of the strongest arguments for using a tool like Planner over personal to-do lists or, God forbid, email.
Yeah.
If I have a task launch website and I just put it on my personal list, nobody in engineering knows it exists. Nobody in legal knows.
It's in your own little world.
Right. But if I put it on the shared Planner board and assign myself from marketing and the lead engineer and someone from legal, we have forced a bridge between the silos.
The task itself becomes the meeting point.
Precisely. But mechanically, how does that work? The source says, each assigned member receives notifications and can update the task status.
That update rights part is critical. It implies a flat hierarchy for that specific task.
It democratizes the card.
It does. If the instructional designer finishes the slides, they can check the box. They don't have to ask Dr. Becker for permission. They don't have to email the project manager to update the status.
It assumes that if you are trusted enough to be assigned, you are trusted enough to report progress. It's a high-trust model.
But doesn't that create a risk? What if the designer checks it off, but Dr. Becker isn't actually done with his part?
That is the classic definition of done problem. And that is a people problem, not a software problem. But Planner gives you tools to solve it.
How?
With the checklist feature inside the card, you assign the main card to both of them, but inside the card you create a checklist. 1, draft content, Dr. Becker, and 2, design layout, designer.
So the card is the container, the deliverable, but the checklist provides the granularity of who does what.
Exactly. So now the card can only be marked complete when both checklist items are ticked off. The ownership of the container is shared, but the individual responsibilities are clear.
So it forces them to talk.
Yes. The designer can't just check it off without checking with Dr. Becker. Hey, are we actually done here? It forces a conversation that might not happen otherwise.
It forces the collision of atoms.
Exactly. Beautifully put.
Now, I want to talk about what happens after the assignment, because in the old days, you'd assign a task and then silence. You'd have to walk over to their desk to see if they got it. Section 4 covers the ecosystem, notifications, and integration.
The ripple effect.
Yeah, I like that. I've clicked the button. Now what?
Exactly. What happens in the digital ether?
The source outlines 3 ripples. Ripple 1, email. Assigned members receive email notifications.
The source adds a very important caveat. If enabled. Which is funny because half the workforce spends their life trying to disable these emails.
Stop spamming me, Planner. I'm getting too many notifications.
But for the organization, for the system of record, this is the fail-safe. Email is the lowest common denominator of corporate communication.
Everyone checks email.
Even if you never open Planner, even if you hate project management tools, you live in your inbox, this notification ensures that the assignment breaches your defenses. It grabs you by the collar and says, hey, look at this.
Ripple 2. Dashboards. The task appears in their Planner dashboard and Microsoft To Do.
Okay, this is the feature I am most passionate about. This is the killer app feature of the entire Microsoft ecosystem, in my opinion.
Wow, okay. High praise. Why is this one so special to you?
Because of the context switching costs. Think about how we work. We have project work, the big collaborative stuff in Planner, and we have my work, the little daily grind, the personal reminders.
Usually those are 2 different apps, where one is an app and one is a sticky note.
Exactly. You have the project board and you have a notepad on your desk. And you spend half your day just copying things from the board to the notepad.
And things get lost in translation. Or you forget to update the board when you cross something off the notepad.
And that's where the whole system breaks down. Microsoft To Do bridges that gap. When I assign that task to Dr. Becker in the project plan, it automatically, instantly, magically appears on Dr. Becker's personal assigned to me list in his To-Do app, on his phone, his laptop, everywhere.
It enters his personal flow, his personal space.
It creates a unified view of reality. I, as Dr. Becker, don't have to check the project board to see what I need to do. The project board comes to me.
That's powerful.
It respects that the individual is the atomic unit of productivity. It integrates the corporate mandate into the personal workflow.
That is a great way to put it. And Ripple 3, Teams integration. The source says this allows discussion directly within the task context.
Context, that's the magic word.
It is. How many times have you had a file emailed to you, then a chat about it in Slack or Teams, then a task created in Asana or Planner?
Every day, it's a digital scavenger hunt. Where is the latest version of that file? Did we decide to use the blue logo or the red one? Check the email thread from last Tuesday, I think.
It's fragmentation. It creates data archaeology,
Yeah.
where you have to spend an hour digging for the truth before you can even start working.
Teams integration fixes that. The chat about the task happens on the task card.
Hmm.
The file is attached to the task card. The decisions are made in the comments on the task card.
So when Dr. Backer opens that card in 2026,
Everything is there. The complete history, decisions, the different versions of the file, the chat log from 2024. It creates a persistent container of knowledge.
you aren't just assigning an action, you are assigning a workspace.
That's it. It's a micro workspace for that one deliverable. And that is incredible for long-term projects. Because in 2026, I guarantee you nobody remembers what was said in a random chat channel in 2024.
Not a chance.
The card remembers.
But speaking of time passing, Section 5 covers fluidity, editing and reassigning. Because let's be honest, Dr. Backer might be busy in 2026. He might be on sabbatical. He might have won the lottery.
The dreaded bus factor, or, the lottery factor.
The source lists the common scenarios for reassigning. Team member leaves the project or workload changes.
This is where the difference between a sticky note and a digital object becomes absolutely crucial.
Go on.
If I write a task on a sticky note and stick it on Dave's monitor, and Dave quits,
The sticky note goes in the trash with Dave's half-drunk coffee cup and his sad desk plant.
and the work is lost, the knowledge, the context, it's all gone. In Planner, the task card is permanent. The assignee is transient.
I love that distinction. The card is the vessel. The crew rotate.
Precisely. If Dr. Backer leaves the project, you don't delete the task. You open the card, you click the little X next to Dr. Backer's icon, and you drag in the new subject matter expert.
And the new person inherits everything. The whole history.
They inherit the checklist, the files, the history, the comments. It's a seamless handover of the baton. They don't have to start from scratch trying to figure out what happened. They just step into the role.
The source also mentions workload changes. This isn't about people leaving, it's about people drowning.
Right, and this is dynamic load balancing. In the old days, you'd assign work at the start of a project and just kind of hope for the best.
Cross your fingers.
But reality is messy. Maybe Dr. Backer gets pulled onto an emergency grant proposal.
Yeah.
Suddenly, he can't do the slides, his priorities have shifted.
So the manager sees this backlog building up, the due date is getting closer, and the card isn't moving.
And they can surgically intervene. Okay, Dr. Backer is swamped. I'm going to unassign him from these 3 less critical tasks and assign them to the junior researcher. You do this in real time.
You don't need a meeting.
You don't need a meeting, you just shift the digital tokens on the board.
That flexibility allows the project to survive contact with the real world.
It turns the project plan from a static document, which is usually dead the moment it's printed, into a living organism that adapts to the team's capacity and the changing environment.
Which leads us perfectly into Section 6, the so what. We've talked about the buttons, we've talked about the ripples, but why do we care? The source lists 4 key benefits.
The 4 pillars of assignment.
Pillar 1, clear accountability.
We've hammered this one home. No ambiguity. No, I thought you were doing it. It creates a culture where people own their output, for better or for worse.
Pillar 2, improved collaboration.
This is the shared assignees bit. It forces the conversations between departments, between skill sets. It breaks the silos by design.
Pillar 3, efficient workload management.
This is the load balancing. It gives managers the data they need to distribute work fairly and prevent burnout before it happens.
And Pillar 4, real-time visibility, the source says. All members and managers see who is working on what.
Real-time visibility. That sounds like a surveillance state, doesn't it? It sounds a little creepy.
It does a little bit. Big Brother is watching your Kanban board.
But I want to reframe that. Visibility isn't just about control, it's about situational awareness.
Situational awareness. Break that down for me.
Imagine a football field. Every player needs to know where the other players are, not so the coach can yell at them from the sidelines, but so they know who to pass the ball to.
Okay.
If I can see your workload on the board, I have context for how to interact with you.
So if I see you have 15 tasks that are all due this week.
I know not to slack you about the Office Fantasy Football League. More importantly, I know that if I have a new urgent task, I should probably look for someone else first. Or if I assign it to you, I know I'm being a jerk.
It creates empathy through data.
Exactly. It allows the team to sync up without needing a constant stream of status meetings. What are you working on? Check the board. Are you free for a quick question? Check the board.
It offloads the coordination overhead onto the software.
Which frees up human brain power for actual creative work, not just project admin.
So we're sold on the benefits. But how do we actually do this well? Because I'm sure there are teams out there using Planner who are still miserable.
Oh, absolutely. A tool is only as good as the person using it.
Section 7 covers best practices. This is the strategy guide.
This is the difference between owning a guitar and knowing how to play music.
I like that. Tip 1, skills and expertise. Assign tasks based on what people are actually good at.
It seems so obvious, but you'd be surprised. The UI of Planner forces a pause, though. When you click that drop-down list of names, you see your team. You have a split second to ask yourself, is Dave actually the right person for this? Or am I just assigning it to him because he's the first name alphabetically?
The lazy assignment trap.
Right. Planner invites you to be intentional. Who is best suited for this specific challenge?
Tip 2, burnout prevention. The source explicitly warns, avoid assigning too many tasks to one person.
This is massive. We've all seen the hero syndrome. Every team has that one person who says yes to everything.
The martyr, the go-to person.
The martyr. And in a verbal meeting, they look like a hero. I'll do it. I'll take that on. Yep, I got it. But on a planner board, it looks like a disaster.
How so? What does it look like?
Imagine the board. You have your columns. To do, in progress, done. If Sarah's face is on 90% of the cards in the to-do and in-progress columns, it's visually overwhelming. You can literally see the bottleneck forming around one person.
It looks like a Tower of Doom with her face on it.
It does. And the source suggests using the charts view to monitor this. We haven't talked much about views, but this is critical for managers.
Describe the charts view for us.
So you switch from the board view to charts, and the main thing you see is a bar graph, tasks by member. It shows a simple blue bar for each person on the team, and the height of the bar is how many tasks they have assigned.
So if Dave has a tiny little bar and Sarah has a bar that goes off the top of the screen.
You don't need a complex HR review to know you have a problem. The data is screaming at you. Sarah's going to quit. Dave is underutilized.
It turns feeling into fact. A manager might feel like Sarah does a lot. The chart proves it.
And it depersonalizes the workload conversation. You can stand in front of that chart in a team meeting and say, team, look at this graph. This isn't sustainable. How do we fix this bar?
It becomes a puzzle to solve together.
Rather than a blame game. You're not accusing Sarah of being slow. You are acknowledging she is overloaded. And you're not accusing Dave of being lazy. You are identifying that he has capacity. It's a profound shift.
That is huge. Tip 3, the data layer. Use due dates and priorities alongside assignments.
An assignment without a date is just a wish.
I wish someone would do this eventually.
That is the recipe for procrastination. The triad of action for any task is who, the assignment, when, the due date, and how important, the priority or label. You need all three for it to be a real task.
So if I assign Dr. Barker the slides, but I don't give him a due date.
It goes to the bottom of his pile, always. Because urgent work always displaces important but non-urgent work. The due date forces the prioritization.
The source also mentions combining assignments with labels and buckets.
This is about navigation and context. If you're on a project with hundreds of tasks, it's chaos. But if I can filter the board to just show me the Q1 marketing bucket, and then just the tasks with the red urgent label that are assigned to me.
You've cut through the noise.
You've found your signal. It gives the task coordinates in the project universe.
Okay, we've covered the theory, the mechanics, the ecosystem, and the strategy. Now I want to bring it all home with a practical example from Section 8.
Your case study.
We've teased Dr.Wael Baker throughout this deep dive, but let's look at the full case study provided in the source.
Let's dissect it.
The project context. Develop a training course. The task itself. Prepare course slides.
Simple enough.
The assigned team. Dr.
Okay.
Wael Baker, an instructional designer. The due date, 15 March 2026. And the label, high priority.
Okay. There is so much wisdom packed into just those few fields.
Break it down. Why this specific combination? What's the story it's telling us?
First, the dual assignment. We have the academic, the expert, Dr. Baker, and we have the technician, the communications expert, the instructional designer.
Two different brain types.
Right. The source is telling us this task requires two distinct skill sets to be successful. If you only assign Dr. Baker, you might get brilliant theory, but ugly, unreadable slides.
Comic Sans everywhere, walls of text.
Exactly. And if you only assign the designer, you get beautiful, slick slides that say absolutely nothing of substance. By assigning both, you are structurally mandating that content must meet form.
It forces the collaboration we talked about earlier.
It bakes it right in. Next, look at the timeline. 15 March 2026.
That is far in the future, assuming we're recording this in the present day.
It signals that this is a long arc deliverable. This is strategic. It's not a quick fix.
Yeah.
But, and this is the crucial conflict they've built in, they attach the high priority label.
Which seems contradictory. Usually far away means low priority. I'll get to it later.
Exactly. That is the natural human tendency. It's due in 2 years. I'll start in 2 years minus a week.
Right.
But by tagging it high priority, the manager is signaling, this is strategic, this matters now. Do not let the daily noise of urgent but unimportant tasks drown this out.
It's a mechanism to protect long-term thinking from the tyranny of short-term urgency.
Precisely. It keeps the team's eye on the horizon. A stranger could look at that single task card without talking to anyone and understand. This is a critical, collaborative, long-term asset involving a subject matter expert and a design expert.
That is the definition of self-documenting work.
It is. The card tells the whole story.
So we have gone from a blank card to a fully assigned, high-priority, multi-person deliverable. We have built a tiny little system that resists entropy and chaos.
We have.
Let's synthesize this. For the listener who is right now staring at a chaotic Trello board or a messy Excel sheet or just a pile of flagged emails, what is the one big takeaway?
The takeaway is that assignment is not just an administrative chore you do after the meeting. It is the core act of leadership in a modern team.
The act of leadership.
Yes. When you use a tool like Microsoft Planner properly, when you use the groups, the dates, the multiple assignees, the charts, you are building a system of accountability. You are moving from a culture of who is doing what, confusion,
The Dave and Sarah problem.
to a culture of I see everything, clarity.
You are trading anxiety for data.
Exactly. And that is a trade worth making every single time.
Now, before we sign off, I want to leave the listener with a provocative thought, something to chew on.
Lay it on me.
We talked a lot about real-time visibility, the charts view, the fact that everyone, not just the boss, can see who is doing what.
Yes. Total transparency.
If I, as a team member, can see your workload, if I can see that Dr. Backer is overloaded with that giant red bar on the chart, does that democratize management?
Wow. That is a deep question.
Does it suggest a workplace where the team can self-regulate? Where I don't wait for a manager to tell me to help you out, I just see the red bar on the chart, I see I have capacity, and I step in?
It absolutely suggests that. It hints at a future of work where the formal hierarchy is less important than the flow of work. If the data is open, the empathy can be open.
If the data is open, the empathy can be open. I like that.
If I see you struggling and I have capacity, the system invites me to help. The data gives me permission. It moves us from a culture of that's not my job to how do we as a team get this done?
It turns the team into a single, intelligent organism rather than a collection of individuals just protecting their own turf.
That is the ultimate promise of these tools, not just to organize tasks, but to organize human effort in a more humane, more effective way.
Visibility isn't just about surveillance. It's about support.
100%. That's the goal.
On that note, I think we have given our listeners plenty to think about. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the mechanics of teamwork. Go forth, open planner, and assign with purpose.
Happy planning.
See you on the next one. Okay, so I want you to picture something with me. It's Monday morning. You walk into your office, or maybe you just open your laptop at the kitchen table, and you have that feeling. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It's that low-level hum of anxiety in the back of your skull. You know you have a million things to do. There are emails flagged from last week. There are sticky notes that have lost their stickiness and are just sort of fluttering on your desk.
Yeah, the ones that fall behind the monitor and are lost forever.
Exactly. And there's a list you scribbled on the back of an envelope 3 days ago. It's the universal chaos of the unsorted project.
It really is. It's that feeling of just being overwhelmed by a cloud of tasks.
A cloud. That's the perfect word. It's not just that you have work to do, it's that you can't see the edges of it. It feels like this vague, foggy mess. You catch yourself thinking, I know I'm forgetting something crucial, but you can't grab onto what it is.
And that feeling you're describing, that is a very specific, well-documented psychological state. It's cognitive overload for sure. But specifically, it's related to how our brains handle what are called open loops.
Open loops? What's that?
Yeah. So in psychology, there's something called the Zeigarnik effect. And I mean, the long and short of it is that your brain remembers uncompleted tasks much better than completed ones. It holds on to them. It like constantly rehearses them in the background.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
So when you have 50 tasks floating around without a home, without a container, your brain is trying to keep 50 tabs open in your mental browser at once. It just drains your battery before you've even sent the first email.
That explains why I'm exhausted just looking at my to-do list sometimes. And that is exactly what we are unpacking today. We're looking at a solution that our source material provides that claims to take that chaos, that cloud you mentioned, and put it into boxes.
Well, not boxes exactly.
No, not boxes. We are talking about buckets, specifically Microsoft Planner buckets.
And I'm so glad we're diving into this because it sounds like such a boring administrative feature on the surface. Buckets. But if you actually dig into the source material, it's this deceptively simple concept that completely shifts how we manage work. We aren't just talking about making lists today. We're talking about creating containers for your work.
I really like that distinction, containers, because a list is linear, right?
Yeah.
It just starts at the top and goes down forever. It feels infinite.
It does.
But a container implies a bottom. It implies a shape. There's a boundary to it.
Precisely. A list is a queue. A bucket is a category. And that one little shift in thinking changes everything about how you perceive the workload. So we've got this stack of information on Microsoft Planner and specifically how to master these buckets. But before we get into the how-to, let's define what we're even talking about. What exactly is a bucket in this context?
Right, because when I hear bucket, I think of a mop.
Let's stick to the digital realm for now. If we look at the definition provided in the source material, a bucket in Microsoft Planner is a tool used to organize tasks into logical groups or categories. But I think the most helpful way to visualize it, as the source suggests, is to think of them as columns.
Columns, like architectural columns, holding up a building.
Think more like columns in a newspaper, or maybe even vertical lanes on a highway. Imagine a board. Instead of a flat piece of paper with lines of text, you have a landscape. These buckets act as the vertical structures, the columns that give shape to the entire project. They stand side by side across your screen.
Okay, so we're moving away from the notepad and onto the whiteboard. It's spatial.
It is entirely spatial. And this connects directly to the big picture concept that's noted in the source. This structure is what facilitates Kanban-style project tracking.
Okay, we need to pause on Kanban. That is one of those words that gets thrown around in productivity circles constantly. It feels like a buzzword people use to sound smart in meetings.
Oh, absolutely.
Just Kanban it.
It does get overused, but the origin is actually fascinating. It comes from Japanese manufacturing Toyota, specifically back in the 1940s. Kanban roughly translates to signboard or visual card.
A signboard?
Yeah. In a factory, you needed to know when parts were running low without having to check a spreadsheet or run a report. You needed to just see it. You'd see an empty space on the shelf and know you needed more.
And how does that apply to my chaotic sticky notes?
Well, in this digital context, and according to our source, it's all about visual task management. It allows you to move these digital cards across a board. The mission here isn't just to list what you have to do, it's to create a dynamic visual map of the work itself.
And that visual aspect seems huge. Section 1 of our material really leans into this philosophy of the bucket. It emphasizes this idea of visual task management. But I want to play devil's advocate for a second.
Go for it.
I'm a busy person. I can read a list faster than I can set up a whole board with columns and cards.
Yeah.
Why does seeing the structure matter so much? Why is the visual superior to just plain text?
That is the core question right there. And the source explicitly states that the benefit of buckets is that they provide a clear visual representation of task status. And there's some real science behind it.
Oh.
When you read a list, you are engaging in what's called serial processing. You read line 1, then you read line 2, then you read line 3. You have to actively decode the language, the context, the urgency of each line, one by one.
It's like reading a long grocery receipt. You have to scan every single item just to find the milk.
That's a perfect analogy. It requires active cognitive effort. But when you use buckets, when you create a visual landscape, you trigger something called pre-attentive processing.
Pre-attentive processing.
It's what happens when you walk into a room and you instantly know it's messy without reading every single item on the floor.
Right, you just get a feeling.
You absorb the pattern instantly. So if you have a planner board, you can see at a glance that the to-do bucket is overflowing. It's physically a really long column, while the completed bucket is short. You don't have to read a single task to know you are behind schedule. You see the bottleneck.
That makes so much sense.
Mhm.
It's the difference between reading a text description of a traffic jam and looking at a map with a big, angry red line on it.
That is exactly it. You are absorbing the state of the project in a split second. It reduces that cognitive load we talked about earlier. You aren't trying to keep all those tabs open in your brain. The board is holding the state for you, externally.
So it's like an external hard drive for your project's status.
Correct. And there is another layer to this philosophy that's mentioned in the source material, and that's flexibility.
Right, because not every project looks the same. A software launch doesn't look like planning the office holiday party.
Exactly, and a simple to-do list treats them both the same way, just a bunch of line items. But the source highlights that buckets can be customized for different methodologies. It specifically mentions Agile, Waterfall, and Scrum.
Those are some heavy hitters in the project management world.
They are, but the core value here is that the tool doesn't tell you how to work. It's not a rigid system. It shapes itself to the project's needs. Whether you here, the bucket system adapts. It allows you to define the structure rather than having some rigid structure defined for you.
Okay, so we're sold on the philosophy. We want the visual landscape. We want the columns. We want to stop reading receipts and start looking at maps. Now, let's get practical. How do we actually build these things? Section 2 of our notes walks us through the getting started phase.
It does. And it frames it remarkably simply. It starts with, and I like this phrasing, entering the environment.
Entering the environment. It sounds like we're hacking into a mainframe in a 90s movie.
It's a bit less dramatic than that. You're just stepping into your digital workspace. The first step, according to the text, is opening Microsoft Planner. You can do this via the web in Microsoft 365, or, and this is where most people live their work lives now, through Microsoft Teams.
I think pretty much everyone is living in Teams these days. It's become the default operating system for work.
It really has. And the integration is seamless. So once you are there, step 2 is selecting the plan. You just choose the specific project plan where you want to organize your tasks. And then comes the moment of creation.
Step 3, the birth of a bucket.
Step 3, on the planner board, there is a button. It usually sits to the right of your existing buckets, if you have any. It says plus, add new bucket.
It sounds so simple, just a little plus sign.
It is simple mechanically, but it's pretty significant in its impact. You click that button, and then you enter a bucket name. The source gives some standard examples like to do, in progress, or completed. Then you just press enter.
And boom, you have a bucket.
You have a bucket.
You know, it's funny. The mechanics are trivial click, type, enter. A 5-year-old could do it. But that moment of naming the bucket, that feels like the most important part. The source mentions standard names, but the power really is in what you decide to call them, isn't it?
Absolutely. The name you give a bucket defines the rules for that column. It's the label on the container. It tells your team and, your future self what belongs there and what doesn't. If you name it to do, that's a holding pen. It's passive.
Right.
But if you name it urgent due today, that's a call to action. It's aggressive. It has energy. The naming convention you choose sets the tone, the entire syntax for the whole workflow.
Which brings us perfectly to the absolute meat of this discussion. This is the part I really want to dig into. We have the bucket. We know how to make it.
Yeah.
But what do we call it? How do we organize these columns to actually make workflow instead of just creating digital clutter? Our source material in section 3 breaks down what we're calling structural archetypes. There are 4 specific ways to organize these buckets found in the text.
And this is crucial. If you get this part wrong, you just end up with a messy board instead of a messy list. You haven't really solved the problem. You have to pick a strategy.
So let's break these down one by one. I want to stress test them. I want to know when they work and when they fail. Let's start with archetype A. The source calls this workflow stages. I'm calling it the flow.
The flow is a good name for it. The examples given in the text are the classics that everyone knows. To do, in progress, review, and completed.
This is what most people picture when they hear Kanban, right? It's the sticky notes moving from left to right across a whiteboard.
It is. And the analysis here is that this structure is fundamentally about movement. It's all about tracking the life cycle of a task. A task is born in the to-do bucket, it grows up in progress, it gets evaluated and judged in review, and then it retires in completed.
Ideally to a nice beach somewhere with a tiny drink.
Or, more likely, an archive folder. But here is the deep dive on this archetype. It is primarily a diagnostic tool.
Diagnostic? How so?
Well, imagine you look at your board. Your to-do bucket is empty. Your completed bucket is empty. But your review bucket is 50 items long.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
It's terrible. But on a simple list, you might not notice that because those review tasks are scattered all over the place. On a board using this archetype, that ridiculously long column is screaming at you visually. It tells you exactly where the bottleneck is. It tells you, hey, the person or team responsible for review is either completely overwhelmed, or they're on vacation, or they are procrastinating.
So it immediately answers the question, where's the work stuck?
Exactly. It highlights flow and, more importantly, blockage.
But playing skeptic again. When does this fail? I feel like I've seen boards where everything just sits in progress for 3 months and never moves.
That is the classic trap of the flow archetype. In progress becomes a parking lot. It becomes a black hole. If tasks go there to die, your bucket system has failed you. And if that's happening, it usually means you need to break in progress down.
So too broad.
Way too broad. You need drafting, editing, polishing. You need more granularity to see the movement again. If you can't see movement, the system isn't working.
Okay, that makes sense. That's the flow. Let's pivot to archetype B. The source lists this as project phases. I'm calling this one the timeline.
A very distinct difference. The examples provided here are planning, design, implementation, testing, and deployment.
It sounds similar to the first one, but it feels different somehow.
It is very different. The previous archetype was about the status of the work, regardless of what that work actually was. This archetype is about the chronology of the project itself. It helps teams understand when they are in the project lifecycle.
So in the first one, a task moves from bucket to bucket. In this one, do tasks move? Or do they just live in their phase?
They can, but often tasks are created and completed within their phase. Think of it like levels in a video game. You have to beat level 1, which is planning, before you can really unlock level 2, which is design.
Right. You don't start testing before you've done the implementation. That would be chaotic.
Exactly. This connects back to that waterfall methodology that was mentioned in the benefits section earlier. It's very linear. It maps the project's evolution over time and gives you a sense of, okay, team, we are currently in the design phase, which anchors everyone in time.
So if the flow answers, where's the work stuck? The timeline answers, what time is it in the project?
Yes. Or are we ahead of schedule or behind schedule? It's a temporal map.
So when would you not use this? When would this be a bad idea?
You wouldn't use this for any kind of ongoing operational work. If you are just handling support tickets for a product, there is no planning, design, deploy. There is just acknowledge the ticket, fix the bug, close the ticket. So this archetype is strictly for projects that have a clear beginning, middle, and end.
Got it. Okay. Archetype BC, the source calls it departments or roles. I call this the who.
The who. I like that. The examples provided are pretty straightforward. Marketing, IT, finance, HR.
This one seems pretty self-explanatory. It's basically just turf. These are our tasks, those are your tasks.
It is turf. But let's look at the analysis of why you do this. This organizes by responsibility, and the source explicitly links this to enhanced collaboration, which at first sounds counterintuitive because you're literally creating silos.
Right. It sounds like the opposite of collaboration. It sounds like you stay in your lane, I'll stay in mine.
And it can be that if you're not careful. But think about a complex event launch. You have the logistics team booking the hotel. You have the content team writing the speeches. You have the finance team approving the budgets.
And logistics doesn't really need to know the details of what the content team is writing.
Exactly. If I am on the logistics team, I don't want to wade through 50 tasks about drafting the opening keynote speech. I just want to see my one task, book the bus to the conference center. This archetype filters out the noise. It allows individual team members to easily understand where their specific tasks belong.
So it prevents the bystander effect, where a task just sits in the middle of the room and everyone thinks someone else is taking care of it.
Precisely. If it's in the marketing bucket, marketing owns it. There is zero ambiguity. It creates very clear lines of ownership.
But the downside, there has to be a downside.
The downside is you completely lose the narrative of the work. You don't know if marketing is waiting on something from IT. You don't see the flow from one team to another. You just see lists of responsibilities. If you use this archetype, you absolutely need a strong project manager who is looking at the whole board constantly to connect the dots between the departments.
It puts a lot of pressure on one person to see the big picture.
It does. The board itself doesn't tell the story.
Okay, last one, archetype D. The source calls this task categories. I'm calling this one the what.
The what? The examples here are things like research, documentation, development, training.
This feels really different from the others. It's not about time, and it's not about people.
Correct. This archetype sorts tasks by the nature of the work itself.
When would you use this? This one feels a little more abstract to me.
This is excellent for projects where tasks don't move in a linear fashion and aren't owned by just one person or team, but represent distinct types of effort. So let's say you are building a massive knowledge base for your company.
Okay, like an internal Wikipedia.
Exactly. You're going to have tasks related to researching the topics for the articles. You'll have tasks related to writing the actual articles. You'll have other tasks for creating graphics, and then maybe a bucket for training staff on how to use it.
And I might want to batch my work for the day.
You've hit on the key benefit. Exactly. You wake up and say, you know what? Today is a research day. I'm in that headspace. You go to the research bucket and you just crank through all those research tasks. It facilitates batch processing, which is a massive productivity hack. It reduces context switching.
So the what archetype answers the question, what mode should my brain be in right now?
That is a brilliant way to put it. Yes, that's exactly what it's for.
Wow. So we have the flow, which is about movement, the timeline, which is about chronology, the who, which is about ownership, and the what, which is about brain mode. That is a really robust toolkit. And the source implies you have to choose one, right? You can't really mix and match these archetypes on the same board.
You can try, but you risk total confusion. If you have a bucket called marketing, which is a who, next to a bucket called urgent, which is like a priority, next to a bucket called in progress, which is a flow status.
Chaos returns. The cloud comes back.
Chaos returns. The logic of the board needs to be consistent or people stop trusting it. It just becomes another messy list, but with columns.
Okay, so we've designed the house. We've named the rooms using one of these 4 archetypes. Now we have to actually live in it. Section 4 of our material talks about the dynamics of the board. This is the kinetic part.
Kinetic is exactly the right word because a digital board shouldn't be static. If it's static, it's dead. It's just a museum of old tasks. It's not a living system, and the source details the moving tasks functionality.
The famous drag and drop.
Yes. The source highlights 2 ways to move a task. You can ask, open the task card, scroll down, find the bucket drop-down menu, click it, select the new bucket, and then close the card.
Which sounds incredibly boring. That feels like doing your taxes.
It is functional, but it feels like data entry. It completely disconnects you from the work. The preferred method, and the one that really leverages the whole visual nature of Planner, is the drag and drop. You just click the task card, hold it, and physically drag it to another bucket.
Let's talk about that narrative of progress that's mentioned in the outline. The source uses that classic example, a task moving from to do to in progress to completed. Why does the physical act of dragging the mouse even matter? It seems trivial.
It's all about agency. There is a very real psychological component to this. When you drag a task, you are physically enacting the progress. You are performing the update.
It's just so satisfying. It's like crossing something off a paper list, but it's better because you see it land in the completed pile. It's like scoring a goal in a video game.
That tactile interaction reinforces the workflow. It signals to your brain that work has been done. It transforms the abstract concept of a status update into a concrete physical action. It engages your motor skills in your intellectual work. And it sounds silly, but that little dopamine hit of dropping a card into the done bucket is what keeps people using the system.
I totally get that. I will sometimes write things on a to-do list that I've already done, just so I can get the satisfaction of crossing them out. Dragging a card feels like the digital version of that exact same feeling.
It absolutely is. It's a psychological reward.
But the board isn't just about moving tasks, right? Sometimes the board itself needs maintenance. The structure needs to change. The source calls this renaming and reordering.
Or as we might call it, gardening the board.
Gardening, I like that. Because weeds definitely grow.
And projects evolve. What was true on day 1 might not be true on day 50. The source notes that you can simply click a bucket title to type a new name. Why would you do that? Because maybe in progress isn't specific enough anymore. Maybe you realize everything is getting stuck in one place, so you change it to awaiting feedback to be more precise about the bottleneck.
And reordering, what about that?
Dragging the entire buckets left or right. The source mentions this explicitly.
Why would I move a whole bucket? That feels like moving a wall in your house. It seems like a big deal.
It's all about prioritization. And this is a real pro tip. We read left to right. The most important real estate on your screen is the left side. It's what you see first without scrolling.
Okay.
So if your project shifts focus, let's say you move from the planning phase to the testing phase, you should physically drag the testing bucket to the far left of the board.
So it's the very first thing everyone sees when they log in the morning.
Exactly. Don't let your active, most important work hide in the corner. If the testing bucket is way off on the right and people have to scroll 3 times to find it, they won't put tasks there. They'll just dump them in the first bucket they see. You have to physically move the bucket to move the team's focus.
That's a pro tip right there.
Hmm.
The board is clay, not stone. You can reshape it as you go. Now, we have to talk about the scary button, the delete decision.
Yes. The source walks through the process, clicking the 3 little dots, the ellipsis, and selecting delete bucket.
But there's a massive warning label on this one, a metaphorical skull and crossbones.
A crucial warning. The source notes that all tasks inside the bucket can be moved or deleted as needed. That phrasing is very polite. The reality is much more blunt. If you delete the bucket without moving the tasks first, they are gone forever.
That is the nightmare scenario. You delete the completed bucket at the end of a project, just clean up the board because it's getting too long, and suddenly the entire record of all your work, the proof of what you actually did, is just vaporized.
It's like throwing away a filing cabinet without bothering to open the drawers first. You have no idea what you just lost.
So what's the protocol? What's the safe way to do this?
The protocol is clear before you clear. You must empty the bucket first. Move all the tasks to an archive bucket or maybe a trash bucket if you have one. Only when the bucket is completely empty do you delete the container itself.
Got it. Treated like a loaded gun.
Exactly.
Okay, we are moving into the advanced class now. Section 5, Advanced Strategy Best Practices. The source lists what I'm calling the rules of engagement.
This is Section 7 of the source material. These are the guidelines to keep your beautiful, organized board from becoming a monster over time, because a disorganized board is just as useless as a disorganized list.
Rule 1, Simplicity. Use simple and clear bucket names.
This goes right back to cognitive load. If you name a bucket, items that need to be processed by the end of the fiscal quarter regarding new marketing initiatives, nobody's going to read that. Their eyes will just glaze over.
Right. Just call it Marketing Q4 or Q4 Marketing.
Exactly. Immediate understanding is the goal. Your eyes should catch the name and know the content in milliseconds. No decoding necessary.
Rule 2, Methodology Alignment.
We touched on this with the archetypes. Align your buckets with your actual project flow. If you are doing Agile, use Agile terms like backlog, sprint, retro. If you are doing simple tasks, use simple terms. Don't try to force a complex methodology onto a simple project.
Right. Don't use Sprint 1 planning if you're just planning a birthday party.
Exactly. It just confuses people and makes the system feel intimidating.
Rule 3, Avoid clutter. Avoid too many buckets.
This is a big one. The source explicitly says to keep the board readable.
I've seen boards like this, where you have to scroll horizontally for what feels like 5 minutes to find the end. It's the horizontal scroll of doom.
And that completely defeats the entire purpose of visual organization. Remember, the whole point is to see the big picture at a glance. If the picture's 5 screens wide, you can't see the pattern anymore. If you have to scroll, you lose that snapshot view.
So what's the limit? Is there a magic number?
There's no hard rule, but generally, if you can't see the main active buckets on one screen without scrolling, you probably have too many. If you find yourself needing 20 buckets, you probably need a second separate plan, not a wider board. Or you are trying to do too much in one project.
Rule 4, Constant Maintenance. Regularly review and reorganize.
The board is a living thing. You have to weed the garden. You have to archive old completed tasks. You have to rename buckets that don't make sense anymore. If you let it stagnate, people stop trusting it. If the urgent bucket has tasks from 2021 in it, nobody is going to respect the word urgent on that board.
It becomes the boy who cried wolf bucket.
Exactly. The system's integrity is based on it being current.
And finally, Rule 5, the power combo. Combine buckets with labels and due dates.
This is where we get into the matrix of organization. This is where we go from a 2D board to something that feels more like 3D.
Whoa, okay. How does this work? Because I think a lot of people get confused between buckets and labels. They seem to do the same thing.
They seem similar, but they operate on different levels. Think of it this way. Buckets handle the macro organization. They are the big containers, the columns. Labels and due dates handle the micro details within those containers.
Can you give me an example?
Sure. Let's say you have a bucket called in progress. That is the macro status of a task. Inside that bucket, you have a task. You can tag it with a red label to mean high priority and maybe a green label to signify it's for client X.
So you don't make a new bucket called high priority tasks for client X.
No. Please don't do that. That breaks rule 3 about avoiding clutter. If you try to make a bucket for every single combination of client and priority, you'll have 100 buckets in a week. You use the metadata, the labels, for the fine-grained detail.
That's a fantastic distinction. The bucket is the house. The label is the room number or the color of the walls.
Precisely. Keep the buckets broad and strategic. Use labels for the tactical nuance.
Okay, we have covered the theory, the construction, the different types, and the advanced rules. Now, let's see it all in action. I want to ground this in something real. Section 6 of our source material gives us a specific e-learning case study. Let's dissect this.
This is a great practical example from Source Section 8. The project is developing an e-learning course.
Okay, so let's imagine we are building a training course for, I don't know, how to make the perfect cup of coffee.
A very worthy topic. I support this.
So we have a team. We've got a writer, a graphic designer, a video person. How do we set this up? The source suggests 5 specific buckets. Let's walk through them.
Okay, bucket 1 is content planning.
This is where the writer lives. This is where the ideas are born.
Right. Tasks in here would be like write Module 1 script on bean selection or interview head barista for anecdotes.
Bucket 2, slide design.
This is for all the visual assets. So once the script for Module 1 is done, a new task appears here. Create graphics for bean selection types.
Bucket 3, video recording.
The production phase. Tasks like film the pour-over technique or a record voiceover for Module 1.
Bucket 4, review and quality assurance.
The check. Does the coffee we made on camera actually taste good? Are there typos in the slides? Does the audio sound okay?
And finally, bucket 5, publishing.
This is the final step. Uploading the course to the learning management system, sending out the announcement, going live.
Okay, let's analyze that structure. Which one of our 4 archetypes is this?
It's interesting. It's actually a hybrid.
A hybrid. You said not to do that.
I said not to mix them randomly. This is a very smart, deliberate hybrid. It's mostly project phases, the timeline, because you generally plan, then design, then record. It's a chronological flow.
Right.
But it also has elements of task categories. The what? Slide design is a very specific type of work, usually done by a specific person or team, the designers. Same with video recording.
That's true. It groups the designers' work together and the videographers' work together, even though they happen at different times.
And notice what this structure does for the team. It clearly shows the assembly line of course creation.
It allows the team to see exactly where the bottlenecks are forming.
Right. If I'm the project manager, I can look at this board in 3 seconds. If the content planning bucket is totally empty, but the slide design bucket is overflowing with tasks.
It means the writer is fast, maybe even done, but the designer is completely swamped.
Exactly. I don't have to call a meeting. I don't have to send a bunch of just checking in emails to find that out. The board tells me instantly, we have a jam in slide design. I can then move resources to help that designer, or I can reset expectations on the timeline.
It visualizes the flow of the factory floor. It shows you the health of the entire production line instantly.
That is the power of the system. You stop managing individual tasks and you start managing the flow of value.
This has been a pretty incredible tour of what I honestly thought was just a simple software feature. We've gone from chaos and sticky notes to assembly lines and visual maps.
It really is a transformation. It's about taking that abstract pressure of having work to do and turning it into a manageable, tangible, visual system.
So let's wrap this up. What are the big takeaways here? If someone listening zoned out for a bit and just came back, what do they absolutely need to know?
If we recap the core advantages from Source Section 6, I think it boils down to 3 main pillars. First, visual organization. Buckets provide that clear visual representation. You see the landscape of your project, not just a list of chores.
See the map, not the receipt.
Exactly. Second, improved workflow management. They help teams track progress across different stages. You see the movement, you see the blockages, not just the individual task. And third, enhanced collaboration. Team members can easily understand where each task belongs. You see the ownership, and you reduce that bystander effect we talked about.
And the final, so what, for our listener today? Why should they spend the 10 minutes it takes to set this up instead of just writing on the back of another envelope?
The so what is that buckets aren't just features in a piece of software. They are a tool to reduce your cognitive load. They help teams connect the dots on where a project truly stands at any given moment. They take the anxiety of the unknown, that Zeigarnik effect of open loops we started with, and they trap it in a named, visible container.
I love that. You can't fear what you can see and name. If a task has a bucket, it's accounted for, it can be done. If it's just floating in the ether, it's just stress.
Precisely. Structure is the antidote to anxiety.
So here's my final thought for you listening right now. We talked a lot about containers. If your tasks don't have a specific bucket, do they actually exist in your workflow? Or are they just ghosts haunting your productivity?
A chilling thought to end on.
Go look at your current projects, your work projects, your personal projects, and ask yourself, are my buckets defined, or is everything just in one big pile?
Define the bucket. Define the work.
Thanks for diving in with us. Now go organize something. You know that specific kind of silence? The one that happens at, say, 9:00 a.m. on a Tuesday?
Oh, I know that silence.
Right. You've just sat down. The coffee is still way too hot to actually drink.
You're just staring at the screen.
You're just staring. You open up your project management software, and honestly, it doesn't even matter which one it is. They all share that one defining feature, the list.
The list.
The vertical, infinite scrolling obelisk of things you haven't done yet.
I've heard it called the wall of shame in some circles. And I think that's pretty accurate.
The wall of shame, exactly.
Yeah.
And you just stare at it. There are 50, maybe 60 items there. Some of them are for you. Some are for a colleague who quit 3 weeks ago.
And nobody bothered to reassign their tasks?
Nobody reassigned them. Some were due last month. And instead of feeling productive, which is, supposedly the whole point of the software, you just feel this heavy, low-level hum of anxiety. It's the great paradox of modern work, isn't it? We have more tools to list our tasks than ever, but we seem to have less clarity on what to actually do next.
It's a classic signal-to-noise ratio problem.
Yeah.
I mean, we've become exceptional at capturing data. We're great at writing things down, logging tickets, creating cards. But we are surprisingly bad at processing that data into what you could call actionable intelligence. We mistake the act of listing for the act of organizing. They feel similar, but they are neurologically very different processes.
And that distinction, that idea of listing versus organizing, is exactly why I wanted to do this deep dive today.
Good.
Because we aren't talking about some brand new productivity philosophy or some, complex agile certification that takes 6 months to earn. We're looking at a very specific, often completely ignored feature inside a tool that millions of us use every single day.
Microsoft Planner.
We're talking about Microsoft Planner and specifically the label feature.
It sounds incredibly mundane on the surface, doesn't it? Labels. I mean, it sounds like something you do with a label maker in a dusty file room.
Right, in the basement. It doesn't sound like a revolutionary productivity hack.
Not at all.
It really doesn't. But we have a stack of research here, and it's all centered around this one guide called Mastering Task Categorization with Microsoft Planner Labels. And if I'm understanding the premise correctly, we are completely underestimating what these little colored dots can do.
We absolutely are.
So the mission for this deep dive is to see if we can take that chaotic, anxiety-inducing list we just talked about and turn it into something that actually functions like a sophisticated dashboard.
The goal here is visual management. That's the core concept we really need to unpack before we even touch the software settings.
Okay, let's start right there then. Visual management. It sounds a little bit like corporate buzzword bingo, but knowing you're going to tell me it's much deeper than that.
It is much, much deeper. Visual management is a concept that's borrowed largely from lean manufacturing. Think about like the Toyota production system. Imagine a factory floor. If a machine is overheating, what happens? A light turns red.
Right. You see it instantly.
You see it instantly. You don't need to log into a computer, run a query, print a report, and then read paragraph 3 to know there's a problem. The environment tells you. The information is pushed directly to your eyes.
And the argument is we need to do that with our digital work.
Precisely. The source material argues that we need to treat our digital task lists the same way. We need to move from reading text line by line to recognizing patterns at a glance.
That makes so much sense because right now, if I look at my planner board, I have to read draft Q3 report. Then I have to read the next one, email Bob about the server. Then I have to read fix bug 404. I'm processing text.
You're processing text, exactly. Right. You are using your prefrontal cortex to decode language for every single item just to understand its context, and that is cognitively expensive. It's tiring. Visual management uses things like color and position to bypass that reading step. You see a color, and your brain processes the meaning before you've even read the first word of the task itself. And in Microsoft Planner, the primary mechanism for that is the label.
Okay, so before we get into the strategies, and I know we have 4 distinct frameworks to cover, we need to define our terms properly. Because when you first look at Planner, you see buckets and you see labels. And To the uninitiated, they seem to do the exact same thing. They just group stuff. How does the guide distinguish them?
This is the most common point of confusion, and it's usually where the system breaks down for people right at the start.
Okay.
Think of your planner board as a physical structure, like a building. The buckets, those vertical columns, they're the walls and the rooms. They represent the rigid structure of your workflow.
So, to do, in progress, done, that kind of thing.
That's a classic example. To do, in progress, done. Or maybe it's time-based, like this week, next week, future.
Right. It's the where. Where does the task physically live on the board?
Exactly. And the laws of physics apply here. A task can only be in one bucket at a time. It can't be in the in-progress room and the done room at the same time.
It can't be in two places at once.
It can't. The bucket is its primary address. It is rigid by design.
Which makes sense for a workflow. You don't want Schrodinger's task that is somehow both done and not done.
Right.
But the guide calls labels the second layer of organization. What does that mean?
Correct. So if buckets are the address, the where, labels are the condition, they are metadata, they're like these transparent layers that sit on top of that rigid structure.
So they don't move the task.
They don't. And the guide emphasizes that labels are flexible. This is the key differentiator. You can change a label without moving the task from in progress. You can apply multiple labels to a single task. This lets you categorize the what or the who or the how important without disrupting the where.
I really like the library analogy that came up in our pre-read notes. I feel like that just nails it.
It's the best way to visualize it, I think. Imagine a massive library. The buckets are the shelves.
Yeah.
Fiction, nonfiction, biography, science.
Okay.
A book can't be on the fiction shelf and the nonfiction shelf at the same time. That's the rigid structure. If you move it, you change its fundamental location.
Right. It's addressed.
But then you can put a sticker on the spine of the book. You can have a new arrival sticker. You can have a staff pick sticker. You can even have a damaged sticker.
And a single book could, in theory, have all three of those stickers on it.
Oh, precisely. It could be a new damaged staff pick sitting right there on the fiction shelf. That is what planner labels allow you to do. They give you this multidimensional data on a static object.
So if you only use buckets.
Well, if you only use buckets and you wanted to see all the new arrivals, you'd have to physically move all those books from fiction, nonfiction, everywhere onto a brand new arrival shelf.
And that would completely destroy your main organization system.
It would destroy it. You'd lose the fiction, nonfiction organization entirely.
So if I'm only using buckets on my planner board, I'm basically looking at a library with no stickers. I just see 1,000 books, and I have to read every single title to figure out which ones are new or important or damaged.
And that is exactly why you feel overwhelmed at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, because you are forcing your brain to process textual data for every single item just to understand its context. You're doing the work that the database should be doing for you.
You're being the computer.
You're being the computer. Visual management uses color to let the database do that work for you.
All right, let's talk about those colors then. The palette, as the guide calls it. We aren't working with, like, an infinite color wheel here, are we?
No, and that actually surprises some people. Microsoft Planner provides 6 default options. Just 6. It's the classic spectrum: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple.
Only 6. That feels, I don't know, a little restrictive. I feel like the other tools I can pick cornflower blue or burnt sienna.
You can, but constraints are actually very helpful in systems design. If you have 50 colors, you end up with what we call the rainbow of confusion.
The rainbow of confusion. I like that.
You can't memorize what 50 colors mean. I mean, is sky blue for marketing, but navy blue is for the legal team. You'll never remember. It's impossible.
You need a spreadsheet just to manage your colors.
You would, but you can memorize 6. The cognitive load is low enough that the meaning can become instinctual. However, the guide points out a massive, massive flaw in the default setup of these 6 colors.
Let me guess, it's the names.
It is absolutely the names. Out of the box, the red label is named red. The blue label is named blue.
Which is just fantastically unhelpful. Hey, is that task red? Yes, it is red. Great, so what does that mean?
It means it's red.
Yeah.
It's circular logic.
It's worse than unhelpful. It relies entirely on what you could call tribal knowledge. If you and I are on a project and I decide in my head that blue means marketing, I just have to hope that you remember that.
And if you forget, or if a new person joins the team, they see a blue tag and it means absolutely nothing to them. It's just decoration at that point.
Or they think blue means something totally different. They think it means sad or water or cold or whatever personal association they bring to it.
Exactly. So the absolute first step, the guide calls it the golden rule, is the power of renaming. You must translate the generic color into a specific, meaningful value for your team.
The guide gives a specific walkthrough for this. And I want to get granular here for a second because I really think people skip this step because they honestly don't know where the button is. It's not front and center.
No, it's hidden in plain sight, like a lot of the best features in software.
Yeah.
To rename a label, you go to the top right of your planner board. You're looking for the ellipses, the 3 dots.
The More Options menu.
Right. You click that, a menu drops down, you select Plan Settings, and inside that menu, there is a specific tab just for labels.
And that's where you do it. You type in the new names.
That's it. You click on the text box next to the pinkish red square and you type urgent. You click next to the blue square and type research. You hit save. And the moment you do that, you've changed the interface for everyone on the team.
That's the key. It's a universal change for that plan.
It is. And now, when they hover over that red flag on a task card, a little tooltip pops up. It doesn't say red anymore. It reads urgent. You've embedded the instruction manual, the legend, directly into the tool itself.
That hover over detail is great. It really removes all the guesswork. But now we face the bigger problem, right? The paradox of choice. I have 6 slots. I can name them anything I want. I can name them stuff I like, stuff I hate, and stuff Bob has to do.
You absolutely could, and I've seen boards that look suspiciously like that. But the guide strongly advises against that kind of chaotic naming. It suggests you need a strategy.
I assumed as much. So the source material outlines 4 specific strategic frameworks, basically 4 recipes for how to set up your board. I want to walk through these one by one because depending on who's listening, a solo freelancer or a project manager at a huge corporation, a different recipe is going to make more sense.
Agreed. The frameworks are distinct. You usually want to pick one primary logic for your board or maybe a very careful hybrid, but you don't want to just mix them all randomly.
Okay, let's start with strategy A. The guide calls this priority levels.
This is the most common one, the most intuitive. It's often called the traffic light system.
Right.
It leans on the cultural programming we all share from driving cars. Red means stop or danger. Yellow means caution or slow down. Green means safe or go.
So in planner terms, how do we map that? What are the actual names we'd use?
You'd rename the red label to something like high priority or critical. You rename yellow to medium priority. And you rename green to low priority or maybe backlog or someday.
It seems so simple, but what is the actual psychological benefit of this specific setup compared to the others we're going to talk about?
Triage. The benefit is instant triage. If a manager opens a board that's using the system, they don't read the task descriptions first. They just scan for red.
They're looking for the hot spots.
Exactly. If the board is 90% red, they know immediately that the project is in crisis. Or, perhaps more likely, that the team is over-classifying everything as urgent, which is its own kind of problem.
Ah, yes. The boy who cried wolf board.
Everything is on fire board, exactly. If everything is urgent, then nothing is urgent. But the tool allows you to see that dysfunction. It creates a heat map of the work. You can look at the board and say, wow, this week looks really hot, lots of red. Or this week looks pretty green, pretty stable. You get a feeling for the temperature of the project instantly.
I have definitely been on teams where every single task was marked high priority just to get the boss's attention.
Of course. And that's a behavioral issue, not a tool issue. But the tool, when used this way, gives you the ability to visualize that imbalance instantly so you can actually address it with the team.
Okay, so that's the traffic light. Simple, effective. Strategy B is task types. This feels a bit more, administrative.
I'd call it more cognitive. This strategy is all about categorizing the nature of the work being done. The guide suggests examples like blue for documentation, purple for development or coding, orange for meetings or communication.
Okay, but why would I care about that? As long as the work gets done, does it really matter if it's documentation or coding?
It matters intensely for the person who is actually doing the work. This touches on the whole concept of context switching.
Okay.
We know from a lot of deep work research that switching between a highly creative, logical, task-like writing code or drafting a complex strategy and a shallow logistical task like answering emails or sitting in meetings burns a tremendous amount of mental energy.
The switching cost.
Right. It takes time to refocus your brain, sometimes up to 20 minutes just to get back into the zone you were in.
So how do labels help with that?
So if I use strategy B, I can look at my board and say, okay, it's 2:00 p.m. My creative energy is a bit lower now. I'm going to tackle all the blue tasks. I'm going to do all the documentation in one batch.
I see. So you're batching by brain mode? today is a blue day, or this morning is a purple morning.
Exactly. You aren't distracted by the purple development tasks that you know require 4 hours of uninterrupted silence. You're clearing the deck of the lighter work. Or conversely, you're blocking out time just for the deep work. It's a personal productivity strategy built right into the visualization of the team's work.
That's really smart. I think that applies really well to people who wear multiple hats. If you're a solopreneur, for example, you're the marketing person and the salesperson and the support person. Those are very different brain modes.
Precisely. And you probably shouldn't try to be all three of those people in the same hour. This system helps you separate those roles visually.
Okay, moving on to strategy C. This one is called departments or teams.
This is for the silo busters. This is designed for cross-functional projects. Let's say you are launching a new product. You have the engineering team, the marketing team, the finance team, and the legal team, all working out of one central master plan.
Which, without any organization, is just a recipe for a nightmare. It's just clutter.
Total chaos. The engineers don't care about the press release drafts, and legal doesn't care about the server deployment code. But they're all staring at the same bucket called to do.
Right.
In this strategy, you map the colors to the teams. So red becomes IT, blue becomes marketing, green becomes finance.
So it's all about ownership.
It's about visual filtering and accountability, really. If I'm on the marketing team, I know that blue is my color. I can mentally or literally with the filter ignore the red and green tasks. I can scan the board and instantly see my team's workload versus the rest of the organization.
And it also helps prevent that classic, oh, I thought you were doing that conversation.
Yes. I thought that was a finance task. No, it was marked blue. It was always for marketing.
It's right there in color.
It forces you to assign a departmental home to every single orphan task. It makes the who completely explicit.
Okay, that's very clear. Finally, strategy D, risk or status indicators. This sounds a little bit like the priority one, but the guide makes a point to distinguish it.
It is a nuanced but important difference. Priority strategy A is about importance. It answers the question, how soon do I need to do this? Risk strategy D is about health. It answers the question, is this task in trouble?
Ah, okay. So a task could be low priority, but high risk.
Theoretically, yes. Or, more commonly, it could be a high priority task that is on track. In this model, you'd rename red to critical or blocked, orange would be at risk, and green would be on track.
This feels like a dashboard for the boss, for the project manager.
It is 100% a management view. This enables what's called management by exception. The project lead doesn't need to ask for a status update on the 100 green tasks. They're green, they're fine, we assume they're happening.
So they focus their attention elsewhere.
The manager focuses all of their energy and time on the orange and the red tasks. It turns the planner board into a real-time, living status report.
So instead of having that weekly status meeting where everyone goes around the table and says, I'm good, no updates, you just look at the colors.
And you only talk about the things that aren't green. It saves an incredible amount of time in meetings. It changes the meeting from a boring status update into an active problem-solving session.
Okay, so we have our 4 frameworks: priority, task type, department, and risk. The obvious next question for anyone listening and for me is, can I mix them?
Yeah.
Can I have red be high priority and also have blue be marketing?
You absolutely can, and that leads us directly into the mechanics of the workflow. The guide is very specific about the application process. It's a simple 3-step flow. Open the task card, find the label section, select the color. But there's a little throwaway line in the text that is actually the most powerful feature in the entire system.
Let me see if I can find it.
Ah.
Select one or more label colors.
One or more. That little phrase changes everything. It means the labels aren't mutually exclusive. You can build a matrix. You can stack them.
Walk me through that. How does that look in actual practice on a board?
Okay, let's say you decide to combine strategy A, which is priority, and strategy C, which is department.
Okay.
You can have a single task that is tagged with the red label, which your team knows means high priority, and D, the blue label, which means marketing.
So now I know not just that it's urgent, but who needs to be urgent about it? Marketing needs to do this NNOD.
Correct. You've created a coordinate system on your task. Or let's say you mix strategy B, task type, and strategy D, status. You could have a purple label for development and an orange label for at risk.
So the coding work is in trouble.
You are suddenly conveying a very complex sentence. The development team is facing a significant risk on this specific programming item, using just 2 colored dots. That is incredibly high bandwidth communication. You're conveying all of that information without typing a single word in the comments section.
It sounds great in theory, but I have to play devil's advocate here for a second. Doesn't that get messy? If I have a task with 4 different colored stickers on it, red, blue, green, purple, it just starts to look like a NASCAR jacket. Doesn't it become noise?
It can. That is absolutely the danger. If you overlabel, you just create a different kind of visual noise. You're back to the rainbow of confusion. The guide suggests finding a balance. And usually, 2 dimensions are the sweet spot for most teams. Maybe who and how urgent, or what type and what status. Once you start going beyond 3 labels per task on a regular basis, the cognitive load starts to creep back up. You spend more time decoding the rainbow than you do actually doing the work.
You're just recreating the very mess you were trying to solve in the first place. So restraint is key.
Absolutely. Just because you can use all 6 colors on one task doesn't mean you should.
Okay, so we've tagged our tasks. We've built this beautiful, colorful, multi-dimensional board. Now, so what? What is the actual payoff? Why did we spend the time doing this? The guide talks about filtering and visual management as the real ROI, the return on our investment.
This is where the user goes from being a data entry person to a power user. It's all about the filter button.
Which is also in that top right corner of the screen usually.
Top right. When you click filter, you don't just see a generic list, you see your list of renamed labels. So let's say you are that marketing manager we talked about before. You come into a master project board with 200 tasks on it. It's overwhelming. You click filter, and you check the box next to your renamed label, Marketing Blue.
And what happens to the board?
The other 150 tasks just vanish. They're hidden from view. You are now looking at a clean, focused list of only the 50 things that are relevant to your department.
It's like noise cancellation for your eyes.
That's a perfect description of it. It allows you to artificially create a department board out of a giant company board. But then, of course, you can go deeper. You can filter for marketing and high priority.
And now I'm looking at the 3 things that are going to get me fired if I don't get them done today.
Precisely. This is the focus benefit that the guide really emphasizes. It completely reduces the analysis paralysis we talked about in the intro. You aren't staring at 50 things anymore. You're staring at 3 things. And anyone can manage 3 things. It turns that impossible, overwhelming list into a doable, actionable one.
And for the manager, it's not just about focus, it's a reporting tool.
Yes. The guide mentions this specifically. A manager can use these filters to answer critical questions without running any reports. Questions like, show me all the at-risk tasks across the entire project.
So they just filter by orange.
They filter by orange, and they immediately see that, hey, 8 out of the 10 at-risk tasks are all tagged with red for the IT department.
So they've just identified a departmental bottleneck without ever needing to export to Excel or run some complex Power BI report.
They see the pattern visually. The question then becomes, why is IT struggling this month? It prompts the right conversation. If they didn't have the labels, they would just see a bunch of late tasks scattered everywhere. The pattern, the root cause, would be completely invisible.
The topography of the project is revealed by the colors.
That's beautifully put. You can actually see the hills and the valleys of the work.
Okay, I want to ground all this in the case study that's provided in the source material. I think it really helps to see this in a real-world scenario rather than just, abstract theory. They use a corporate training program as the example project.
Right. So imagine we're the team managing a project to develop a new training course for a company. It involves shooting videos, writing handbooks, setting up a website, getting approvals. It's a pretty complex project with lots of moving parts.
What's a label system they decided to set up for this specific example?
They went with a hybrid model, which I think is very realistic for this kind of mid-sized project.
Okay.
They set red to high priority. They set blue to content development. They set green to review and approval. And they set orange to meetings.
Interesting. So they have priority, which is red. They have a workflow stage, which is green for review. And they have task type, which is blue and orange. It's a real mix.
It is a pragmatic mix. It covers the different dimensions that they know they'll care about for this project. Now look at the specific task they highlight in the example, record training video.
Okay, record training video. A pretty standard task.
In a normal bucket system, this might just sit in the to-do column. It looks like everything else is just gray text on a white card.
Yeah.
But in this system, they apply 2 labels to it, blue and red.
So, content development and high priority.
Now imagine you are the project manager. We're scrolling through the board at 50 miles per hour trying to get a sense of the day. You see that card, you don't even have to read the text record training video. Your brain just registers red and blue together.
And I immediately know there's a content emergency.
Yes, or at least a critical content task.
Yeah.
You know who to call, which is the content team, and you know the tone of the call, which is urgent. You process that decision in a fraction of a second. That is the victory of visual management. You recognize the situation before you even read the details.
It sounds almost, I don't know, militant when we break it down like this, but I can actually see how it creates a sense of calm. If you know you can find the problems easily, you stop worrying that you're missing them.
That's it. Anxiety in projects often comes from the unknown. A well-labeled board eliminates a lot of the unknown. It puts the skeletons in the closet right out on display so you can actually deal with them.
However,
And there is always a however.
the guide has a pretty significant section on best practices, which is really just a polite way of saying, here is how you are definitely going to screw this up if you aren't careful.
Systems like this are fragile. They're not technological systems. They're human systems. They rely on human discipline. And if the humans stop behaving, the whole system just rots from the inside out.
The entropy of the to-do list. Let's go through the rules. Rule number 1 is define early.
Do not make it up as you go. This is the single most common mistake people make. They start a project, they use red for urgent. Then, 3 weeks later, someone on the team says, hey, you know what? Let's use red for bugs.
Oh no.
And now you have old tasks where red means urgent and new tasks where red means bug. Your data is corrupted, your filters are now useless.
You have to agree on the vocabulary before you start writing the book.
You need a legend.
Yeah.
A simple document, a pinned note in Teams, something somewhere that says, here is what our colors mean for this project, period.
Okay. Rule number 2, consistency.
This is all about the integrity of the filtering system. If you want that show me all high priority tasks filter to actually work, you have to remember to label all of the high priority tasks. If you only label half of them, your filter is lying to you, is showing you a partial truth.
Which is actually more dangerous than no truth at all, because you think you're seeing the whole picture.
False confidence is a project killer. If you are going to rely on the filter, the data entry has to be 100%. It's a team discipline.
Makes sense. Rule number 3, clarity.
This really just reinforces the first rule. Avoid ambiguity at all costs. Don't create a system where the blue label means marketing, but it also kind of means tasks for Wednesday.
It's too confusing.
It's too confusing. Keep the definitions distinct and singular in purpose. If the team has to guess what a label means, they will eventually just stop using it.
Rule number 4, the ecosystem. The guide says, combine labels with buckets, due dates, and priorities for comprehensive task management.
This is a really important reminder that labels aren't magic wands. They don't replace the rest of the tool's features. I see people make this mistake all the time. They'll create a label called due tomorrow.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Planner has a dedicated due date field. Use it. The tool is designed to sort and filter by that date field.
Use the date picker for dates.
Even.
Use the labels for categories.
Exactly. Let the tool do what it was specifically designed to do. Labels are for the metadata that doesn't have its own dedicated field. They're for the soft data, the context that the rigid fields can't capture.
And finally, rule number 5, evolution.
Right. Regularly review and update. Projects change over time. Maybe in month 1, your biggest focus was content creation, so you had a blue label for that. But by month 6, all the content is done. Now you're in the distribution phase of the project. That blue label is useless now.
So change it.
Change it, rename it, go back into plan settings and change content creation to distribution. Keep the tool relevant to the work you are doing today, not the work you were doing 3 months ago.
It has to be a living system. If you let it stagnate, people will just stop looking at it.
And once they stop looking at the colors, they stop trusting the board. And then you are right back where you started with that 9.00 AM anxiety hum.
It's just amazing how much depth there is in such a seemingly small feature.
Yeah.
We spent this whole deep dive talking about 6 colored boxes.
But we haven't really been talking about boxes, have we? We've been talking about communication. We've been talking about how a team agrees on what is important and what different types of work mean.
That's the real takeaway for me. The tool itself, Microsoft Planner, is neutral. It doesn't care if your project succeeds or fails. It just gives you the pixels. It gives you the colors.
And that's the final thought I'd want to leave the listener with. You can go into Planner right now after this and rename all your labels. You can make it look beautiful. But if you haven't had the conversation with your team, if you haven't sat down and agreed that red means drop everything and work on this, then you weren't actually organizing, you're just coloring.
You aren't organizing, you're just coloring. Ouch. That's a little harsh, but it's fair.
The structure doesn't come from the software. It never does. It comes from the shared agreement between the people using it. The software just acts as a mirror. It visualizes that agreement for you.
So the challenge for everyone listening is, don't just go click the buttons, have the conversation first. Define the language for your team.
Create the shared reality first, then and only then go apply the labels.
I love it. We've gone from the wall of shame to a shared reality. That is a pretty solid journey for one deep dive.
It's all about making the work and the meaning of the work visible.
Well, thank you for guiding us through the spectrum today. It's certainly changed how I'm going to be looking at my screen tomorrow morning.
My pleasure. Happy planning.
And to you listening, thanks for being part of the conversation. We hope your next project is a little brighter, a little more organized, and a lot less overwhelming. We'll catch you on the next deep dive.
Welcome back to another deep dive. It is really great to have you with us.
Happy to be here.
Today, we are going to pivot a little bit. Usually, we are looking outward. We're analyzing global trends. We're looking at history. We're breaking down these, massive scientific concepts.
Big picture stuff.
Very big picture. But today, I want to look inward. I want to look right at your desk. I want to look at that sticky note that's stuck to the bottom of your monitor.
Oh, I know that sticky note.
You know the one. It's been there for 3 weeks. It's starting to curl at the corners. The ink is fading. And every time you look at it, you feel a tiny spike of cortisol. I want to talk about the absolute tyranny of the traditional to-do list.
It is a universal haunting, isn't it? It's something everyone deals with, from the CEO right down to the student trying to manage their homework.
It really is. We all have it. That static, vertical, endless column of text. It stares at you. It judges you. And the worst part is it's dumb. It's a dumb tool. It doesn't tell you how things are going. It only screams about what you haven't done yet. It's binary. It's archaic. And frankly, it's incredibly stressful.
It's interesting you use the word binary, because that is, I think, exactly the structural problem with the traditional list.
How so?
In that format, a task is either 0 not done or 1 done. It's off or it's on. There's no in-between.
And work isn't like that.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Real, complex, professional work. It lives in the gray area. It has flow. It has stages. It gets stuck. It needs review. It needs input from other people. A flat text list can't show you any of that nuance.
Exactly. And that lack of nuance is why I'm genuinely excited about the source material we are unpacking today. We are essentially staging an intervention for the to-do list.
A much-needed intervention.
We are doing a deep dive into mastering Kanban dynamics in Microsoft Planner.
And this is such a fascinating topic because it bridges the gap between, simple personal productivity hacks and hardcore professional project management methodologies.
It's not just about an app.
Not at all. We aren't just talking about software features today. We are talking about a mindset shift, a whole new way of looking at your work.
Right. So let's set the mission for today. Our goal for you listening is to understand how the board view in Microsoft Planner transforms abstract tasks, those things floating around in your head or stuck on that curling Post-it note, into a clear, trackable workflow.
A living system.
Yes. We are going to deconstruct the board, look at the anatomy of a task, and figure out why dragging and dropping a digital card feels so much better than just, checking a box.
And to do that, we are drawing from a really comprehensive guide on mastering these dynamics. It lays out the structure, the workflow, and importantly, the best practices to keep your board from becoming just another cluttered list, but, sideways.
Right, avoiding that pitfall. Okay, let's unpack this. The source material starts with the core concept. It defines the board view as a visual task management interface. But then it throws a word at us that we hear a lot in tech circles, and sometimes it feels like a buzzword, but it's actually really old. Kanban. Can we start there? What exactly is the foundational methodology here?
So Kanban is the heartbeat of the board view. You can't really understand one without the other. Historically, it comes from manufacturing.
Like old school manufacturing.
Oh, yeah. We're talking Toyota in the mid-20th century. It was a system they designed to manage inventory and flow, to make sure you didn't have, say, too many car doors piling up before you had the chassis ready to put them on.
So it's about efficiency.
It was about just-in-time production.
Yeah.
But in the context of Microsoft Planner and knowledge work in general, it's simply about visualizing work.
Making it visible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The guide we're using explicitly states that the board view is a Kanban implementation. And it makes a key distinction. It's not a spreadsheet. It's not a list. It is a board.
And that metaphor is important. A board is something you look at, something you interact with, and the source uses a very specific metaphor for the layout. It talks about cards and columns.
That's the physics of this world. The fundamental unit is the card. Every single task you have, no matter how big or small, is a card.
My little Post-it note becomes a card.
Precisely. And those cards live in vertical columns, which Planner calls buckets. So you have cards inside of buckets.
Okay, cards and buckets. And the primary utility here, according to the text, is what?
It's that it allows teams to visually track work progress and workflow stages at a glance.
At a glance. That's the key phrase for me. When I look at a spreadsheet, I have to read the rows. I have to parse the data. I have to go cell by cell. It's an active process of investigation.
It is. It takes effort.
But the source highlights that immediate benefit of transparency. You look at the board and you physically see where the work is sitting.
Exactly. It improves transparency and collaboration because the state of the project is spatial. Imagine walking into a warehouse. If there's a massive pile of boxes in the corner, you don't have to read a manifesto to know the corner is full. You just see it.
Your brain just gets it instantly.
That's what the board view does. If a column is empty, you know nothing is happening in that stage. If a column is overflowing with cards, you know there's a bottleneck. You don't get that instant cognitive feedback from a list of 100 items.
So we've got the concept, visual, spatial, cards in buckets. We are leveraging our lizard brain to process information faster instead of our, slow, methodical reading brain.
That's a great way to put it.
Okay. Let's get into the weeds. I want to deconstruct this board. Section 1 of our deep dive is the anatomy of Planner. Let's talk about these buckets. You called them the container.
The container, right.
The source says these act as columns that group related tasks, but they aren't just random folders, are they? Because I think the instinct for a new user is to make buckets for topics. Here's my marketing bucket. Here's my sales bucket.
And you can do that technically. The tool won't stop you. But you'd be missing the point. That's not really utilizing the Kanban dynamic.
So what's the right way to think about them?
The guide specifically emphasizes that buckets generally represent workflow stages, a process, a flow from one state to another.
The source gives some specific examples of these stages. Let's run through them because I think they paint a very clear picture of what we're dealing with.
Right. The classic, most common examples provided are to do, in progress, review, and completed.
Okay, let's pause on that. To do, in progress, review, completed. That's not a category. That's not a topic. That implies a life cycle, a journey.
Exactly. It implies movement. A folder is static. You put a file in a folder and it stays there until you die, basically. A bucket in a Kanban system is a temporary state.
A temporary home for the task.
Yes. A task lands in to do, but the intention, the entire point of the system is that it will leave to do. It will move to in progress. Then it will move to review. The pipeline.
I love that distinction. It turns the board into a river of work rather than a warehouse of tasks.
That's the mindset shift. You're not managing a collection of static items. You're managing a flow.
Okay, now let's zoom in. If the bucket is the container, the task card is the atom. It's the individual unit of work.
And the source material breaks down the anatomy of this card in really great detail. It's not just a title. It's a rich data object. It's packed with information.
Let's list what's on there. Obviously, we have the task name, the title of the work, that's the headline, write the quarterly report.
The most basic piece of information.
Well, what else does the source say is visualized on that card, right on the surface?
Well, crucial for collaboration, and the source makes a big deal of this, is the assigned team members.
And how does that look?
The source notes these are visualized as icons, little profile pictures. So you don't just see write report, you see a little picture of Dave's face next to write report.
Which goes back to that transparency point we were making. I don't have to email Dave to ask if he's doing it. I see his face on the card. It's passive accountability.
It's powerful, isn't it? It
Right.
removes so much ambiguity. Everyone on the team can see who owns what instantly.
Yeah.
No more, I thought you were doing that.
Okay, so we have who's doing it, what else is on the card?
Then you have the due date. Time sensitivity is front and center. It's not buried in some notes field. It's right there, and it'll turn red if it's overdue.
A nice little visual nudge. A bit of pressure.
A helpful bit of pressure.
Mm.
Then you have labels, which are described in the source as color-coded tags.
I want to stick a pin in labels because the source mentions them as a way to filter later, but just visually, those little splashes of color must be helpful.
They are huge. They add another dimension of information without taking up any space.
How so? Give me an example.
Well, you might have an urgent label that's bright red, Or maybe all tasks related to a certain project, Project X, get a blue label, or tasks that are blocked get a gray label. Your eye catches the color before you even read the text.
So you can scan the whole board and just look for the red tags.
And in 2 seconds, you know what the fires are for the day. It allows for incredibly rapid scanning. It's another way the board lets your visual cortex do the heavy lifting.
Okay, so we have assigned people, due date, color-coded labels. What else is packed in there?
Then we have progress status and priority level.
Wait, I'm confused. Isn't the bucket it's in the progress status? Like if it's in the in-progress bucket, isn't that the status?
That's a great question. So the bucket tells you the stage of the workflow. The progress status within the card is a bit more granular. It's usually not started, in progress, and completed. It's an internal checklist feature.
Ah, so a single card might have subtasks?
Exactly. You can have a checklist on the card itself, and the status shows you how far along that checklist you are. So the card as a whole is in progress, but you might be 3 out of 5 subtasks done.
Got it. And priority level?
Urgent, important, medium, low, just another layer of data to help you sort through the work. All this is packed into that one little rectangle.
And here's where it gets really interesting for me, the interactivity. The source notes that these cards aren't stuck. They aren't just descriptions of work.
No, they are the work, in a sense. And they can be dragged and dropped between buckets.
That tactile nature seems central to the experience. We'll talk more about the movement in a bit, but just understanding that the card is a movable object changes how you relate to the task.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
It feels manageable. It feels like something you can physically manipulate even though it's digital. It engages a different part of your brain than just typing.
But wait, let me play devil's advocate here for a second.
Please.
If I have a massive project and I have 50 cards spread across 4 buckets, that's going to look chaotic. A list can hide 50 items by scrolling. You only see 10 at a time. A board with 50 items looks like a mess.
That is a very real potential problem.
Yeah.
Visual clutter.
So how do we deal with that? The source talks about the lens filters and views. How do we manage the visual clutter?
This is where digital Kanban beats a physical whiteboard with sticky notes, hands down.
How so?
If you have 50 sticky notes on a wall, you can't just snap your fingers and make half of them disappear so you can focus. It's all just there.
Yeah.
But the source details specific filtering criteria in Planner.
So what can I filter by?
You can filter by assigned person. So if I only want to see what I need to do today, I click my name and the rest of the noise, all the cards assigned to everyone else, they just fade away.
That is huge. So I can toggle between the God view of the whole project and my personal to-do list instantly.
Instantly.
It's like putting on noise-canceling headphones for your eyes.
That's a perfect analogy. Precisely.
Yeah.
You get to define your own context. And you're not limited to just that. You can also filter by due date.
So show me everything that's due this week.
Exactly. Or everything that's overdue. It lets you focus on what's time sensitive.
And the labels, I assume.
Yes, by labels, like we mentioned. Show me only the marketing tasks. Show me only the urgent tasks. And you can also filter by priority. So you can stack these filters.
Oh, you can combine them.
Yes. Show me my tasks that are due this week and are labeled urgent. Now you've taken a board of 50 cards, and you're looking at maybe the 2 or 3 things you absolutely must focus on right now.
So the value, as the expert here, is focus.
It's focus. It's about cutting through the noise. The source explains that this allows the user to focus on specific tasks or categories. You aren't overwhelmed by the whole mountain. You're just looking at the path right in front of you.
Okay, so we've built the car. We know what the buckets are. We know what the cards are. We know how to filter the view. Now let's drive it. Let's talk about section 2, the workflow Kanban dynamics in action.
This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the methodology actually changes your behavior day to day.
The source outlines the practical steps of setting this up, and it sounds deceptively simple. I mean, almost too simple.
It is designed to be simple. The barrier to entry is very low. Step 1, according to the guide, open Microsoft Planner, select a plan, click the board tab. That's it. You are in the visual interface.
Okay, so you're looking at a blank board with maybe a default to-do bucket, and then populating it.
You just find the bucket you want to add a task to, and you click bracket plus add task. You enter the name, hit enter, and the card is created. Then you can click on it to add all the other details we just talked about.
Assigning the members, setting the dates, applying the labels.
Right, it's a very quick entry process. The idea is to reduce the friction of capturing tasks.
But the magic isn't in the entry, it's in the movement. The source emphasizes the core mechanic of the Kanban workflow.
Drag and drop.
Describe that for me. What does the source say about that action? I mean, it's just moving a picture on a screen, but why does it matter that I drag it instead of just changing a setting in a drop-down menu?
The source emphasizes the tactile nature of it. Dragging and dropping a task card from one bucket to another feels like an accomplishment. It's a physical act, even if it's with a mouse.
It's kinetic.
It is. And it explains what this movement represents. It is a visual representation of workflow progress. It's a public declaration.
So moving a card from to-do to in progress isn't just administrative. It's a declaration. It's a signal.
It is. You are signaling to the entire team and to yourself, I have started this. This now has my attention. And later, moving it to completed is the reward. The source doesn't mention this, but psychologically, it triggers a little dopamine hit. It's satisfying.
I can see that. Much more satisfying than checking a box. The source uses the specific flow example. To-do in progress completed. It's a journey.
A very clear, simple journey.
Let's break down that journey. The expert, well, that's you, needs to break down the Kanban workflow model supported by board view. The source lists 4 specific stages of flow. We touched on them, but let's analyze them deeply.
Sure. So first you have the backlog, or to-do bucket. The source defines these as tasks that are planned but not yet started.
This is your holding pen.
It is. It's everything you could do. And having a dedicated backlog is psychologically important because it allows you to capture ideas without feeling the pressure to do them right now.
It's a parking lot for your brain. If you have a good idea in the shower, you can throw it in the backlog and not worry about forgetting it.
Exactly. It declutters your mind. Then comes stage 2. In progress.
Tasks currently being worked on.
This is critical. This is the active state. This is what is on your desk, what's taking up your cognitive load right now. We'll talk later about why it's so important to limit what's in this bucket.
Ooh, okay. A little foreshadowing. I like it. Then, the source mentions a third stage, review testing. Tasks awaiting validation. Why is this stage important enough to get its own bucket? Why not just slide it straight from in progress to done?
Because in a quality workflow, done doesn't just mean I stopped working on it. It means it works and someone else agrees.
It's a handoff.
It's a handoff. The review stage is a safety valve. It ensures that before a task is archived, it has been checked. If you're writing code, it's being tested by a QA engineer. If you're writing copy, it's being proofread by an editor. If you're building a deck, your boss is looking it over.
It prevents the oops moments, oh, I thought you checked for typos moment.
Exactly. It builds quality into the process itself. And it also makes roles clear. The person working on the task and the person reviewing it might be different people.
So when I move my card to review, I'm signaling to my editor, your turn.
Precisely. And they get a notification. The system facilitates that handoff. And finally, stage 4. Completed. Done.
The destination. The promised land.
The trophy case. This is where tasks go to retire. And seeing that completed column fill up is incredibly motivating for a team.
I can imagine. Now, why does this specific flow matter? I mean, why not just have to do and done? What do these middle stages really buy us?
The source points out a key insight here. This continuous flow helps teams manage work efficiently, but more importantly, it helps identify bottlenecks.
Bottlenecks, the thing that slows everything down.
Yes. Imagine you look at your board. You have 2 cards in progress, but you have 20 cards piled up in review.
Oh, I see. Immediately.
If you just had a long to-do list, you might not notice that pattern. You'd just see a bunch of items that are somewhere in progress. But on a board, that review column is physically long. It looks like a skyscraper next to the other columns.
And it tells a story.
It tells you instantly. We have a problem in the review process. Maybe the person doing reviews is on vacation. Maybe they're overloaded. Maybe the criteria for approval are unclear and things keep getting sent back. Whatever the reason, the board doesn't just show you the problem. It shows you where the problem is.
That is a powerful insight. You can't hide from the geometry of the board. The shape of the work tells you about the health of the workflow.
Exactly. It's a diagnostic tool, not just an organizational one.
So what does this all mean? We've talked about the mechanics, the setup. Why should our listener, who is maybe happy with their list, care about switching to this view? Section 3 covers the why, the benefits of the board view.
Right, the payoff. We've touched on some, but the source consolidates them into a few key pillars. First, and we've hit this hard, but it's the most important, visual task tracking.
The at-a-glance benefit.
Yes. Again, contrasting the clarity of the overview with the opacity of a list. You get the whole picture instantly. You see the context of your work, not just your individual tasks.
Then there is improved collaboration.
This connects back directly to that assigned team members feature. The source states team members can easily see who is responsible for each task. It just completely reduces the "I thought you were doing that" conversations.
Which are the worst conversations? I thought Dave had it. Dave thought Sarah had it.
And meanwhile, nobody had it, and the client is angry. The board eliminates that ambiguity. It's public. Dave's face is on the card. Sarah's face is on her cards. There's no confusion.
Ownership is visible.
Ownership is visible and public. It fosters a culture of accountability, but in a sort of gentle, transparent way.
And then we have enhanced workflow management. This sounds like it's for the managers out there.
It is, but it's really for the whole team's health. The source dives deeper here. It discusses the ability to detect 3 specific things: delays, bottlenecks, and workload distribution.
We talked about bottlenecks. That's the overflowing column. But workload distribution is interesting. How does the board show workload?
Well, let's go back to our icons. If I filter the board to show everything in the in progress column, and I see Dave's face on 15 different cards, and Sarah has 0.
Dave is in trouble.
Dave is drowning. And Sarah is bored and underutilized. The board makes that imbalance visible immediately.
Whereas in a list view.
In a list view, Dave's tasks might be scattered alphabetically or by project. You'd never know he was overloaded until he started missing deadlines and seemed stressed out. On the board, you see the stack of cards with his face on them. A manager can see that and say, "Whoa, let's move 5 of these cards over to Sarah."
So you can rebalance the work in real time.
Before it becomes a crisis, it's proactive, not reactive.
Okay, another benefit listed is real-time updates. This seems obvious for a digital tool, but why does the source call it out?
Because it's about the speed of information. The source highlights that changes are reflected instantly for all team members. There's no need to refresh a spreadsheet or email an update status.
The classic, just sending a quick status update email.
The board kills that email. If I drag a card from in progress to done, you see it move on your screen. The board is the status update. It's a living document.
And finally, the source explicitly links board view to Agile and Scrum methodologies. Why is that important?
This is important for credibility. It shows that this tool isn't just for casual lists or planning a birthday party, though it can be used for that.
You could plan a birthday party with this.
You absolutely could.
Yeah.
To do, buy cake, in progress, bake cake, review, paste cake.
I volunteer for the review bucket.
Right. But the source explains that it aligns with professional project management frameworks. It supports the Agile philosophy of iterative progress, transparency, and responding to change. It's a professional-grade tool built on a proven methodology.
Okay, we've been talking in concepts. I want to ground this. I think an example would be really helpful. The source provides a concrete scenario in Section 4, a software development example. Let's walk the listener through this story.
Sure. This is the practical example from the guide, designed to make all these abstract concepts concrete. The scenario, as you said, is a software development project.
And they set up specific custom buckets for this, right? They don't just use the defaults.
Correct. And this is a key point. You should tailor your buckets to your actual workflow. In this example, they don't just use to do and done. They use specific stages relevant to building software.
And those buckets are?
The buckets are backlog, development, testing, and deployment.
Okay, so backlog is the big list of all the features and bug fixes they want to do someday. The waiting room.
Exactly, the idea repository.
Development is where the coders are actually writing the code.
That's the in progress for a developer.
Testing is that quality control stage we talked about, the handoff to the QA team.
The review bucket in this context.
And deployment is the final step, sending it out to the users, the done bucket, essentially.
Correct. That's the finish line.
Okay. And we are following a specific task through this pipeline. The task is named Design User Interface, a nice, clear, descriptive name.
A perfect task name. So imagine the card design user interface starts its life in the backlog. It just sits there, maybe for weeks, while the team works on other priorities.
It's safe there. It won't get lost.
Right. Then, at the start of a new work cycle, the team lead decides it's time. A developer grabs that card and drags it from backlog to development.
And what happens when they do that?
Well, they assign it to themselves, so their little icon appears on it. Now, everyone on the team knows, okay, Jane is working on the UI design now. There's no need for a meeting to announce it. The board tells the story.
So Jane works on it for a few days. She finishes the initial design. What's next? She drags it to done.
No, not yet. She drags it to testing. Now the QA team sees it appear in their bucket. They get a notification. They know it's their turn to act. They pull up the design and start looking for problems, testing it on different devices.
And let's say they find a problem. A button is in the wrong place. What happens then? Does the card stay in testing?
Great question. This shows the non-linear nature of work. In this case, the tester would add a comment to the card, maybe with a screenshot, explaining the problem, and then they would drag the card backwards.
Back to development.
Back to development. And Jane gets a notification. The card is back on her plate with clear feedback about what needs to be fixed. This loop can happen a few times. Development to testing, back to development.
Until it's right.
Until it passes all the tests.
Yeah.
And only then, once the QA team gives it the green light, does it move to deployment. And then finally, to a completed or done column after that.
The source says this visually tracks progress and ensures transparency. I can really see that now. At any moment, if the project manager asks, where is the UI design? Nobody has to check their email or interrupt Jane. They just look at the board. Oh, it's in testing. Or, oh, it went back to development. I wonder why. And they can click the card to see the comments.
It creates a single source of truth for the entire team. All communication about that task happens on the card, in context.
I love that. Single source of truth. Now, we're getting close to the end, but we can't leave the listeners without the manual. Section 5 is Mastering the Tool Best Practices. The expert, that's you again, needs to share the rules of the road, because I assume you can mess this up. You can create a board that's just as useless as your old to-do list.
Oh, absolutely. A messy board is just as bad as a messy list, maybe even worse, because it gives the illusion of organization. The source outlines 5 specific best practices to really make this work.
Okay, let's hit them. Rule number 1.
Structuring for success. This goes back to what we just saw. Specifically, organize your buckets according to your actual workflow stages.
Like the software example.
Yes. Don't just make buckets for random topics like ideas or miscellaneous. Make them stages of a process. The work should generally flow from left to right across the board.
Okay, that makes sense. Have a real process. What's rule 2?
Clarity in naming. And this is so important. The rule is, keep task names short and descriptive.
Why does the source emphasize this? I mean, can I just write a whole paragraph if I want?
You could, but remember, this is a visual tool. On a board, you have limited screen real estate. A card title that is 3 sentences long is going to get cut off and be unreadable.
You just see the first 5 words.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Design UI is perfect. It's better than, please ensure that the user interface is designed according to the specifications that were sent out in the email on Tuesday morning. All those details belong inside the card, in the description, not in the title.
Got it. Short and punchy. Headline style. Rule number 3.
Categorization. The guidance is to use labels and priorities to enhance categorization. Don't just rely on the column location to tell you everything.
Because a task in progress could be a low priority background task or a high priority emergency.
Precisely. The column doesn't tell you that. The red urgent tag does. The labels and priorities add those extra layers of visual information we talked about.
Okay, makes sense. Now, rule number 4. You said earlier this was the most crucial one?
I think it is. This is the one that separates amateur Kanban from professional Kanban.
What is it?
Managing capacity.
Huh.
Specifically, limit the number of tasks in progress.
Oh, interesting. So don't start everything at once. What? My instinct is to pull everything into progress to show I'm working on it?
And that's everyone's instinct. But it's a trap. The source is very clear on the reasoning. To avoid overload, this is a key Kanban principle found in the text. It's often called WIP limits, work in progress limits.
So I should set a rule, like no more than 3 tasks in the in progress bucket at any time.
Exactly. For yourself or for the whole team. If you have 50 things in progress, you aren't actually making progress on any of them in a meaningful way. You are constantly context switching. You are drowning in open loops.
So the board actually encourages you to do less at once.
To do less simultaneously, so you can finish more overall. It's counterintuitive. It forces focus. The rule of the board says you cannot start card B until you finish card A and move it to review. It pulls work through the system rather than pushing more work into it.
Wow. That's a huge mental shift. I can see why you said it's the most important.
Yeah.
And the final rule, rule number 5.
Maintenance. Very simple, but often forgotten. Regularly review and move tasks.
You mean don't let it get stale?
Don't let it get stale.
Yeah.
The source says this is to maintain workflow accuracy. The board must reflect reality. If you finish a task, but you leave the card in progress for 3 days because you forgot to drag it, the board is lying.
And then people stop trusting it.
The team loses trust in the tool. It becomes useless. If it's done, move it. If you start it, move it. The board should be a mirror of the actual work being done at all times.
The board must reflect reality. That's a great mantra.
It is. Without that, it's just digital decoration.
Okay, we have covered a lot of ground. I feel like my to-do list is already starting to look nervous. Let's wrap this up. We went from a blank board to a fully flowing Kanban system.
We did. And just to recap the core definition from the source, we define the board view as a Kanban-based visual management tool that organizes tasks into buckets representing workflow stages and movable cards representing the work itself.
And you summarized the triple threat of benefits. What were those again for everyone?
Real-time collaboration, so everyone is on the same page. Workflow visualization, so you can see bottlenecks. And efficient project tracking, so you always know the status.
It really does seem like a game changer for anyone stuck in that list purgatory we talked about at the start.
It can be.
And as a final takeaway, this isn't just for software developers, is it? We use that example, but it's broader.
Oh, much broader.
Yeah.
The source is clear on this. Whether you are doing software development, planning a marketing campaign, producing a show like this one, or just organizing a home renovation, the visual element changes how the work is perceived. It supports that agile mindset of being flexible and transparent no matter what your field is.
It turns work into a picture. And a picture is worth 1,000 words, or in this case, 1,000 checklist items.
Well said.
So here is my question for you and for our listener. We've talked about the mechanics, we've talked about the benefits, but I want to leave them with something to chew on, a final thought to take away from this deep dive.
Well, if we connect this all back to that really powerful concept of the bottleneck, here is a provocative thought. If you visualize your work, you can't hide from the delays. The list lets you hide. You can just ignore the item at the bottom of the list. You can scroll past it. You can pretend it's not there. But the board reveals the truth of the workflow. The question is, are you ready to see where your work is actually getting stuck? Because once you see that column overflowing on the board, you can't unsee it. You have to fix it.
That is a scary but necessary question. The board reveals the truth. Thank you for guiding us through this. This has been incredibly insightful.
My pleasure. It was a great discussion.
And thank you to our listener for diving deep with us. Go open that board tab, see what happens. We'll see you on the next deep dive.
You know that feeling, right? It's 2 p.m. on a Tuesday. You are absolutely drowning in emails.
Oh, yeah.
Your Slack notifications are pinging like a pinball machine in a damp basement. Just constant noise.
A very specific and very accurate analogy.
And you know everyone on your team is busy, like frantically, sweat on the brow, busy. You can hear the typing. You can see the status icons turning green and red.
High activity, total chaos.
But if someone walked up to you, tapped you on the shoulder, and asked, hey, are we actually winning? Are we going to hit that deadline next Friday?
Yeah.
You would have absolutely no idea.
But just stare at them blankly.
You probably just stare at them.
Right.
Exactly. Your mind would go completely blank.
And that is the classic project management paradox. It's the fog of war applied to modern office work. High activity. It doesn't always equal high progress.
Not at all.
You can be moving very fast, sweating through your shirt, answering 1,000 messages, but you're essentially running in circles. You're burning fuel, but you aren't checking the map.
Exactly. It feels like being lost in the weeds. You're looking at the ground, chopping away at the vines immediately in front of you. Those are your daily tasks, your immediate to-dos.
Those are the micro-level stuff.
But you have no clue if you're actually heading toward the temple or just wandering off a cliff. It's terrifying when you stop to think about it.
It really is.
So today, we're going to fix that. We are zooming out. We are shifting from the sticky notes and the checklist to the macro. We are looking at the big picture.
And we are doing that by looking at a very specific tool. Today, we're doing a deep dive into a guide on visual analytics and workload management in Microsoft Planner.
Specifically, we are obsessing over something called the charts view,
which is a feature that I think often gets ignored. People love the board view. They love the list.
Oh, I love the board.
Of course, they love the tactile nature of it. But the charts view is where the actual intelligence lives. It's where the data starts to tell a story rather than just, listing demands.
Right. And our mission today is pretty simple. We aren't just going to talk about which buttons to click.
No, definitely not.
This isn't an audio instruction manual. That would be incredibly boring. And frankly, you can figure out buttons on your own. We want to understand how to use visual data to control the chaos.
To find the signal in the noise.
Yes. We want to figure out how to prevent burnout before it happens.
Yeah.
And we want to be able to answer that terrifying question. How is the project really going without just guessing
Mm.
or hoping for the best?
It is about moving from, I think we're okay, to the data says we are on track. It's a shift from intuition to evidence. And that shift is crucial if you want to actually sleep at night.
So we've got a great source here. It covers the anatomy of the dashboard. It breaks down the specific analytical tools for workload and progress. And this is my favorite part. It has a really solid case study about a corporate training course that we're going to pick apart later.
I love that case study.
It's got specific numbers, specific roles, real drama.
The case study is excellent because it shows the difference between a project that feels fine and a project that is actually in trouble. It exposes the hidden cracks that you miss when you're just looking at a task list.
Okay, let's unpack this. Let's start with the philosophy here. The force draws a really sharp line between the board view and the charts view.
A very important distinction.
Now, I have to admit, I'm a board view person. I love the Kanban board. I love dragging a task from to do to in progress to done.
Everyone does. It's satisfying.
It gives me a dopamine hit. It's tactile. It feels like I'm physically moving work across a desk. It satisfies that primal urge to, gather berries. I did the thing. Now the thing is in the done pile.
And that is exactly what the board view is designed for. It is a workflow tool. It is about the flow of individual items.
The journey of one task.
Precisely. It answers the question, what do I need to do next? Or where is this specific document right now? It is linear, it is task-focused, and it is very, very satisfying for the individual contributor.
So it's my perspective, my world.
It's the view from the trenches. If you are a soldier on the ground, you need the board view to know which hill to climb next.
But the source says that's not enough. If you're the general, or even just the squad leader, looking at the mud doesn't help you win the war.
It isn't enough, not by a long shot. Because looking at a board full of 50 cards doesn't tell you the health of the project. It just tells you that you have 50 things to do.
Right. It's a list. A fancy list, but still a list.
Think about it. If you have 50 cards in the in progress column, that might look like productivity to you. You might think, wow, look at all this work we are doing.
Yeah, we're so busy. Look at all these active tasks.
But to a project manager or an objective observer, that looks like a disaster waiting to happen. That looks like a traffic jam. The source defines the charts view as a visual reporting and analytics dashboard. The key difference is the shift from activity to analytics.
So if the board view is the windshield where I'm watching the road, dodging potholes, looking at the car right in front of me, then the charts view is the dashboard with the speedometer, the fuel gauge, the engine temperature.
That is a perfect analogy. You cannot drive a car safely just by looking out the window. You need to know if you're running out of gas, or if the engine is overheating, or if your RPMs are in the red zone.
Things the road itself won't tell you.
Exactly. The charts view provides data-driven monitoring. It allows managers, or really anyone coordinating a team, to spot patterns that are completely invisible when you're just staring at a list of tasks. It converts feeling into seeing.
I love that. Converting feeling into seeing. Because feelings are so unreliable,
Oh, completely.
I might feel anxious because I had too much coffee, not because the project is failing, or I might feel confident because I like my team, even though we're totally doomed.
Exactly. We call that optimism bias. Oh, we'll catch up next week. It'll be fine.
To the classic line, next week will be better.
The chart view doesn't care about your optimism. It just cares about the math.
So let's talk about these patterns. The source implies there are things hiding in our projects that we can't see. What kind of ghosts are living in the machine that I can't see on my nice organized Kanban board?
Well, the biggest one is resource imbalance. Why is one person doing all the work while everyone else is waiting? That's a huge one.
Okay.
Or bottlenecks. Why are we finishing tasks but not the right tasks? Or process failures. Why does everything get stuck in the testing phase for 3 weeks?
You can't see a bottleneck on a list, can you?
No, you just see a long list of things that say testing. You can only feel the frustration.
You just feel like things are slow. You don't know why.
Right. But on a chart, you can actually see the bulge in the data. You can see the graphical representation of the jam. It's not a feeling anymore, it's a fact.
It visualizes the invisible forces that are slowing you down.
Precisely. And the source breaks this dashboard down into 3 main pillars to help you see those forces. It breaks it down into progress, distribution, which they call buckets, and workload.
Okay, let's take those one by one, because I feel like these are the 3 legs of the stool. If one is missing, you fall over.
You're absolutely right. Those are the 3 lenses through which you need to view any project. How far along are we? Where is the work sitting? And who's doing the work?
Right.
If you can't answer those three questions, honestly, and with data, you have control. If you can't, you're just hoping the project finishes itself. And hope is not a strategy.
Hope is not a strategy. I'm writing that down. Okay, let's dive into that first pillar. Component 1, the pulse check, or, as the source calls it, task progress charts.
This is your high-level health check. This is the first thing you look at when you drink your coffee in the morning. Before you open email, before you check Slack, you look at the pulse.
So this is my 5-second, are we okay? Check.
That's it. It's the equivalent of putting your hand on the patient's forehead.
Visually, this is usually a pie chart or a bar chart, right? It's pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, it's very intuitive.
But the source lists 4 specific status categories that this chart tracks. Let's run through them because even though they sound simple, I think the implications are what really matter. First, we have not started.
Which is exactly what it sounds like. Tasks that are in the system but have not been touched.
The backlog.
Right. But here's the nuance. Is not started a healthy backlog of future work? Or is it procrastination? Or is it a sign that the team is blocked and can't start the next thing?
Oh, that's interesting. So a big not started pile isn't inherently good or bad.
It's all context. A high not started count early in a project is fine. It's expected. A high not started count a week before the deadline is a catastrophe.
It's context dependent. If I see a giant slice of not started on day 1, I think, okay, we have a plan. If I see it on day 30 of a 30-day project, I think we need to update our resumes.
Exactly. It sets the baseline for potential energy. It's work waiting to be done.
Okay, then we have in progress.
The active workload, the things currently on people's desks. This is the most dangerous category if it gets too big.
Why dangerous? I would think more in progress is good. It means we're busy.
It's the difference between being busy and being productive. In operations, we call this WIP, work in progress. If your WIP is too high, it means your team is context switching constantly and finishing nothing.
Oh man, that hits home. The 50 tabs life.
That's it. You feel productive because the tabs are open, but you aren't actually reading any of them. You're just clicking between them.
But your computer's fan is screaming.
Right. And in a project, high in progress without movement means stagnation. It's quicksand. You're sinking, not moving forward.
Got it. Then we have the best one, completed.
The done pile, the best pile, the pile that pays the bills.
No nuance there. More is better.
More is better, but you also want to watch the rate at which things land here. Is it a steady stream, or is it nothing, 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 and then a panic-fueled dump of 50 things right at the end? The chart can show you that trend over time.
And finally, the scary one, late.
Tasks that are past their due date, the red zone, the flashing light on the dashboard, the one you can't ignore.
Now, on the surface, this sounds basic. Okay, I have 10 tasks not started and 5 late. Big deal. I can see that on my list if I scroll through it.
You could, yes.
So why does this source place so much emphasis on visualizing this? Why not just look at the dates on the cards? Why do I need a pie chart to tell me I'm late?
Because the human brain processes visual ratios much, much faster than it processes a list of dates. This is evolutionary. We are designed to spot patterns and anomalies visually.
Like spotting a predator in the grass.
Exactly. If you look at a list of 100 tasks and 10 of them have red dates scattered throughout row 5, row 22, row 89, you might not panic. You scroll past them, your brain says, oh, that's late, whatever, I'll get to it. It dilutes the urgency.
Right, it's just text on a screen. It doesn't have any weight.
But if you see a pie chart and a significant slice of that pie is bright red representing late, it creates an immediate visceral reaction. It occupies space. It looks like an infection. It quantifies the delay relative to the whole.
It's the difference between seeing, oh, I have a few dirty dishes scattered around the house, and walking into the kitchen and seeing a sink that is physically overflowing onto the floor.
That's a perfect analogy. Exactly. It forces you to confront the reality of the backlog. You can't ignore a giant red slice of a pie. It stares back at you. It demands an explanation.
So it's about psychological impact. It makes the problem feel real.
It does. And there is another subtle dynamic here that the source touches on, which is the balance between not started and completed. This is a metric for project velocity.
How so? Walk me through that.
Well, imagine you are halfway through the project timeline, let's say 3 months into a 6-month project. You look at your progress chart.
Right.
If 50% of your tasks are completed, great. You are on track. Linearity is your friend. You are consuming the work at the same rate time is passing.
Ideally, yes. That's the dream.
But if you are halfway through the timeline and 80% of your tasks are still not started, you have a massive problem.
Even if nothing is late yet.
Even if nothing is technically late yet, even if all the due dates are next month, that chart is screaming at you that you are about to hit a wall. You have a mountain of work and very little time left to climb it.
That's a really good point. The late category shows you what has already gone wrong. It's a lagging indicator. It tells you about the past.
Correct.
But the ratio of not started to the timeline shows you what is about to go wrong. It's a leading indicator. It's predictive.
Precisely. It turns the dashboard into a crystal ball. It helps you predict the crunch time before it happens. Most projects fail at the end because nobody noticed they weren't starting enough things in the middle.
It's the cramming for the exam effect.
We call it the hockey stick effect. You do nothing for months and then try to do everything in the last week. The chart warns you against that.
It prevents that surprise failure,
Yeah.
where everyone looks around and goes, wait, the presentation is tomorrow.
Which is the worst feeling in the world. So that pulse check, that simple pie chart, is actually telling you about the past, the present, and the future of your project all at once.
Okay, let's move to the second pillar. This one feels a little more architectural. The source calls this task distribution by buckets.
It is. If the first chart was the pulse, this is the X-ray. This is about the anatomy of your project. It's about the flow of the river. How does work move from concept to reality?
And these buckets are basically phases, right? The source uses standard project phases as examples: planning, design, implementation, testing.
Exactly. You define the buckets based on your workflow. It could be draft, review, approved, whatever your stages are.
And the chart shows you a bar graph of how many tasks are sitting in each of those buckets at any given time.
Right. And this brings us to one of the most valuable insights in the source, and frankly in all of operations management: identifying bottlenecks.
I want to dig into this because bottleneck is such a buzzword. Everyone uses it. Oh, we have a bottleneck in accounting. Traffic is a bottleneck. But how does this chart actually show you a bottleneck? What does it look like visually?
It's surprisingly obvious once you see it. Think of water flowing through a series of pipes, or better yet, think of a manufacturing line. You want a steady flow.
Right, an even stream.
You want tasks moving from planning to design to implementation to testing and then out the door. A healthy project looks like a wave moving through the buckets. The bars should, over time, rise and fall in a sequence from left to right.
Okay, a nice even distribution, or a wave that moves from left to right.
Now look at the bar chart in the chart's view. Imagine the bar for implementation is tiny, almost empty. Everyone has finished building the widget.
Okay, sounds good so far.
But the bar for testing is absolutely massive, towering over everything else. The bar is 3 times taller than any other bucket. What does that tell you?
It tells me everyone is finishing their coding or their building, throwing it over the wall to the testers, and the testers they're drowning.
They're buried under a mountain of widgets.
They're completely overwhelmed.
Exactly. Things are entering the testing bucket, but they aren't leaving. That is a bottleneck. The tasks are piling up there like cars at a toll booth where only one lane is open. The flow has stopped. The project is effectively dead, even if people are still working.
And without the chart, you might not see that. You might just see that the project is slow. You just feel this general sense of sluggishness.
You would just see general frustration. The developers would say, I'm done with my work. I'm waiting on the testers. The project manager would say, why isn't the project finished? The testers would be silent because they're too busy working to complain.
Or they're just burned out and crying in the break room.
Right. The chart makes that invisible jam visible. It shows you the shape of the problem. It doesn't just say we're slow. It says we're slow here.
It pinpoints the location of the jam. It says the problem isn't the team generally. The problem is specifically in the testing phase.
And that changes how you solve it. This is the crucial part. Without the data, a bad manager just yells, everyone work harder, or we need to hurry up.
Which is demoralizing and totally useless.
And ineffective. It's worse than ineffective. If you yell at the developers to work harder, what do?
They build more stuff.
They build more things faster, which will pile more work onto the poor testers. You are actually making the bottleneck worse by accelerating the upstream work.
That is such a good point. Speeding up the non-bottleneck parts actually hurts the project. It's like pushing more cars into an already gridlocked intersection.
It is. It's the core idea of the theory of constraints. You are only as fast as your slowest part. But if you see the chart, you realize, oh, we need to stop coding. We need to allocate more resources specifically to testing.
So you don't yell at the developers. You move a developer over to help write test scripts.
Exactly. Or you ask, what blocker is preventing tests from completing? Is the test server down? Do they need better software? You diagnose the problem at the source of the pain.
So the chart allows a manager to see where the project is stuck, not just that it is stuck. That's a huge distinction. It stops the blame game where everyone points fingers.
It moves you from panic to strategy. Instead of work faster, the command becomes everybody stop coding and help the testers for 2 days. That is a strategic pivot you can only make if you see the data.
It's tactical empathy almost. You're deploying help where the pain is.
That's a great way to put it. You're managing the flow, not just the people.
Okay, that leads us perfectly into the third component. And honestly, this is the one that hit home for me. This is the one where I think most managers fail or don't even know they're failing. Component 3, the human element.
Workload by team member. This is where it gets personal.
This chart is simple in concept. It's a bar chart. On the bottom, you have the names of your team members. On the side, you have the number of tasks assigned to them. But the implications of this, man, they are huge.
This is the most critical chart for what I call sustainable management. This is the chart that determines whether your team hates you or loves you, whether they stick around for 2 years or 2 months.
That's a big claim.
It's because it's about fairness. The source lists 3 specific goals here. Identify overloaded team members, ensure balanced distribution, and optimize resource allocation.
But then it connects this directly to preventing employee burnout.
And this is where the tool stops being just about project success and becomes about team survival. Because you can burn a team out to hit one deadline, but then you lose them for the next one and the one after that.
Yeah, because we've all been there. We've all been the person with the bar chart that goes through the roof, while the person next to us has like 2 tasks. It feels terrible. It feels lonely.
And that disparity is toxic. It kills morale faster than anything else. If I'm sitting late at the office with 15 tasks, eating takeout at my desk, stressing about deadlines, and I see my colleague leaving at 5 p.m. with 3 tasks to go to happy hour,
Oh, you start to resent them.
I am going to resent the project.
Yep.
I am going to resent the manager, and I am eventually going to quit.
It creates a them versus me mentality inside the team. It's no longer us against the problem.
It destroys cohesion. But here's the kicker. Often the manager doesn't even know it's happening. They aren't trying to be evil. They aren't trying to punish one person.
How do they not know? I feel like if I'm drowning, it should be obvious to my boss.
It's not. The manager is looking at the deadline. They are assigning tasks as they come up, often based on who they trust. Oh, give that to Sarah. She's good at that. Give that to Sarah, too. Sarah can handle this. Suddenly, Sarah has 20 tasks, and Bob has 4.
It's the curse of competence. If you're good, you get more work. If you want something done, give it to a busy person.
Correct. That idiom is famous for a reason, but it is a recipe for burnout. Without the workload chart, that accumulation is invisible until Sarah crashes.
Or until she snaps in the meeting.
Or until she walks into your office and hands in her resignation letter, and then the manager is shocked. Why? I thought you were doing so well. You were my star player.
Because Sarah was hiding the stress until she broke. Most people do. They don't want to look like they can't handle it.
Exactly. This chart makes the stress objective. It puts a number on the burden. It visualizes the disparity before the resignation letter gets written. It makes the invisible workload visible.
It removes the guesswork from fairness. It's not about, I feel like I'm doing more. It's, look at the chart. I have 12 tasks. You have 3. It's unarguable.
And it empowers the manager to fix it without it being a confrontation. It becomes a resource allocation problem, not a personality problem. It's not Sarah is complaining. It's, oh, wow, look at the data. Sarah is overloaded. Bob, you have capacity. Let's move 3 of these tasks to you.
So it depersonalizes the problem. It's not about Sarah being weak or Bob being lazy. It's about balancing the system.
Precisely. It protects the team. It's like a safety valve for the team's mental health.
And it ensures the project actually gets done. Because if Sarah burns out and gets sick, those 20 tasks aren't getting done at all.
Which is the ultimate irony. Balancing the load isn't just nice, it's efficient. Overloading your best player is a great way to lose the game. You don't play your star quarterback for every single minute of every single game without rest, or they get injured.
I love that sports analogy. You have to rotate the players. You have to share the ball.
And this chart is your playbook. It shows you who's tired and who's fresh.
Okay, I am so sold on this. I want to see this in action. The source provides a really specific case study that illustrates all of this perfectly. It's a project to develop a corporate training course.
This is a great example because it's a standard multidisciplinary project. You have content creation, design, technical work. It requires a chain of custody for the work. It's complex enough to get messy.
So let's set the scene. We are the managers of this project. We're sitting in a conference room. We open up our charts view.
Okay, I'm the manager. What's the first thing I see?
First, let's look at the insights, the progress stats, the pulse check. The source gives us these numbers. 40% completed.
Yeah, not bad.
35% in progress.
Active team.
15% not started.
All right.
10% late.
Oh, there it is. The red flag. Okay, let's analyze that mix. Put your detective hat on. What do you see?
Well, 40% completed is decent. Things are moving. The project isn't stalled. 35% in progress means the team is active. But that 10% late, that's a flashing red light for me. That's the first thing I'd zoom in on.
It should be. In a training course rollout, dependencies are everything. You can't record the video until the script is written. You can't build the module until the video is edited. If 10% of tasks are late, it implies that critical chain is broken somewhere.
So people are waiting.
Someone is waiting. There is sand in the gears. That 10% isn't just 10% of the work. It could be blocking 50% of the future work.
And the 15% not started. Depending on how close the deadline is, that could be fine, or it could be a ticking time bomb. If the deadline is next week, 15% not started is panic time.
Right. If that 15% contains the final exam for the course or the legal review, you're in trouble. But the real story here, the real drama, is in the workload chart.
Okay, let's pull that up.
The source gives us the breakdown of the team members. We have 3 main players here. We have Dr-Wael, who I assume is the subject matter expert.
The brain.
The person with all the knowledge.
Then we have the instructional designer, the architect who structures that knowledge.
And we have the video editor, the builder, the person who makes it look good.
A classic project team. Okay, what do the numbers say?
Okay, let's look at their numbers. This is where the detective story gets good. Dr-Wael has 8 tasks.
Okay.
Manageable.
The video editor has 5 tasks.
A little light, maybe?
And the instructional designer has 12 tasks.
There is the crisis. Right there in the numbers. It's not a mystery at all.
The instructional designer is carrying more than double the load of the video editor, and 50% more than Dr. Bacher.
And think about the nature of that work. Instructional design is heavy cognitive work. It's writing scripts, storyboarding, structuring learning objectives. It requires deep focus.
You can't do that work in 5-minute chunks between meetings.
No way. If that person has 12 active tasks, they are drowning. They're context switching every 20 minutes. Oh, I need to write the script. Oh, I need to review this outline. Oh, someone's asking about this graphic. They are the bottleneck.
And meanwhile, the video editor is sitting there with 5 tasks. They might even be waiting on the instructional designer to finish things so they can start editing.
Almost certainly, they are twiddling their thumbs. They're checking social media. They're underutilized because the upstream flow, the designer, is clogged.
And now it all connects, that 10% late tasks we saw earlier.
I would bet my salary that most of them are sitting on the instructional designer's desk. The chart is telling a complete story.
So without the chart, the manager might walk past the instructional designer's desk, see them looking stressed, and think, man, they need to work on their time management. Why are they so slow?
Or worse, they might push the video editor to work faster when the video editor doesn't have the materials they need. Why haven't you finished the video? Because I don't have the script.
Oh, that's infuriating.
It creates this Kafka-esque nightmare where everyone is trying but nothing is happening because the system is broken.
But with the chart, the solution is obvious. It jumps off the screen. The source says the management move here is to reassign tasks to balance workload and accelerate completion.
It's tactical. It's surgical. The manager looks at those 12 tasks on the designer. Can any of them be delegated? Maybe some of them are administrative. Maybe some can be shifted to Dr. Bacher.
Right. Dr. Bacher only has 8 tasks. He's the expert. Can he review the storyboards instead of the designer? Free up some of their time.
Absolutely. Or maybe the video editor can help with some basic asset gathering.
Yeah. Video editors, stop waiting. Go find the stock footage we need for modules 4, 5, and 6.
Exactly. You take 3 tasks off the designer, give 1 to Dr. Bacher and 2 to the video editor. Suddenly, everyone has around 8 or 9 tasks. The designer can breathe, they can focus.
And the bottleneck clears. The late tasks start getting done. The video editor gets busy.
And the project velocity increases. The data turns a chaotic, emotional situation into a solvable math problem. It changes the conversation from "you're failing" to "we have a distribution problem."
It's so simple, but it changes everything. It changes the culture of the team. It goes from every man for himself to let's look at the board and balance the load together.
And that is the definition of management. It's managing the system, not just cracking the whip.
Okay, so we're sold on the concept. We want to use this. We want to be better managers, better teammates. How do we actually do it?
Yeah.
The source has a section on implementation and best practices. Because buying a treadmill doesn't make you fit. You have to run on it.
Right. And the good news is getting to the tool is easy. The source outlines the steps. Access Planner via Microsoft 365 or Teams, select your plan, and click the Charts tab at the top.
So it's literally one click away from the board. It's been hiding in plain sight this whole time.
It really has. But the real trick is how you use it. Knowing it's there is step one. Using it effectively is the hard part.
So the source lists some operational rules. The first one is regular reviews.
This is key. Do not just look at the charts alone in your office with the door closed.
Why not?
I think that's what a manager does. Because that makes you a spy. That makes you Big Brother watching the workers. It creates an adversarial relationship.
I see. So it's not a tool for surveillance.
No, the source suggests reviewing them during project meetings, publicly.
I like that. Put the chart up on the big screen or the shared screen during the weekly stand-up.
Oh, yes. It aligns the team. It stops the meeting from being a subjective, how are you feeling session and turns it into an objective, let's look at the board session.
Yeah.
Everyone sees the same reality. Oh, look, the testing bucket is huge. We need to swarm that.
It creates a shared consciousness. Everyone sees the problem together.
And it makes the team feel like a team rather than a group of individuals fighting their own battles. It forces the question, how can we help? Rather than, why aren't you done?
That's a huge cultural shift.
It gamifies the solution. How do we get that red bar down? It becomes a collective goal, a puzzle to solve together.
Now, there is a catch. There is always a catch. The source mentions a crucial tip about data integrity. It says, use due dates and priorities to improve progress tracking accuracy.
Ah, yes. The garbage in, garbage out rule. The charts are only as smart as the data you feed them. They aren't magic. They can't read your mind.
Right. So if you create a task, but you don't give it a due date,
then it can never be late. The late slice of your pie chart will always be 0, even if the project is 3 months behind schedule. The chart will lie to you because you didn't tell it the truth.
So you have to be disciplined about the inputs. You can't just be lazy about setting up the tasks.
You can't. If you just dump a bunch of cards called do stuff into the bucket, the charts are useless.
It will just show you have cards. Great. Thanks for the insight.
Completely useless. Or if you don't assign the task to a specific person.
Then the workload chart is useless. You'll have a giant bar for unassigned and no visibility into who is actually doing the work. You can't balance a workload that isn't assigned.
So the discipline isn't just in looking at the chart. The discipline is in maintaining the data so the chart works. It requires a culture of updating. Hey, did you mark that complete? Hey, did you add a due date? Hey, who is this assigned to?
So the whole team have to buy in to keeping the board clean.
You have to respect the inputs if you want valuable outputs. If you treat the board like a junk drawer, the charts will look like junk.
And the final best practice from the source: corrective action. Track overdue tasks and take corrective actions immediately.
In other words, don't just stare at the problem. The chart is a call to action. It is not artwork. It is not there to look pretty on a slide deck for your boss.
It's an alarm bell.
Yes. If you see the late slice growing, you must do something. Reassign, extend the deadline, cut scope, call a meeting. Do not just watch the red slice get bigger every day.
It's a fire alarm. When it rings, you don't just admire the sound, you evacuate the building.
Or grab a fire extinguisher. Ignoring the data is worse than not having it because now you are willfully blind. You saw the iceberg and steered into it anyway.
Ideally, let's avoid the iceberg. Okay, we're coming to the end here. Let's zoom back out to the why summary. The source wraps up with the benefits and an academic summary.
The benefits really synthesize what we've been discussing. First, data-driven decision-making. This is the big one. Moving from gut instinct to quantitative insight. We stop guessing, we stopped hoping, we start knowing.
No more, I feel like we're doing okay. Now it's, the data shows we're 40% complete with a 10% late rate concentrated in the design phase.
Much more powerful. Second, enhanced project visibility. This is great for stakeholders. Your boss doesn't want to read every card on the board. They don't have time. They don't care about the subtasks or the comments.
They just want the headline.
They want to see the pie chart. They want the at-a-glance status. It makes communications so much clearer.
It makes you look like a pro, too. Here is the dashboard. It builds trust. When you show someone data, they trust you more than when you just give them promises.
Absolutely. And third, performance tracking. Evaluating productivity trends over time. Are we getting faster? Are we getting slower? Are we consistently overloading the design team every single project? Maybe that tells us we need to hire another designer.
So it's not just for this one project, it's for improving the whole system over time.
Exactly. And the source sums it up by defining the tool as essential for project control, performance evaluation, and resource optimization.
That's a mouthful.
It is, but it's accurate. That is the difference between doing tasks and project management. Anyone can do tasks. Anyone can check a box. Project management is about control and optimization. It's about steering the ship. And you cannot optimize what you cannot see.
So what does this all mean for you listening right now?
It means that if you are feeling overwhelmed, if you feel like your project is a black box, you probably aren't looking at the right data. You're looking at the windshield, swatting at flies, instead of checking the dashboard.
We've talked about the charts, the buckets, the workload. We've seen how Dr. Becker and the instructional designer got their lives balanced. We've seen how a few clicks can save a project from disaster.
We have. It's a powerful set of tools.
Here is a final thought I want to leave you with. It wasn't explicitly in the source, but it's been scratching at the back of my brain this whole time. Think about that workload by team member chart.
The bar graph.
Yeah.
The one with Dr. Becker and the designer.
Yeah. We usually think of charts as cold, hard data. Numbers, lines, corporate stuff, optimization.
Very impersonal.
But I want you to picture your team right now. Picture your family even, or your household chores. If you could generate that chart for your life or for your office right this second, what would it look like?
That is a provocative question.
Would it be balanced? Would all the bars be roughly the same height? Or would you see one person, maybe it's you, maybe it's that quiet person in the corner who never complains, with a DAR that is towering over everyone else's?
A tower of 12 tasks in a world of 5s and 8s?
Exactly. A skyscraper of stress. We think of visibility as a way to be efficient. How do we get more output? But I think this source shows us that visibility is actually the first step toward empathy.
I really like that.
You can't help someone if you don't know they're carrying the heaviest load. You can't offer to take something off their plate if you can't see how full their plate is.
So the data doesn't just show performance, it reveals the human reality of the work. It allows you to be a kinder leader, not just a smarter one. It turns "why aren't you done" into "how can I help you carry that?"
So go turn on the charts view, not just to hit the deadline, but to see your people. Thanks for diving in with us.
See you next time.
Stay curious.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we're doing something a little different.
A little more hands-on, maybe?
Exactly. Usually we're talking about these big abstract concepts, historical events, But today, we are getting tactical.
Down in the trenches.
We are looking at the way we work. I mean, literally the mechanics of how we get through the day without, losing our minds.
A worthy goal.
I think so. We're tackling a subject that feels like the holy grail for anyone who has ever felt just buried under a mountain of open tabs and scattered sticky notes.
Or those email chains that just refuse to die.
Oh, the worst. We're talking about the marriage of two massive tools that I think most of us use every single day, often without even realizing how they're supposed to talk to each other: Microsoft Planner and Microsoft Teams.
And marriage is exactly the right word. I'm glad you used it. Because we are not just looking at two tools that happen to sit next to each other on your desktop.
Like neighbors who just wave occasionally.
Right. This is a deep functional integration. The source material we're digging into today, and it's a mix of technical docs, best practice guides, some architectural overviews. It presents this vision of a collaborative task management environment.
Collaborative task management environment.
Okay.
That is a mouthful. It sounds a bit like corporate bingo.
It does. I'll give you that. It sounds a little dry on the surface. But if you strip away the jargon, what we are really talking about is flow.
Flow. Oh,
It's about sanity. Well,
sanity is good. I think we could all use a bit more of that.
well, just think about the modern struggle, right?
Yeah.
The way most of us operate. You've got your chat app teams where you're talking about the work, you're brainstorming, you're debating, you're putting out fires. And then you have your task app. Maybe it's Planner, maybe it's a physical notebook, or a spreadsheet from, 2005.
Or, and this is the worst one, your email inbox that you're treating as a to-do list.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
And you spend half your day just switching between these two modes. You talk about the work, then you Alt-Tab away to record the work. Then you Alt-Tab back to ask a question about the work. That constant toggling that is the productivity killer.
The Alt-Tab dance. I know
Yeah.
it well. I read somewhere that every time you switch context like that, it takes something like, 23 minutes to get your full focus back?
That's the generally accepted metric, yeah.
Right.
Context switching is incredibly expensive for the brain. So the mission of this deep dive really is to unpack how this source material suggests we can stop that dance.
Okay.
We're going to look at how Planner integrates directly into Teams, essentially turning your chat interface into a project management command center.
So we're going to cover everything from the basic set of literally visualizing which buttons to click all the way to the advanced strategies, like using buckets effectively and syncing the whole ecosystem.
Right.
But I want to start with the hook here, because the source material brings up this concept of centralized collaboration.
Yes. This is the core philosophy behind the whole thing.
The idea is that leaving your communication platform to update a task list should be a thing of the past. And it really hit me when I was reading the prep notes. We've just accepted that context switching is how work is done. Oh, hang on, let me go open this other app to see what I'm supposed to be doing. But this guide is saying, no, it doesn't have to be that way.
It's challenging that fundamental assumption. And frankly, if you follow the best practices laid out in the source, it really does separate the amateurs from the pros. It changes the rhythm of your workday from a series of constant interruptions to, well, a continuous stream of action.
Wait, let's unpack that. Segment 1. The core concept, because the source defines this integration pretty specifically.
It does. It defines it as a direct integration, providing a collaborative task management environment. And this is the key part. Inside team channels.
Inside team channels. That seems to be the operative phrase, right? Why is that specific location, the channel? Why is that so important?
It's everything. It's the key phrase. Because if you think about traditional task management, it's often a personal silo.
Right. I have my list.
You have your list. I have my list. I might send you an email with an action item, and you might write it down, but I can't see your list. I have no idea if you've written it down, if you've checked it off. It's completely opaque.
It's a black box.
It is a total black box.
Yeah.
But when you move task management inside a team channel, you are moving it from a private personal space to a communal one. It's like taking the to-do list off your personal notepad and writing it on a giant whiteboard in the middle of the office.
So it becomes public property in a way, shared property.
Shared infrastructure is how I'd put it.
Yeah.
And the goal of this union, according to the source, is to allow teams to create, assign, track, and this is important, discuss tasks without ever leaving teams.
And the impact of that is?
Well, the obvious one is productivity, right? You're not searching for things. But the source specifically highlights real-time collaboration.
Okay, let's dig into that real-time aspect, because that feels like a buzzword sometimes. Real-time, everything's real-time. Why does that distinction matter here?
It's not just a buzzword here. It's about latency. It's about the lag. Think about a non-integrated workflow. We have a meeting. We decide on 10 action items. We feel great. The meeting ends.
And the amnesia immediately sets in.
Right. An hour later, if you're lucky, someone types up those notes and emails them out. Maybe a day later, someone else reads them. And then they start working. There's this huge lag between talking about the work and actually tracking the work.
And in that lag, everything gets lost.
Details get lost. Momentum dies. The enthusiasm from the meeting just evaporates before the work is even logged.
I see. Okay.
With this integration, because it's happening right there in the channel, the source argues that you close that gap completely. You are creating the task while you're discussing it. There is zero latency between the decision and the documentation.
So you could say, we need to fix the header on the website, and someone is literally creating the task, assigning it, and putting a date on it before the sentence is even finished.
Boom. Exactly. It completely removes that administrative hangover that you get after every single meeting.
I like that. Administrative hangover. Now, the source mentions the primary usage for this. It identifies 3 main pillars: project management, teamwork coordination, and task tracking within departments.
Right.
Now, I have to ask this. When I hear project management, my brain immediately jumps to IT. Software developers, Gantt charts, very technical, complex workflows. Is this just for the tech crowd?
Not at all. And that's a really common misconception. People see Microsoft and integration and they immediately think IT department.
Guilty.
But as we get further into the source material, especially when we hit the use cases, you'll see this is for HR, it's for marketing, it's for academics, it's for any group of humans that needs to get stuff done together.
So even planning the office holiday party, that's project management.
That is absolutely project management.
Yeah.
Launching a new brochure, that's project management. It's democratizing the tools, really.
Okay, that makes sense. So let's get visual. Segment 2, the how-to. Because all this theory is great, but I want to know what this actually looks like on my screen. I want you, the listener, to be able to picture this.
Good idea.
The source is pretty specific about the terminology, and I think we should clarify that first.
Yes, and this can be a little confusing, especially if you're new to the ecosystem, because Microsoft loves changing names.
They do.
So the source clarifies that inside Teams, this integration often shows up as an app called Tasks by Planner and To Do.
Which is a bit of a clunky name.
Is a bit clunky, but often once it's actually set up in your channel, it just looks like a tab that says Planner or whatever you decide to name your specific plan.
Got it. So if you see Tasks by Planner and To Do, don't panic. That's the engine.
Exactly. That's the engine under the hood. And the visual hierarchy here is crucial. The source notes that tasks are linked specifically to a Teams channel and, by extension, a Microsoft 365 group.
So a task doesn't just float in the ether. It's anchored somewhere specific.
It's always anchored to a specific place in your team structure, yes.
Okay, let's walk through the setup. The source provides a 6 steps to add planner guide. I want you to walk us through this. Just hold the listener's hand. Imagine they're sitting at their desk right now.
Okay, let's do it.
Step 1 and 2 seem pretty basic. Open Teams and navigate to a specific team and channel.
Basic, but critical. Because remember
Yeah.
what we just said. Tasks are linked to the channel, so you have to decide, where does this work actually live?
Right.
If you put the marketing launch plan in the IT support channel, you've already failed. You have to pick the right context for the work.
Context is king. Okay, so I've clicked on the channel name. I'm looking at the posts. Now, step 3, the plus button.
The famous plus button, yes. So I want everyone to visualize their team screen. You've got your main window. At the very top of that window, you see the name of the channel. Let's say General. And next to it, you have tabs, posts, files, maybe wiki. And then all the way to the right of those tabs is a small, unassuming plus sign. A little plus.
It's tiny. You could miss it if you weren't looking for it.
You absolutely could.
Yeah.
But that tiny icon is the gateway. It's the trapdoor to the entire ecosystem of apps you can plug in. You click that plus sign.
And a window pops up with all the apps. And that brings us to step 4, selecting planner, or that longer name we mentioned.
Correct. You'll see a bunch of icons. You're looking for the one that looks like a little green clipboard with some people on it. That's Planner. You click it.
Now, step 5. This feels important. This is where the road forks. The source says you hit a decision point. Choose an existing plan or create a new plan. This feels like a moment where you could make a mistake.
This is a very important moment, yes.
Yeah.
It's the difference between inheritance and a fresh start.
Walk us through the implication there. Why would I choose one over the other?
Well, let's imagine you've already been using Planner on the web for 6 months. You have a board that's full of data, tasks, history. You don't want to start over from scratch.
Of course not.
So in that case, you would use an existing plan from this team. You're basically just opening a new window to work you've already started. You're bringing all that history to your team's channel.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So what about creating a new plan?
That's for when you're kicking off a brand new initiative. Let's say it's the 2026 Strategy Committee. You want a completely clean slate. You choose, create a new plan, give it a name, and you've got a fresh board with no legacy data.
So you're either importing history or you're starting fresh. I can see how picking the wrong one would be.
Yeah.
Well, annoying. You don't want to accidentally link the team lunch orders plan to your annual board meeting channel.
Exactly. You have to be intentional. And then that leads to step 6, which sounds trivial but is actually vital. Save the tab to make it visible to all team members.
Why is that so vital? It sounds like just clicking OK.
Because of that collaborative aspect we talked about at the start, the moment you hit save, 2 things happen. 1, that new tab appears at the top of the channel for everyone on the team.
Instantly.
Instantly. And 2, a little post usually appears in the chat feed saying a new tab was added. So you have instantly aligned the entire team. You haven't just created a tool for yourself, you've deployed a shared tool for the group. It's now our plan, not just my plan.
Instant alignment. I like that phrase. Okay, so we've done it. The tab is there. It's sitting at the top of our channel. We click on it and we see what? Columns.
Right.
Buckets.
Yes, the board view is the default. It looks like a set of columns, and you can add tasks, which look like little cards, into those columns.
Okay, so now we need to actually do the work. This brings us to segment 3, the feature deep dive, the nuts and bolts of task management.
Right, this is section 4A of the source material, the fundamental actions.
It lists creating tasks, assigning tasks, setting due dates, setting priorities. This all sounds pretty standard, right? This is what every to-do app since the dawn of the Palm Pilot has done.
On the surface, yes, it sounds standard. But let's look at the rich details that the source highlights. because the magic is really in the nuance. This is not just a digital sticky note.
Okay, let's break it down then. Assigning tasks.
That's about responsibility. When you put a literal avatar photo from their profile on a task card, everyone knows who is on the hook. There is a psychological shift that happens when you see your own face next to a deadline.
It is much harder to ignore than just a line of text in a spreadsheet.
Much, much harder.
Okay, setting due dates.
That's accountability. A task without a date is just a dream. It's a wish. The system will actually use visual cues, like turning the date red when it's overdue, to drive a sense of urgency.
And setting priorities.
Urgency. This helps the team filter the noise. You can flag things as urgent, important, medium, or low. It tells everyone on the team what to work on first. But the source goes deeper. It mentions descriptions, checklists, and attachments.
I want to stop on checklist. I am a huge fan of checklists inside tasks. To me, this is the unsung hero of the entire feature set.
It is an incredibly powerful psychological tool. We should probably talk about cognitive load theory here for a second.
Ah, let's get nerdy. Go on.
Okay, so if you have a task card that just says write annual report, your brain looks at that and it freezes. It's too big, it's too ambiguous, it feels dangerous. That's a high cognitive load. You will procrastinate on that task.
I feel very seen right now.
We all do. But if you open up that card and you use the checklist feature to break it down into smaller steps, draft intro, pull financial data, format graphs, send for first review, suddenly the first step is just draft intro.
Which is manageable.
It's a low cognitive load. You can do that. The source mentions checklists for breaking big tasks into smaller steps, and this is exactly why. It greases the wheels of productivity. It helps you get started.
So the tool itself can actually help you overcome procrastination if you use it right.
Exactly.
And what about the attachments feature? The source says you can attach files directly to the task card.
This connects right back to our no searching theme. If the task is review Q3 contract, and the contract PDF is attached directly to the card, you don't have to go digging through the Files tab or your email inbox. It's right there. One click.
Pure efficiency. Now, there's a note here about the sync factor. You mentioned this before, that all these actions aren't locked inside Teams.
No, absolutely not. The source is very clear on this. It says all actions are synchronized with Microsoft Planner in Microsoft 365. This means if your boss prefers looking at the main Planner web app in their browser because they like the big screen view, they see the changes you made in Teams instantly.
So it's the same data, just a different window to look at it.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It maintains that single source of truth.
That's reassuring. But now we get to what I think is the real game changer. Segment 4. The source calls this Section 4B Collaborative Task Discussions.
Yes. This is where it gets really powerful.
The source argues that team members can discuss tasks in channel conversations. Now, to me, this sounds like the secret sauce. But I also want to play devil's advocate for a second.
Please do.
Do we really need more places to chat? Aren't we already drowning in notifications? Isn't this just adding to the noise?
That's a very fair concern. We are all drowning in chat. But consider the alternative. Typically, if I have a question about a task, what do?
You send an email?
I send an email with the subject line question. Or I send a Teams message that just says, hey, about that report.
Right, and then the context is immediately lost. The discussion is happening over here, and the task itself is sitting over there. And 3 weeks later, when we're all wondering why we decided to change the report, we can't find the conversation because it's buried in a chat log from last Tuesday.
Exactly. The separation of the conversation from the content is the core problem. But here, as the source explains, you are talking on the task. You click the task card, you open the comments section, and you have a dedicated conversation right there.
So the history of all the decision-making travels with the task itself.
Precisely. It creates persistent context. If a new person joins the team 3 weeks from now, they don't just see a task that says, do this. They can open it up, read the discussion thread on the card, and understand why we're doing this. It preserves institutional knowledge.
It stops those, why on earth did we decide to do this meters.
It kills them, yes.
That is incredibly valuable. The source also mentions attaching files in this context again, noting they're stored in SharePoint or OneDrive.
Yes, and also at mentions.
Ah, the at mention. The digital tap on the shoulder, I use that constantly. But again, isn't that just annoying people?
Well, it can be if it's overused. But because it's so specific, it's actually less annoying than a broadcast message in the main channel. The source says this allows you to mention team members using @ mentions to get their attention on a specific item.
Okay.
So you're not just shouting into the void. You're directing the collaboration. Hey, @Sarah, can you check this specific attachment on this specific card? Is so much better than a generic, can someone check the files in the main chat?
And the result, as the source puts it, is a task-centered collaboration environment.
That is the phrase to remember. Task-centered. We're not just chatting for the sake of chatting. We're chatting about the work, on the work. It centralizes the conversation, the file, and the task itself into one single workspace. It is the end of the reply all nightmare.
I'm starting to see the vision. It's very compelling. But let's look at the wider ecosystem in Segment 5. We've touched on this, but Section 4C in the source goes deeper into real-time updates.
This is all about the connectivity of the entire Microsoft 365 ecosystem. The source really emphasizes that any update you make in Teams synchronizes immediately with the Microsoft Planner web app, with Microsoft To Do, and with Outlook tasks.
Microsoft To Do. Now, that's the personal app, right? The one that's probably on my phone.
It is. And this is where it gets really interesting for the individual contributor, because the source emphasizes consistency across platforms.
Okay, so wait a minute. If my boss adds a task to our team plan in Teams and assigns it to me, does that mean my phone is going to buzz? Because I have to be honest, I value my off hours. This sounds like it could be a boundary nightmare.
That is a valid fear. I think a lot of people have that fear. But think of it this way. It's a single pane of glass. You don't have to go and check the team board every 5 minutes to see what you need to do.
Okay.
The system pushes any task assigned to you to your personal assigned to me list in the To Do app.
So I don't have to go hunting for my work across 20 different plans?
Correct. It all aggregates into one place. Your list. You can absolutely turn off the notifications if you want to protect your boundaries, but the point is organization. You have one master list for your life. You don't have to scan 20 different boards to see if someone tagged you.
Okay, so it unifies the team's needs with my personal workflow. I can see the value in that as long as I can find the Do Not Disturb settings.
Chuckles. Yes, settings in your friend. Always.
Okay, let's zoom out a bit. Segment 6, the why. The source lists 5 key benefits in Section 5. I want to break these down, but let's try to look past the corporate speak and get to the real human impact.
To do it.
Number 1, centralized collaboration. Managing tasks, conversations, and files in one platform. We've talked about this a lot. This is the one-stop shop argument.
And really, that's all about reducing friction. It's about not having to remember passwords for 3 different tools or trying to remember where you saved that one document 6 months ago.
Right. Number 2, improved team productivity. And the source specifically points to the mechanism here, not needing to switch between multiple applications.
This is the death of old tabbing we were talking about earlier. It's about keeping you in the flow state. If you can stay in Teams for 4 hours and get everything you need done without leaving, that is an incredible productive day.
Number 3, real-time visibility. This one is specifically flagged for managers. Managers can monitor progress and workload directly.
Now, this can sound a bit like surveillance. Big Brother is watching your task list.
It does sound a little bit like that, yeah.
But look at the flip side. If the manager can see the board and see the progress in real time, do you know what you don't need anymore?
What's that?
The status update meeting.
Oh, wow.
If the board is up to date, the manager doesn't need to call a 30-minute Zoom meeting just to go around the room and ask, where are we at with this? They can just look. It moves us from a culture of reporting on work to a culture of just doing the work.
I am sold on that benefit alone. If this kills the weekly status meeting, I will personally install it on every computer in the world myself.
It's a powerful motivator.
Okay, number 4, enhanced communication.
We've covered this, but it's worth restating. Task-related discussions happen in the same workspace. The context is preserved. It stops those information silos where only 2 people know the real plan because they happen to talk in the hallway.
It makes the knowledge public. And finally, number 5, seamless Microsoft 365 ecosystem.
This is just the idea that it leverages the tools you're probably already paying for. It makes your Outlook, your SharePoint, your OneDrive, and your To Do all talk to each other in a smart way.
It's a compelling list, but theory is one thing, reality is another. Let's see how this plays out in the wild. Segment 7, real-world use cases.
Okay.
The source identifies 3 specific scenarios, and I want us to really role-play these out a bit. I want to feel the pain of the old way and the relief of the new way.
Okay, let's dive in.
First up, project management. Let's create a scenario. Let's say we are a marketing team and we're launching a new website. We'll call it Project Alpha.
Okay, Project Alpha, high stakes, lots of moving parts, tight deadline.
In the old world, what does this look like? Describe the chaos.
Chaos is the right word. In the old world, you've got a graphic designer sending logos back and forth via email. You have a copywriter sending Word docs in a private chat. The developer is constantly asking, which version of this is the final one?
And the project manager is desperately trying to update a giant Excel spreadsheet that was already 3 days out of date the moment they saved it.
Pure chaos.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now let's apply the source material. You create a Project Alpha channel in Teams. You click the little plus sign. You add a planner tab.
Okay.
You create buckets to represent the workflow. Design, copywriting, development, QA, approved.
A visual flow.
A visual flow. You create a task. Homepage hero image. You assign it to the designer. You attach the creative brief right to the card. The designer works on it. When they have a draft, they don't email it. They attach the JPEG to the card, and they mention the manager. @manager, review this draft.
And the manager gets a notification.
Right. The manager reviews it, comments on the card. Love it, but can we make it pop more?
Chuckles, the classic feedback. Make it pop.
Of course. The designer makes an update, attaches V2. Once it's approved, they physically drag the card from the design bucket to the approved bucket. The developer, who is only watching the approved bucket, sees the card appear, grabs the final file right from the card, and starts coding it.
And the project manager never sent a single email. They just watched the cards move across the board like a conveyor belt.
It's a conveyor belt of productivity.
Yep.
And all the noise, all the chatter is contained within that one Project Alpha channel.
That is a beautiful thing. Okay, second use case. Academic and training teams. This one caught my eye. The source specifically mentions faculty members assigning course development tasks.
This is a great example because academia can be notorious for silos.
So let's imagine a university department trying to get a new course accredited. You've got Professor A writing the syllabus, Professor B handling the reading list, and an administrator trying to schedule the classrooms.
And usually this is a 50 email chain with a subject line like FEWD syllabus V3 final. I swear this is it.
A total nightmare.
So in Planner, you create a board called New Course Accreditation. You have a bucket for syllabus, a bucket for reading list, a bucket for logistics. You assign the right syllabus task to Professor A with a hard due date.
And when Professor A is late on the syllabus,
the card turns red. And everyone on the committee sees it. Peer pressure is a powerful motivator. But more importantly, they can collaborate. Professor B can comment on Professor A's task. Hey, I can't finalize the reading list until the syllabus is done. It makes the dependencies between the work visible to everyone.
it exposes the bottlenecks in the process.
Precisely.
And the third use case, corporate departments. Specifically, the source calls out the operations trio, HR, IT, and marketing, managing daily operational tasks collaboratively.
Right.
How is this different from the Project Alpha example?
A project like a website launch usually has a clear start and a clear end. You build the website, then it's done. Operational tasks are the things that are ongoing. They're the daily grind.
Give me an example. Let's use HR.
Okay, HR. A perfect one is onboarding new hire, Jane Doe. That's a recurring workflow. It happens every single time someone is hired.
Right, it's a process.
It's a process. So you can have a bucket called new hire onboarding. You create a task called Jane Doe. And on that task card, you have a checklist. Order laptop, set up email, send welcome kit, schedule orientation.
And you can assign different checklist items to different people.
You can assign the main task to the hiring manager, but then you use comments to coordinate. You mention IT on the card and say laptop ordered. You mention the training lead and say orientation is set for Tuesday. You can track Jane's entire progress through the onboarding system just by looking at her one card.
So you don't need a complex, expensive ticketing system if your volume is manageable. You can just use Planner inside the HR team channel. It keeps the daily grind organized so things don't fall through the cracks.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That distinction, project versus operations, is really, really helpful. Okay, we're nearing the home stretch. Segment 8. This is the strategy session. The source gives us a list of best practices in Section 7. But I want to go beyond just reading the list. I want to talk about change management. Because people, by and large, hate new tools. If I go to my team tomorrow and say, hey, everyone, we're using Planner now, they are going to groan.
Oh, they absolutely will. You'll hear, what? Another tool? What's wrong with the spreadsheet we've been using for 10 years?
Exactly. So how do we use these best practices from the source to actually win them over?
That's the right question to ask. Let's look at the first tip. Create separate plans for different projects or departments.
Right.
This is all about not overwhelming people.
Right.
If you create one giant plan called all the work and you dump 500 tasks in it on day one, everyone will quit. Segmentation allows for focus. You go to the team and you say, team, we are just going to try this for the website launch. Nothing else, just this one project.
So a low barrier to entry. Start small, prove the value.
Exactly. The second tip, use buckets to represent workflow stages. This is your key visualization tool. The source is implying a Kanban approach here.
Can you explain Kanban quickly for anyone who's not familiar?
Sure. Think of it like a factory floor or a mailroom. You have physical bins for different stages. You don't just throw all the mail in one giant pile. In Kanban, you typically have a flow from left to right. A simple one would be to do, then doing, then maybe blocked, and finally done.
And you physically drag the task card from one bucket to the next as it progresses.
Yes, and that visual movement is what gives the team a sense of progress. It is deeply psychologically satisfying to drag something into the done column.
It is a little dopamine hit, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And for that team that's resisting the change, showing them the visual flow is powerful, you say, look, we can see exactly where the bottleneck is. All the cards are piling up in the waiting for approval bucket. It stops the blame game and focuses on the process.
Third tip, assign tasks clearly to avoid ambiguity.
We touched on this. If everyone owns it, no one owns it. The source is firm on this. Every task card needs to have a name on it.
One owner. Fourth tip, use labels and due dates.
Labels are fantastic for categorization at a glance. You can use color-coded labels. Imagine a little pink tag on the card that says, waiting on vendor, or a bright red one that says high priority. It's a visual shorthand that helps your brain process the state of the entire board in seconds.
And the final best practice, which I think is the one that really transforms the culture, review tasks regularly during Teams meetings.
This is my favorite one. This is the meeting revolution.
Tell me why.
Because it completely changes the format of the meeting. Instead of someone opening a PowerPoint with bullet points that they spent 2 hours typing up, or just going around the table asking, so what did you do this week? You don't do any of that.
What do?
You open the planner board in Teams, you share your screen, and the board is the agenda.
So you put the actual board on the big screen for everyone to see?
Yes, and you walk the board. You start from the right. Anything get done this week? Great job. Then you look at the doing bucket. You ask, hey, this card here has been in doing for 2 weeks. What's the blocker?
And the person says, oh, I'm waiting on the legal department.
And you say, okay, let's open the card right now. And I mentioned someone from legal. The meeting becomes an active working session, not a passive report. It forces the meeting to be about reality, not just about update.
That's incredibly actionable advice. That's a game changer. Okay, segment 9, the academic summary. Let's synthesize all this.
The source boils it down to creating a unified, collaborative platform.
And it rests on 3 main pillars, right?
Yes, pillar 1. Tasks, communication, and documents are all combined in one place. Pillar 2. It enhances team coordination and transparency. And pillar 3. It enables efficient project management in real time.
It sounds so simple when you boil it down like that.
The concept is simple, but the impact on a team's culture is complex and profound. It really shifts the center of gravity for how a team operates.
So let's wrap this all up. The outro. We've unpacked the source material. We've seen how that little plus button can maybe change your life. We've role-played the scenarios.
And I think it all comes back to that one word, friction. This is all about removing friction.
It is, and my big takeaway is that this integration isn't just about software features, it's about flow. It's about acknowledging that modern work is messy and chaotic, and trying to build a container that can hold that mess without leaking.
Well said. And I think the key thing for you, the listener, to remember is that knowledge is only valuable when it's applied. We can talk about this for an hour, but the real magic happens when you go open Teams right now.
Don't wait.
Go to one of your channels, look for that tiny plus button, click it, add a plan. Just try for one small project, see what happens.
Now, here's a provocative final thought to leave you with, based on all this. The source repeatedly mentions that this integration creates a task-centered collaboration environment.
Yes, task-centered.
If our conversations become increasingly anchored to our tasks, if every chat we have is about a specific card on a board, how does that change the nature of office chit-chat?
That is a fascinating question.
Does it make us more focused, more efficient, more like machines? Or do we lose something organic and human when we stop saying, how are you, and we start saying, what's the status of card number 42?
It might make us more mechanical in the channel, that's possible. But here's another way to look at it. Perhaps by clearing all the clutter and the confusion of who is doing what, it clears up the mental space so that we have more energy for genuine human connection outside of the work.
So if I'm not stressed about the project, I'm a nicer person to have coffee with.
Exactly. Maybe efficiency doesn't kill humanity. Maybe efficiency breeds it.
A beautiful thought, something to mull over as you drag your first task into the done bucket. That's it for this deep dive. Go explore your workflows.
See you in the next deep dive. Hello and welcome back to the deep dive. I want to start today with a sound. It's a sound you probably don't hear with your ears. Not consciously, at least, but you definitely feel it in your brain.
Okay.
It's the sound of the Alt tab. You know what I'm talking about,
Oh,
right?
I do. Yeah. The soundtrack of the modern office. Click, clack, switch. Click, clack, switch.
Right. It's that frantic toggling. You're sitting there at your desk. Maybe it's 2 in the afternoon. The coffee is definitely wearing off.
Yep. The slump is real.
And you've got one browser window open with your project management board, your colorful little columns, your cards, all your deadlines. Then you've got another window for your email, which is just a waterfall of chaos and requests.
Right.
And maybe a third one for your calendar to see where you're supposed to be in 5 minutes. And you're just doing this tab tango, clicking back and forth, trying to figure out, what am I actually supposed to be doing right now?
It's exhausting just listening to you describe it. And, there's a name for that in the field of productivity science. We call it task fragmentation.
The task fragmentation. That sounds like a hard drive error.
Yeah.
Like my brain needs to be defragged or something.
That's actually a perfect analogy. It really is. Ideally, your brain works like a clean, defragmented hard drive. Information is sequential, it's accessible, it's logical, but when you have your inputs scattered across 3 or 4 different, silos, that's the project board, the inbox, the calendar, the sticky note on your monitor, you are forcing your brain to constantly re-index itself.
So every time I switch tabs,
You're not just switching pixels on a screen, you're tearing down one mental construct and building a completely new one.
I'm shifting from email mode into project mode.
Exactly. We call that switching cost. And the research, which, backs up the technical guide we're covering today, it shows that even a split-second switch burns glucose. You are literally tiring your biology out just by navigating your browser windows.
Wow. Okay, so that explains the afternoon slump. It's not the lunch. It's the tabs. It's the tab tango draining my battery.
It's a huge part of it, absolutely.
Well, today we're going to try and fix that. We've got a stack of technical guides, user manuals, and methodology papers here, all focused on a very specific and I think a very powerful solution within the Microsoft 365 stack. We are doing a deep dive into synergizing Microsoft Planner and Outlook tasks.
Now, I know that title sounds incredibly dry. It really does. It sounds like a seminar you'd skip at a conference just to go get a coffee.
I was just thinking that.
But stick with us, because the implications here, they're about creating what the source material calls a unified productivity environment.
A unified productivity environment.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds promising. It sounds like a place where I'm not constantly panicking.
It is. It's like a command center for your day.
So our mission today, it's pretty simple, really. By the time we wrap up this hour, we want you to understand exactly how to merge the we work, the stuff the team assigns you, the big obligations with the me work, your personal list.
Right.
So you could stop the tab tango. We're going to show you how to stop things from falling through the cracks.
We're moving from chaos to clarity. This isn't just about software features or, clicking buttons. It's about workflow design. It's about minimizing that cognitive load so you can actually do the work instead of just managing the work.
So let's get organized. Okay, where do we start? Let's unpack this thing before we can even talk about the integration, the how we have to define the players.
Yes.
The source material outlines 3 specific tools. And I think most people listening probably have these on their computers right now. They use them every day, but they likely see them as totally separate universes.
And that's the fundamental error that most users make. We tend to use whatever tool is open in front of us. Oh, I have a thought. Let me write it in an email draft. Oh, I have a task. Let me put it on a sticky note.
Guilty. I do that all the time.
We all do. But the source material is very strict about defining the lane for each tool. It's like if you use a screwdriver to hammer a nail, it might work, but it's messy. Same principle here.
Okay, so let's look at the first player in this ecosystem, Microsoft Planner. How does the source define this one?
Think of Planner as the war room. This is the team-based tool. It's where you have your Kanban board, those columns of to-do, in progress, done.
The digital whiteboard.
Exactly. It's visual. It's collaborative. This is where the project lives. So if you are launching a new product with 5 other people, the strategy for that launch, that lives in Planner.
Okay, so Planner is us. It's the communal space.
Right.
If I write something there, everyone on the team sees it.
Exactly. It's public to the team.
Got it. Then we have the second player, which I feel is maybe the most misunderstood or even overlooked. Microsoft To Do.
Ah, yes. To Do is the personal task manager. So if Planner is the war room, To Do is your own pocket notebook.
Oh, I like that.
It's private. This is where you write, buy milk, call the dentist, or, draft that memo before the big meeting. It's the me work. It's where you organize your own brain.
So us versus me. And finally, the behemoth, the one we all live in all day long. Outlook.
The hub. Outlook is defined in the source as the communication and scheduling engine. It's Grand Central Station for your work life. It's where the world throws things at you. That's your email. And where you plot out your time, that's your calendar.
Okay, so here's the problem the source material identifies. And I feel this deeply. Usually, these 3 things live on totally separate islands. You check Planner to see what the team is doing. You check To Do to see what you need to do personally. You check Outlook to see who's yelling at you.
Precisely. And that separation is where all the friction lives. That's the tab tango. You have to mentally context switch every time you check each island.
The switching cost again.
It is. But the aha moment from the source, and this is what we really need to drill into, is that in the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, these aren't actually separate apps.
How so?
They look different, but underneath, they are all just components of a single connected ecosystem. They're just different views of the same big data lake.
This is where it gets really interesting for me, because I always assumed if I wanted to see my Planner tasks and Outlook, I'd just connect them,
Right.
like plugging a cord in. But the source reveals there's a middleman involved, a bridge.
Yes. And understanding this bridge is absolutely critical if you want to troubleshoot your own workflow or really master this whole thing. You cannot just jam Planner directly into Outlook efficiently. The architecture doesn't really work that way. The bridge is Microsoft To Do.
So To Do is the glue.
To Do is the translator. That's a better way to think of it. Imagine Planner speaks one language. It's talking about buckets and group IDs and plans.
Right, project speak.
And Outlook, on the other hand, speaks a very old legacy language about exchange tasks. They don't naturally speak the same dialect. Microsoft To Do sits right in the middle. It takes the Planner task, translates it into a personal task object, and then it synchronizes that with Outlook.
So it's like a bucket brigade.
Yeah.
Planner passes the bucket to Do, and then To Do passes the bucket to Outlook.
Exactly. And it happens almost instantly, but you have to understand that To Do is the engine here. If you don't use To Do, or if you have it disabled for some reason, the bridge collapses. Nothing gets across.
Okay, so let's walk through that chain reaction, because I really want to visualize the data flow. Let's say I'm a listener, sitting at my desk. I'm sipping my coffee. My manager, let's call her Karen.
Karen the manager, of course.
Karen the manager assigns me a task in Planner. Let's say it's write the Q3 report. She drags a card into the in progress column and puts my name on it. What happens next?
Okay, so step 1 is the trigger. Karen creates that card in Planner and she assigns it to you. That assignment is the key.
It has to be assigned to me specifically.
It has to be. If she just puts it on the board but doesn't tag your face to it, nothing happens. The system doesn't know it's yours.
Okay, so ownership is established.
Yeah.
But definitely my problem now.
Right. So, step 2. The clouds sync. Behind the scenes, the Microsoft Graph, which is kind of the brain of the whole operation, it detects that assignment. It then pushes a copy of that task into your Microsoft To Do account.
So it goes from the US bucket, which is Planner.
To the Me bucket, which is To Do. And it happens automatically.
So now it's in my pocket notebook.
Correct. And then step 3. Because To Do is actually the engine that powers Outlook tasks now, they share the same database and exchange online. That task immediately manifests itself inside of Outlook.
Wow. So without me lifting a single finger, a task Karen created on a project board has now appeared inside my email client.
That's the magic of it. And the source highlights a very specific feature where all of this aggregates. It's called the Assign to Me Smart List.
I've seen that on the sidebar in Outlook and in To Do. Assigned to me, I honestly thought it was just another folder.
It looks like a folder, but it's not just a folder. It's a query. It's a dynamic search. It is constantly scanning the entire Microsoft environment, every planner board you are a member of, every single team you're in, and it's looking for your name.
It's hunting for my name.
If it finds your name attached to an incomplete task anywhere, it pulls that task into this one unified list.
That's actually huge. Because you think about the alternative, right?
Yeah.
How many times have we missed a task because we forgot to check that specific board? Oh, I didn't check the marketing launch board today. I was only looking at the sales board.
Exactly. That is the old way of working. That is a pull workflow. You have to actively go out and pull the information yourself. You have to go hunting for your own work.
Right.
With this integration, the system shifts completely to a push workflow. The system pushes the work to you. You just sit in your cockpit, which is Outlook, and the instruments tell you what needs your attention across every single project.
No hunting required. That sounds like a great slogan.
It should be. It saves so much mental energy. You just learn to trust the system to tell you what's up next.
So that brings us to this concept of synergy that's used in the title of the source material. Synergizing Planner and Outlook. I mean, it's a buzzword, I know. We all kind of roll our eyes at synergy in corporate meetings.
We do.
But in this context, the source defines it pretty strictly, doesn't it?
It does. It defines synergy here not as just working together, but as creating a cohesive workflow. It's not just about viewing data from one place and another. It's about context.
What do you mean by context?
Well, why is it synergistic to have your tasks right next to your email? Think about your day. You're processing emails. An email comes in that completely changes your priorities. Maybe a client is angry.
Okay, panic mode activated.
Right. Now, if your task list is on a different screen or in a notebook, you might not connect the dots. You might spend 2 hours fixing that client issue, totally forgetting that you have a hard deadline on a project task.
And then it's 5 p.m. and you remember.
Exactly. But if your project task finish report is staring you in the face right next to that angry email, you can make an informed decision instantly. You can weigh the communication, the email, against the obligation, the task.
So it breaks down the wall between communication, which is usually just noise and requests, and action, which is the real work we promised we would do.
That's a beautiful way to put it. Communication and action living in the same house, it forces you to reconcile them. You can't just hide from your to-do list while you're hiding in your inbox anymore.
Okay, so we know how the data gets there. It flows from Planner through to Do, and it lands in Outlook. But let's talk about the user experience. I'm the user. I've had my coffee. I open Outlook. Where do I actually see this work? The source outlines 2 primary access points.
Right. And this is where user preference really comes in, but you need to know about both of them. So access point A is the tasks section.
Okay, walk us through that.
So, depending on your version of Outlook, whether you're on the classic desktop app, the new Outlook for Windows, or the web version, this might look a little different. But generally, there is a checkmark icon, usually on the left navigation rail, or sometimes at the bottom.
The little clipboard with a check mark on it.
That's the one. When you click that, you effectively enter a to-do mode right inside of Outlook. The email interface kind of slides away, and you just see your lists. You'll see My Day, Important, and crucially, Assigned to Me.
And when I click on Assign to Me, that's where I'll see the task that Karen gave me.
You'll see all of them, sorted by due date or by the plan they belong to. It's a classic list view.
Okay, lists are great. I love a good list. There's something very comforting about a list. But I feel like method B is where the real power users live. The source talks a lot about the calendar.
Yes. Method B, the calendar and reminders. And this is such a crucial distinction because a list is static. A list is just a bucket of things you could do. It's infinite. You could have 1,000 things on a list.
I think I definitely do. My someday list is absolutely terrifying.
We all have one of those. But the calendar is finite. You only have 24 hours in a day and probably only 8, maybe 9 working hours.
Sure.
The source explains that planner tasks with due dates interact directly with the Outlook calendar. This is where the rubber really meets the road.
So if Karen put a due date on that Q3 report task, let's say it's due this Friday, it doesn't just sit in the list. It actually shows up on my calendar grid.
It can appear in the task pane right next to the calendar, or depending on your specific view settings, right on the day itself, usually at the top as an all-day event. And more importantly, it triggers the alerts capability.
The nagging.
The helpful reminders. The source analyzes why this is so important. We are busy people. We operate in an attention economy, right? If a meeting pings your phone, a notification pops up saying strategy sync in 15 minutes, you go to the meeting. Why?
Because the calendar told me to, and because I don't want to be rude and miss it.
Exactly. The calendar commands authority. If a task is just a line of text on a website somewhere, like in Planner, it's easy to ignore it. It's so easy to procrastinate. But by integrating Planner into Outlook's notification system, you are elevating the task to the same level of dignity as a meeting.
That is a profound insight. Wow. We let meetings bully us because they have a timestamp? By giving a task a timestamp and a notification, we let the work push back and demand our attention.
You are bridging the gap between what I need to do and when I have time to do it. You are taking an intention from a list and turning it into a scheduled event on your timeline.
Now, I want to clarify something here because so often these integrations are read-only. You know the deal. You can look, but you can't touch. If you want to change the date, you have to log back into the original system. Is that the case here?
Fortunately, no. And if it were, this would be a very short deep dive because I wouldn't recommend it. The source material is very clear on this. This is bidirectional management.
But bidirectional. Okay, that sounds technical, but it just means it goes both ways, right?
It means you have agency. You are not just a passive viewer of your workload. You are an active manager of it.
So let's play out a scenario.
Oh.
I'm in Outlook. I see the task Write Q3 report is due today. But disaster strikes, my kid gets sick, or the server crashes, or a surprise meeting eats up my entire afternoon. I just cannot do it today. Can I change the due date right there in Outlook?
You absolutely can. You just open the task in Outlook, you change the date to Friday, and you save it.
And what happens back in Planner? Does Karen see that?
That is the beauty of the synchronization loop. The change travels back across the bridge Outlook, passes it to do, passes it back to Planner, and it updates the card on the board. So Karen, looking at the main strategy board in her office, she sees the due date shift from Wednesday to Friday.
That is so slick. It keeps the single source of truth accurate without me having to go and visit the source itself.
Exactly.
What about marking it complete? I mean, that's the best part of any task, that little dopamine hit.
The satisfaction of the pick box? Yes. If you mark it as completed in Outlook, you click that little circle and you hear the satisfying ding, ding. It updates the status in Planner. The card automatically moves from the in progress column to the completed bucket.
So I don't have to send Karen an email saying, hey, just circling back, I finished the thing.
No, and please don't. That's the communication clutter we are trying to kill with this whole process. The system updates itself. The status is the communication. If Karen wants to know if it's done, she just looks at the board. She doesn't need to check her inbox.
That saves me an email, and it saves her an email.
And you multiply that by 10 tasks a day across a team of 10 people. That's hundreds of useless FYI emails that have been eliminated per week. That is a massive productivity gain.
That's real productivity. It's not just doing things faster, but doing fewer unnecessary things to begin with.
Precisely.
Now, the source also mentions adding notes to these tasks.
Yes, and this is a feature I use constantly. You can add notes to the task from within Outlook. Let's say you get an email from a client with the specific data you need for that Q3 report.
Yeah.
You can copy that data and paste it right into the notes field of the Planner task right there in Outlook.
And that syncs back to Planner.
It syncs back. So now the whole team has that data attached to the card in Planner. You've enriched the team's knowledge base without ever leaving your inbox. You didn't have to switch tabs to go paste the information.
I love that. It empowers the individual worker to manage their slice of the project without disrupting the main board, but they're still contributing back to it.
Correct. It keeps the war room up to date with fresh intel from the field.
Okay, let's talk about staying on track. We've touched on alerts, but the source material breaks down a full notification system with 3 specific types of alerts. It seems like the system really wants to make sure you don't ignore it.
It does. It's building a safety net around your attention. The first type of alert is the email notification upon assignment.
That's the initial heads up.
Right. Karen assigns you the task, and instantly you get an email. You have been assigned a task. Write Q3 report. That's the initial ping. It just ensures you know the obligation exists in the first place.
Okay, so you get an email. Then you have the due date reminders.
The ticking clock. This appears in your Outlook reminders window, the same exact place your meeting reminders pop up. Q3 report due. It puts the task in the same visual urgency bucket as a meeting.
And third, there are alerts triggered by task updates. What's that about?
So if Karen changes the description of the task or adds a comment on the card in Planner like, hey, make sure to include the new sales figures, you get notified of that change.
Okay.
Now, from an accountability perspective, the expert analysis in the text is quite rigorous here. This system with these 3 layers effectively kills the I didn't see the memo excuse.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to claim ignorance when you got an email, a pop-up, and a list entry for it.
Exactly. It's redundant by design. But I want to reframe that a bit. It's a supportive redundancy. It's not there to catch you failing. It's there to ensure you succeed.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it.
If you miss the email because you were drowning in spam, the pop-up touches you. If you accidentally close the pop-up by mistake, the assigned to me list is still there, waiting for you.
So it's a safety net.
A multi-layered safety net. It assumes you are human and you will miss things, so it gives you 3 different chances to catch the ball.
So we've covered the how and the what. Let's zoom out a little bit to the why. Why should someone go through the trouble, even though it sounds like minimal trouble, really, of setting this up? The source lists several key benefits, starting with unified task management.
This brings us right back to that single interface concept, or what IT professionals sometimes call the single pane of glass.
Right.
Think about your phone. You used to have a separate GPS device in your car, an MP3 player in your pocket, a camera in your bag, and a phone. Now you just have a smartphone. It's one interface for all those functions.
Convergent.
Exactly. This integration is trying to do the same thing for your work. It wants to converge your team obligations from planner and your personal chores from to-do and your communication from email into one single pane of glass.
Merging the we and the me.
Yes, and treating them with equal weight. Because here's the reality. To your brain, a task is a task. Your brain doesn't care if the task came from a planner board, a sticky note, or your spouse. It just knows it costs energy to get done. This system reflects that reality. It puts everything in one pile so you can actually organize and tackle it logically.
And that leads directly into the next benefit, reduced friction. We joked about the tab fatigue earlier, but is there real data on this?
The source links this to improved productivity. It's all about getting into a flow state. Every single time you Alt-tab, you break your flow. And the research shows it takes, on average, about 23 minutes to get back into deep focus after an interruption.
23 minutes. That's like half a sitcom. That's a huge amount of time.
It is. So if you are interrupting yourself constantly to switch apps just to check a deadline, you are constantly resetting that clock. You never actually reach a state of deep work. By keeping the tasks in Outlook where you already are, you maintain the context. You stay in the cockpit.
And time management. We touched on this, but the source explicitly links this to scheduling execution. What does that mean?
This is the critical difference between a wish list and a plan. A task list by itself is just things you hope to do. I hope to write the report.
I have a lot of hope on my list.
We all do. But when you connect that list to the calendar, you are allocating reality, your finite time, to that obligation. You are moving from I should do this to I will do this on Tuesday at 2 p.m.
That is a powerful mental shift. It turns intentions into appointments with yourself.
And appointments get kept. Intentions, well, they get postponed.
Finally, the source mentions enterprise-level integration. This sounds like it's aimed at the IT crowd, but why should the average user care about that?
It matters because of security and stability. If you work for a bank, a hospital, or a government agency, you can't just go and download a random to-do app from the App Store because you like the interface.
No, you'll get in a lot of trouble for that.
You'll get fired for data leakage. This solution works entirely within the secure, walled garden of Microsoft 365. Your IT department is happy because the corporate data never leaves the secure cloud, and you are happy because you're actually productive.
So safe, compliant, and efficient.
Mm-hmm.
It's a win-win.
Exactly.
Speaking of environments, who is this actually for? The source outlines a few practical use cases. I want to walk through these because they really put flesh on the bones. It helps to see yourself in the story, you know?
Absolutely.
Scenario 1, the corporate environment.
This is the classic setup. You have managers and you have employees, and the dynamic is often, well, disconnected.
Yeah. The manager is up in the clouds looking at the big picture, and the employees down in the weeds just trying to get things done.
Right. The managers, they live in planner. They're looking at the Kanban board, moving pieces around the chessboard, looking at the high-level strategy. We need to shift our resources to Q4. But the employees, they live in Outlook. They're in the trenches, executing, replying to clients, putting out fires. They don't have time to stare at a chessboard all day.
So the integration bridges that altitude gap.
Exactly. The employee doesn't have to climb up to the strategy tower, which is planner, every hour to see what's changed. The strategy comes down to them in the trenches. They can track their assigned duties right alongside their incoming emails. It meets them where they actually work.
And when the employee ticks the box in the trench, the manager sees the piece move on the chessboard upstairs.
That's a perfect analogy, yes.
Okay, scenario 2, academic projects. This one, this brings me back to college. Group projects were the worst.
The absolute worst. You always had one person doing everything and then 3 other people who didn't see the email or forgot to check the student portal.
Always. So the source suggests this integration can help the faculty-student dynamic. Or even student collaborations.
It does. Students are notoriously bad at checking multiple portals. Check the learning management system, check the syllabus, check the project board. It's just too many places to look.
I just won't do it.
But they usually check their email, or at least they get notifications from it on their phone. By pushing assignment tasks and deadlines via Outlook, you are putting the homework right in their face.
So read Chapter 4. Appears right next to the campus pizza coupon email.
It dramatically increases the odds of it getting done because it's in their line of sight. It removes the friction of having to go find the assignment. You can't say, I didn't know, when it's right there on your calendar.
Wish I had that in school. Okay, scenario 3. Personal productivity. The hybrid worker. I feel like this is most of us today. The lines are just so blurry.
This is the reality of modern life, isn't it? We don't just do work at work anymore. We're hybrid humans. You have a major project launch, that's a planner thing. But you also have call the dentist, that's a personal to-do, and you have reply to boss, that's an email flag.
The trifecta of stress.
Or the trifecta of productivity, if you organize it right. The benefit here is managing all three of those things in one single view. If you separate them, you run the risk of collision. You might schedule a client meeting at the exact same time you need to be at the dentist because the dentist task was hidden away in a different app.
So this creates a single source of truth for your time.
It treats your time as a finite resource that needs to be allocated across all domains of your life, not just the corporate ones. It prevents you from double booking your life.
Okay, I'm sold. I want to do this. I want to stop the tab tango. How do I optimize it? The source gives us some best practices. Let's maybe turn this into a little checklist for the listeners.
Good idea. First step is the technical one. You must ensure Microsoft To-Do synchronization is enabled. It's usually on by default in modern Microsoft 365 tenants, but if you aren't seeing the tasks show up, this is the first place to look.
So check the settings or ask IT.
Exactly. If that switch isn't flipped, the bridge is closed.
Got it. What's next?
Second, and I cannot stress this enough, this is the golden rule, the importance of dates.
No date, no data. Is that the idea?
Basically, the expert advice here is crystal clear. Set dates. If a task doesn't have a date, it won't appear on your calendar, it won't trigger a reminder, it just floats in the someday void. It becomes invisible clutter that you'll never look at.
So put a ring on it or a date on it.
Put a date on it, even if it's just a guess, sometime next Friday. Put Friday, you can always change it later. We know how easy that is now, but give it a placeholder in time. A task without a date is just a dream.
I like that. Okay, what's the next tip? Time blocking. This seems to take it a step further than just adding a due date.
This is the pro move. Don't just look at the deadline. If the report is due on Friday, don't just let the task sit on Friday. Physically drag that task onto your calendar grid for Thursday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Block out the time to actually do the work.
So you're turning the what into the when.
And you are defending that time from other people who are trying to book meetings with you. If your calendar says, busy writing report, people are much less likely to schedule over it. You are protecting your production time.
Smart. The source also suggests a review ritual. This sounds almost spiritual.
It's a discipline. It really is. The advice is to regularly review tasks in your Outlook task list. This isn't a set it and forget it system. It's a garden. You have to tend to it. You need to look at that list maybe every morning for just 5 minutes.
Like a daily stand-up meeting with yourself.
That's a great way to put it. Reprioritize. Okay, I didn't get to this yesterday. Let me move it to today. This isn't actually important anymore. I'm going to delete it. You have to keep the list fresh.
Because if it gets stale.
If the list gets stale, if it's full of tasks from last month that you never did, you stop trusting it. And once you stop trusting your system, the system fails. You go right back to using sticky notes and email drafts.
So you have to weed the garden to keep it alive.
Precisely.
And finally, a specific workflow tip. Workflow combination. This involves email follow-up flags. Now, I use these all the time, but I didn't realize they actually connected to this whole ecosystem.
They absolutely do. If you flag an email in your Outlook inbox, it automatically shows up in To-Do. It shows up in your task list. So now you can have a My Day view that shows you, number 1, the planner task from your boss, number 2, the email you flagged to reply to, and number 3, the personal reminder you typed in to buy milk, all in one unified list.
It flattens the hierarchy of inputs. Everything is just something I need to do today.
And that is the ultimate goal of a unified productivity environment. It simplifies the input stream so you can focus all your energy on the output.
I really like that. It simplifies the cognitive load so much. I don't have to remember where the task came from. I just have to remember to do it.
Exactly. The source becomes irrelevant. The action becomes imperative.
I want to circle back to one potential edge case before we wrap things up. We talked about how this is great for the hybrid worker, mixing personal and professional. But does this mean my boss, Karen, can see my buy milk task?
Yeah.
Because if I'm merging all this stuff in my Outlook view, I really don't want Karen asking me about my dental appointment.
Ah, the privacy concern. That's a very valid fear. But the source is reassuring here. The synchronization is technically distinct. Planner tasks sync down to your personal to-do and Outlook. Your personal to-do tasks do not sync up to Planner.
Oh, okay, so it's a one-way mirror.
Correct. You can see the tame tasks, but they can't see your personal tasks. Your buy milk or update resume tasks stay completely local to your personal account. They will never appear on the team board.
That is a very, very important detail. Private remains private. Public remains public.
Security and privacy are baked right into the design. You are safe.
That's a relief. So let's summarize what we've learned today. We've covered a lot of ground, from the psychology of switching costs to the nitty-gritty mechanics of API syncing.
To recap the core argument from the source material, this integration provides a unified task and time management system.
It synchronizes team-based tasks with your personal to-do lists.
It enhances productivity by reducing friction, by stopping that tab tango. It enhances accountability through redundant notifications, and it enhances your scheduling efficiency by connecting tasks directly to your calendar.
And the big picture.
It's about moving from a collection of scattered tools to a centralized command center within Microsoft 365. It's about taking control of the ecosystem rather than letting the ecosystem control you. It's about being the pilot of your own day, not just a passenger getting pulled in a million directions.
As we wrap up, I'm just reflecting on how much time I know I've wasted just looking for what should I do next? Just the act of searching for the work. And this integration really seems to solve that fundamental problem. It serves it all up on a platter for you.
It does. It removes the meta work, the work about the work, so you can just do the work.
And if I can leave our listeners with a final thought to chew on, and this is something you mentioned to me off mic earlier that I thought was fascinating.
A philosophical curveball at the end.
Exactly. We've spent this hour talking about merging Planner and Outlook, tasks and email. But if our tools are becoming this interconnected, does the distinction between communication, like an email, and work, like a task, even matter anymore?
It's a blurring line, isn't it? Is replying to a complex, multi-part email communication, or is that a task that takes an hour? Is updating a project board with your status work, or is it communication to your team? As these tools continue to merge, maybe we are moving toward a world where the inbox is simply the job. It's all just one fluid stream of productivity.
That is a fascinating and maybe slightly terrifying thought. Is the email the work, or is the work the email? Something to mull over as you close those extra tabs for good.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive, and thank you for guiding us through the maze.
It's been a real pleasure.
Go check those settings, set those due dates, and we will see you on the next deep dive.
Okay, let's unpack this. It is Monday morning. You are staring at your screen. You have the coffee. You have the intention to be productive, but you are hitting that familiar wall of decision paralysis. You have a task in your head. Maybe it is email the client. Maybe it is finish the Q3 report, or maybe it is just buy milk on the way home. And you freeze. Because in the Microsoft ecosystem, you have two different icons staring back at you. One says to do, the other says planner. And for a split second, or maybe a lot longer, you honestly do not know which one you are supposed to click.
It is the modern productivity paradox, isn't it? We have more tools than ever to manage our work, but the sheer volume of tools often creates more work just trying to figure out where the work goes.
Yes, more work about the work.
It is a very, very common dilemma, and frankly, it is a massive source of anxiety for people. It is cognitive load that you are spending on the tool itself rather than on the job you're trying to do.
That is exactly it. It feels like you are exhausted before you have even typed the first word. So, today we are going deep. We are diving into the source material, the technical documentation, the user guides, the architectural specs, to finally settle the score. A head-to-head on Microsoft To Do versus Microsoft Planner. We're going to figure out the mission here.
And the mission is clarity. I think that's the only word for it.
Yeah.
We want to move past the feature lists, though we will definitely get into those in detail and get to the philosophy of these tools.
The philosophy.
Yes, because if you really look at the documentation, this is not just a tech review. It is a masterclass in what I like to call digital hygiene.
Digital hygiene. I like that.
It's all about understanding the fundamental difference between your personal productivity and team collaboration. They're not the same thing.
That implies that if you don't do this right, things get infected. Things get messy.
They get very messy, very fast.
So let's start with the absolute basics, the elevator pitch. If I have 10 seconds to explain this to a new hire who is, panicking on their first day, what is the core distinction?
If we boil down all the technical specs, all the white papers, it comes down to pronouns. It's actually that simple.
Pronouns?
Yes. Microsoft To Do is for you. It is designed for the individual. It's about personal task tracking. Microsoft Planner, on the other hand, is for us. It is designed for the team. It is about project management and collaboration.
You versus us. Okay, that is a pretty clean break. But why does that distinction matter so much technically? I mean, why can't I just use one for everything? People try.
Oh, people definitely try.
Yeah.
But it's a terrible idea because the architecture of the tools, the very foundation they're built on, supports those specific pronouns. If you choose the wrong tool, you run into massive inefficiencies.
How so? Give me an example.
Okay, so let's say you try to manage a complex team project with 15 stakeholders inside a personal to-do list. Suddenly, you become the bottleneck for everything. You're the only one who can see the data. You are drowning in updates that you have to manually relay to everyone else. Every time someone asks, what's the status of this? You have to go into your private list, find it, and then type out an email or a chat message.
Right, you become the human API, just copying and pasting status updates between email and your private list. That sounds exhausting.
It's completely unsustainable. And conversely, if you try to do the opposite, if you try to put your personal habit tracking into a team planner board.
Oh, I can see where this is going.
You're polluting the shared workspace.
Yeah.
Things like drink more water or pick up dry cleaning. You're cluttering the visual field of your colleagues with noise that is totally irrelevant to the project's success.
And probably confusing your boss, who is wondering why buy cat food is in the urgent column for the Q3 strategy.
Precisely. You get a call from your manager asking if the cat food is a new code name for a secret project. So knowing which door to open on Monday morning is actually critical for workflow velocity. It saves you from that decision fatigue we talked about right at the start.
All right, so the goal of this deep dive is to unpack the features, the integrations, and those philosophies you mentioned so that when you're sitting there, you know exactly which one to open.
Exactly. No more freezing, just clicking and doing.
Let's step through that first door then. Let's talk about the sanctuary of the self, Microsoft To Do. According to the docs, who is the target user profile here?
Well, the target profile is incredibly broad, but it's also very specific in its intent. It is for students, professionals, parents, really anyone managing a personal workload. The key philosophy here, the words that come up again and again in the documentation, are privacy and focus.
Privacy seems like a really big deal here. We live in a world where everything in the enterprise is shared docs, shared calendars, shared screens, is to do, like a secret garden.
In a way, yes. That's a great way to put it. Tasks in Microsoft To Do are private by default. And that is a crucial architectural distinction. It's not a setting you have to check. It's the default state.
So what does that mean in practice? When I type something in, where does it go?
When you type something into To Do, it is stored in your personal Exchange mailbox, right alongside your email and calendar. It's part of your personal data store. You aren't broadcasting it to your department. You aren't alerting your boss. It is a space for your brain to dump mental loops without worrying about presentation or coordination.
That is significant. It's the digital equivalent of a sticky note on your monitor versus writing on the conference room whiteboard.
Perfect analogy.
Oh.
One is for me to remember, the other is for us to discuss and action together.
And that must influence the features, right? The tool is built around that idea of just for me.
Exactly. And because it is personal, the features are geared toward how an individual brain works, specifically how an individual brain deals with overwhelm. And that brings us to what I think is the standout feature mentioned in all the documentation. My Day.
I saw this in the notes. My Day sounds almost too simple to be a feature. It sounds like a greeting. But the documentation treats it as a core mechanic. What is it actually doing?
It's fascinating because it addresses the psychology of hoarding. We are all digital hoarders. You might have a tasks list with 500 items in it, things you added 3 years ago and completely forgot about.
Yeah.
That list is terrifying. If you look at it, you just want to quit.
I feel personally attacked right now. My main list is a scroll of shame.
We all have one. And My Day is the antidote to that shame. It allows you to wake up, look at that giant repository of guilt, and consciously, intentionally curate just the 5 or 6 things you actually want to accomplish today.
So you pull things into it from your other lists.
You do. You get suggestions, but you have the final say. You drag and drop them in. And the key mechanic is that it resets.
It resets. Like everything disappears.
Well, the My Day view itself resets. It wipes the slate clean every night at midnight. The tasks themselves don't disappear from your main lists. You don't lose the data, but the My Day view empties out.
Oh, that's clever.
It forces you to be intentional. Every morning is a little ritual of planning. You have to physically drag tasks into My Day. You are making a micro-commitment. Okay, out of these 100 things, these are the 3 that matter right now.
It prevents the carryover guilt. That's what I'm hearing. Just because I didn't do it yesterday doesn't mean it automatically clogs up my view today. I have to choose to try again.
Precisely. It allows you to forgive yourself for yesterday's unproductivity and start fresh.
So it shifts the dynamic from being reactive to a list that is just screaming at you to being proactive about what you want your day to look like.
That's the whole philosophy behind it. You are proactively building the day you want to have.
Okay, so My Day is the daily focus view. But structurally, how are we organizing things in to-do beyond that? Is it just that one long scroll of doom I was talking about?
No, and this is where it stays simple but effective. The primary structure relies on lists, just simple vertical collections of items. You create a list for groceries, a list for work project A, a list for house repairs. It is very much like a folder system for your brain.
Simple is good, but simple can sometimes mean underpowered. If I am a power user, am I going to hit a ceiling here?
You might eventually if you're trying to use it for the wrong thing, but for personal tasks, the ceiling is higher than you think. The source material highlights a few key granularity features. You can add due dates, obviously. You have reminders, which will ping you via the app or the Windows Notification Center at a specific time.
Critical for not missing appointments.
Absolutely. And you have recurring tasks.
Recurring tasks are the backbone of my entire existence. I'm not joking. If I don't have a reminder to pay the credit card bill every month, the lights go out. Or even simpler things like take vitamins.
Right. And To-Do handles that loop perfectly. Every Tuesday, the last Friday of the month, all of that. But here's where it gets really interesting for productivity nerds.
Yeah.
The steps feature.
Steps. Is that just another word for subtasks?
It is, essentially, but think about the application in the user interface. Let's say you have a task called Write Annual Report.
Okay, that is a scary task. That's a heavy one.
Exactly. You look at it and you want to procrastinate because your brain doesn't know where to start. It's too big. In To-Do, you can click on that task and add steps. So you break it down. Step 1, gather Q1, Q4 data. Step 2, draft the introduction. Step 3, create the charts. Step 4, send for review.
And I assume you can check off the steps without checking off the main task.
Exactly. It allows you to feel a sense of psychological progress on a big item without cluttering your main list with 20 tiny items. It keeps the top-level interface clean, just that one line item for Write Annual Report, while allowing for complexity when you actually open the task details.
It's about hiding complexity until you are ready to deal with it. I like that.
That's a great way to put it. It manages cognitive load.
And I noticed there are priority flags, too. A little star.
Yes, a simple star icon. It marks urgency. And again, notice the design choice here. It is not a complex ranking system from P1 to P5. It isn't an Eisenhower matrix. It is binary. Is this important or not? Star it.
It keeps the decision-making load low.
It's all about reducing friction for the individual user.
And where does all this live? The whole you pronoun implies mobility. I am not always at my desk when I remember I need to call the dentist.
It absolutely does. The sources listed as available pretty much everywhere you'd want it. On the web, of course. On Windows and macOS desktop apps. And critically, on mobile apps for iOS and Android.
So it's truly cross-platform.
Completely. And because it is cloud synced via your Exchange Online account, it's seamless. If you add Buy Milk on your laptop at work, it is on your phone when you walk into the grocery store an hour later. It's designed to capture the thought whenever and wherever it strikes.
So if we had to summarize the vibe of Microsoft To Do before we move on to the other side of the coin.
The vibe is sanctuary. It is lightweight, it's private, and it's mobile. The sources are very explicit that it lacks things like workload charts or team dashboards because, frankly, you do not need a burn-down chart for your grocery list. You do not need a Gantt chart for your daily errands. It is optimized for personal execution.
Okay, so that is our quiet corner, our personal study. Now, let's leave the sanctuary and step into the noise. Let's talk about Microsoft Planner. I'm calling this The war room.
That is a very fitting description. If to-do is your private study with a nice lamp and a closed door, Planner is the open plan office with whiteboards everywhere and people shouting updates across the room.
So transition us. Who is the target audience here? This is not the student or the parent anymore.
No, we are moving firmly into the team environment. Planner is built for departments, project teams, and organizational workflows. And the core philosophy shifts completely from privacy to transparency. Nothing here is private by default. If you put it on the board, the team sees it instantly.
That is a big mental shift. No more secret tasks. No more I'll get to it later without anyone knowing.
None. This is about full team collaboration. The goal isn't just to remember to do something. It is to coordinate complex work among multiple people, often asynchronously across different time zones.
And it looks different, right? We aren't just looking at a vertical list anymore. I think the visual aspect is what scares some people off initially because it just looks busier.
It is busier, but it's organized chaos. The visual metaphor changes completely from a list to a board. Planner uses what's called a board view, specifically a Kanban board.
Okay, for those listeners who might not be certified project managers or haven't spent time in agile software development, let's unpack Kanban. What are we actually looking at?
Imagine a physical corkboard. On that board, you have drawn vertical lines to create columns. In Planner, these columns are called buckets. And inside those buckets, you have cards, which are your tasks. The key interaction is that you can drag and drop these cards from one bucket to another.
So a bucket could be?
What?
The classic example is to do, doing, and done, right?
That is the classic Kanban setup, yes. It represents the flow of work from start to finish. But the beauty of buckets, as the expert analysis in our sources suggests, is their flexibility. You could name your buckets by project phase: planning, execution, review, launch.
Or by team.
Or by department, exactly.
Yeah.
Marketing, design, development, QA. It allows you to spatially organize the work in whatever way makes sense for your project. You can see at a glance where everything sits.
That visual aspect seems key. In a list, like in To-Do, everything kind of looks the same text size, same priority, unless you star it. On a board, you can see if the doing bucket is overflowing while the done bucket is empty.
You can spot a bottleneck visually in seconds. That's the power of it. It leverages our spatial memory. You remember that the bug fix card is on the right side of the screen in the review column, and that leads us directly to the core collaboration features. In To-Do, a task is yours, period. In Planner, a task can be assigned
To one person.
to one or more people. Unlike some earlier versions of task tools, Planner supports assigning tasks to multiple users.
So if you and I are both working on this deep dive script, we can both be assigned to the card for it.
Yes. And that task is so much richer than a to-do item. It's like a mini project hub. The source material notes that Planner tasks support checklists, which are similar to the steps in To-Do, but they also support attachments.
Attachments, so I can link the actual file.
You can attach the actual Word doc, the Excel sheet, a link to a SharePoint site right to the task. No more hunting through emails for the latest version. It's right there on the card. You can also use labels for color coding, maybe red for urgent, blue for low priority, green for client-facing. You can define what the colors mean for your team.
So you get this incredibly rich visual language. You can see who's working on what files are involved, and what the priority is, all without even clicking into the task.
Exactly. It's about maximizing information density at a glance.
And because it's a Microsoft tool, I assume it knows who everyone in the company is. I don't have to type in full email addresses to assign tasks.
That is the integration with Microsoft 365 groups. This is the engine under the hood, and it's a really important concept. When you create a plan in Planner, you are usually creating it for an existing group, like the marketing team M365 group. That means everyone in that group has access instantly. All the permissions are handled automatically.
So you don't have to manually invite people one by one and manage permissions. If you're in the team, you're in the plan.
If you're in the group, you're in the plan. Security is handled at the group level, which is much more efficient and secure.
Now, you mentioned earlier that To-Do lacks charts because you don't need analytics for your groceries. That made sense. But Planner does have them.
Yes, and this is what we can call the manager's view. Planner includes a specific charts view. It's a dedicated tab at the top of every plan.
What are we measuring in this view? What do the charts show me?
They're measuring two key things: progress and workload. This is absolutely crucial for a team lead or project manager. You can click a button and see a pie chart of how many tasks are not started versus in progress, late, or completed.
So a high-level project status report, basically.
Exactly. But then, and this is often more important for preventing team burnout,
Yeah.
you can see a bar chart of tasks assigned per person.
Ah, so I can see if Steve has 20 tasks assigned to him and Karen only has 2.
Precisely. It provides immediate visual visibility into the workload distribution across the team. You can see who is overloaded. You can see which bucket is falling behind. That is an analytical layer that simply does not exist in To-Do, because in To-Do, you're the only resource you need to manage.
That really connects back to the why we started with. You open Planner when you need to answer the question, how is the team doing, not just what do I need to do?
That is the perfect way to frame it. It's about the macro view of the team versus the micro view of the self.
Okay, so we have the sanctuary, which is To-Do, and we have the war room, which is Planner. But here is the problem I see coming a mile away. It's the big one. If I am on a team using Planner for the big project, but I also have my personal to-do list for my daily life, am I just constantly alt-tabbing between apps all day? Am I supposed to be writing down my Planner tasks into my to-do list manually? Because that sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like the definition of inefficiency.
That is the million-dollar question. And historically, with other, disconnected tools, that was exactly the problem. You had your project management tool over here and your personal list over there, and they did not talk to each other at all.
And that friction is where things get lost. That's where you forget to update the main project board.
Absolutely. But this brings us to part 3, the ecosystem. Microsoft knows that friction exists. They've put a huge amount of engineering effort into solving exactly that problem.
So how do they bridge the gap? What's the magic?
It's what the sources consistently refer to as the killer feature. The integration between the two is, for the most part, seamless. And it works like this. Assigned tasks in Planner automatically appear in your Microsoft To-Do app.
Wait, automatically. I don't have to click a sync button or run a script. So if my boss assigns me a task in the Planner board for the Q3 strategy, that just pops up in my personal list.
It does. Inside your Microsoft To-Do application, there's a special smart list. You can see it in the sidebar called Assigned to Me. Any task from any Planner board you are a member of that gets assigned to your name aggregates right there in that one list.
That is a game changer. That's not just a bridge. That collapses the two worlds into one view.
It really is. It solves the fundamental dilemma we started with. You don't have to choose between checking the team board and checking your personal list to know what you have to do today. You open To-Do as your one daily dashboard. You see your personal errands mix right in with your strategic team assignments.
So I can literally have buy milk sitting right next to finish Q3 strategy draft in my daily view.
You can. And you can add them both to your My Day list. To you, the user, there are just 2 tasks on your plate for today. The origin doesn't matter in that moment of planning.
Okay, but what about the other way? Does the data flow back? If I check it off in To-Do, does the planner board get updated?
Yes. And here is the magic. When you check off that Finish Q3 strategy draft task in your personal To-Do app, it syncs back to the planner board and marks it as complete for the whole team to see.
That is the complete loop. That is what makes it work. So my manager gets their charts view in Planner, they see my task move to completed, but I didn't have to leave my personal flow to go and update them.
Correct. It allows the individual to work in their sanctuary while still feeding the necessary data back to the war room. You are maintaining your personal focus while contributing to the team's transparency. It's the best of both worlds.
Wow. Okay, so that's the main connection. What about other connections? We are deep in the Microsoft world here. I have to assume Outlook is involved somewhere.
You can't talk about Microsoft productivity for more than 5 minutes without Outlook coming up. It's the granddaddy of them all.
Yeah.
The sources note that Outlook tasks are effectively synced with To-Do. In fact, To-Do is the modern replacement for the old Outlook tasks client.
And what about emails? My inbox is a constant source of new tasks.
There's a direct integration for that. If you flag an email in Outlook, it can be set to automatically show up as a task in To-Do. There's a special list called flagged email.
Oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. Flag an email and it becomes a to-do item. No more keeping emails unread just to remember that I need to do something with them. That is my worst habit.
It's everyone's worst habit because an inbox is a terrible to-do list. It's organized chronologically by who sent it, not by your priorities. Moving that flagged email into To-Do allows you to schedule it, prioritize it, add steps, and most importantly, get it out of the inbox so you can archive the email.
And on the Planner side, what's its natural habitat? Where does it live?
Planner's primary habitat is Microsoft Teams. It isn't just a website you go to. It's an app you can pin as a tab right inside a Teams channel. So it lives right where the conversation about the project is happening. If you are chatting about the project in your Teams channel, the board with all the tasks is just one click away. No context switching.
And the files, the attachments we talked about, where are they stored?
Naturally, since you are attaching files within a Microsoft 365 group, it is all backed by SharePoint and OneDrive. Every file you attach to a planner task is actually being stored in the group's SharePoint document library. It's all secure, versioned, and centrally located.
It really is an ecosystem. You pull a string in one place, like flagging an email, and it moves the puppet over in To-Do. You complete a task in To-Do, and it moves the card in Planner, which is visible in Teams.
That is the entire value proposition. If you aren't using the integrations, you're just using two separate isolated tools. But if you lean into the ecosystem, it becomes a powerful, integrated workflow.
Okay, we have covered a lot of ground. I want to do a rapid-fire breakdown just to really hammer these points home. We have a key differences summary table in our source material. I'm going to throw a category at you, and I want the to-do versus planner verdict just to lock this in for the listener. Are you ready?
Ready, let's do it.
Okay. Category 1, main purpose.
To-do is personal task management. Planner is team project management.
Simple enough. Category 2, collaboration.
To-do is limited and private. It is private by default. You can share a list, but that's it. Planner is full team collaboration by design.
Category 3, organization.
To-do uses lists and the My Day feature for focus. Planner uses buckets, labels, and the visual board view.
Got it. Category 4, reporting. This is a big one.
To-do has none. It is just for you. It's a list. Planner has rich progress and workload charts.
And finally, the overall visuals.
To-do is simple lists, clean, minimal, text-based. Planner is visual Kanban boards and data visualizations.
Boom. That helps solidify the mental model. But you know me, I like a story. I need to see this in action to really get it. The source material gives us a specific, and I think really good scenario, university course development.
Yes, this is a great example because it involves both deeply individual work and very complex team coordination. It perfectly illustrates the me versus we dynamic we've been talking about.
So set the scene for us. We have a professor, let's call him Professor Plum. What is his life like in Microsoft To Do?
Okay, so Professor Plum is using Microsoft To Do for his individual responsibilities. He has tasks that only he can do, and frankly, tasks that no one else on the team even needs to know about.
Like what?
Things like grade the midterm papers for History 101, attend the monthly faculty department meeting, or submit research grant application by Friday.
Right, and why is he using To Do for this? Why not put grade papers on the team board?
Because the department chair doesn't need to track the micro progress of his grading. No one needs to see a task card for grade student #4 his paper. The granularity is wrong, and no one else needs to collaborate on his attendance at a meeting. These are solitary tasks. He needs to organize his own time, set his own reminders, and just get the work done. He uses My Day to decide, okay, the grant application is due Friday. Today I'm just going to grade 10 papers and outline the grant proposal. It keeps him sane and focused.
It's his personal cockpit for managing his own professional responsibilities. But he is also part of a larger team creating a brand new online course, right?
Exactly. And this is where the instructor team comes in. For the Intro to Ancient Civilizations online course project, they're using Microsoft Planner. This is a project with a hard deadline, multiple stakeholders, and a lot of moving parts.
So what does that planner board look like? What are the buckets?
So they've set it up logically. They might have buckets for syllabus design, lecture recording, reading materials curation, and final peer review.
And the tasks inside those buckets are shared responsibilities.
Yes, completely. There is a task card in the syllabus design bucket called Draft Module 1 Syllabus, and that one is assigned to Professor Plum. But there's another task right next to it called Record Module 1 Intro Video, and that is assigned to his colleague, let's call her Dr. Peacock. And a third task, Source Primary Text for Module 1, is assigned to a graduate assistant.
And everyone can see where everyone else is at with their part of Module 1.
Precisely. The team lead, maybe it's the dean of the department, can look at the charts view and say, hey, the lecture recording bucket is totally empty, but the syllabus bucket is full. We are falling behind on video production. Dr. Peacock, do you need help with the studio?
That visibility prevents the project from stalling out because one person is stuck. Okay, but here is the crucial link back to Professor Plum. He doesn't want to live inside the planner board all day checking for updates.
No, of course not. He's busy grading papers. So he opens his To-Do app in the morning, like he always does, and because of that integration we discussed, he looks at his Assigned to Me list, and what does he see?
He sees that Draft Module 1 syllabus task, right?
He's it sitting right there. It was assigned to him in Planner yesterday afternoon, and this morning It's in his personal to-do app.
And it sits right next to his personal task, grade midterm papers.
Exactly. To him, in that moment of planning his day, there are just two tasks he needs to do. He drags them both into his My Day view. He spends the morning grading papers, a personal task. Then after lunch, he opens a Word document and drafts the syllabus for the team project. When he's done, he finds the task in his to-do My Day list, and he checks it off. Magically, the planner board updates in real time. The draft Module 1 syllabus card moves to the completed column. The dean, looking at the chart's view, sees the progress bar tick up. Dr. Peacock gets a notification that the syllabus is ready for her to review before she records her video. And Professor Plum never once had to leave his personal sanctuary to go update the war room.
That really, really clarifies the distinction. To-do is for the professor's sanity and personal execution. Planner is for the university's project goals and team coordination.
That is the perfect summary. To-do manages your time. Planner manages the team's output. And the integration makes sure they work together, not against each other.
So what does this all mean for the listener? If they are sitting there right now looking at their screen, maybe they have both apps open, maybe they're just using sticky notes and are totally overwhelmed, what is the big takeaway?
The academic summary, if you will, is this. Don't force a square peg into a round hole. The biggest mistake people make, the one that causes all the friction, is trying to use one tool for everything. If you are trying to manage a team project in To-Do, you will fail because you lack visibility, delegation, and reporting. You'll become a bottleneck. And if you try to manage your personal life in Planner, you will fail because you are over-engineering simple tasks and creating noise for everyone else.
So the advice is to use both, but for their intended purpose. Stay in the lane that fits the vehicle.
Exactly. Use To-Do for your daily planning, for your personal focus. Use Planner for structured team workflows. And trust the integration to build a bridge between them so you don't have to.
I want to leave everyone with a final thought here, something to chew on. We talked about how these tools are integrating, how Planner flows and to do so seamlessly. It raises an interesting, maybe even provocative question about the future of work.
It does. As these integrations get tighter and tighter, the line between personal work and teamwork starts to blur, at least from the user's perspective. We are moving toward a world where you might not even go to Planner anymore. You might just interact with the tasks it feeds you through your personal hub, through To-Do.
So what's the challenge then?
The challenge for the listener, for you, is to master that personal list. Because if your personal to-do list is a mess, if you can't manage your own My Day, you can't effectively contribute to the team's planner board. Your personal chaos becomes the team's chaos.
That is a powerful thought. Your digital hygiene isn't just about you anymore. It directly impacts the health of the whole team. If you drop the ball on your private list, the public board suffers.
It really does. Everything is connected. Mastering the self is the first step to being a great collaborator.
Well, on that note, I think I have some tasks to drag into my day. I definitely need to go flag some emails from this morning. Thank you for walking us through the ecosystem.
Always a pleasure to connect the dots.
And thank you for listening to the deep dive. Go organize your day, clear that mental clutter, and we will catch you in the next one.
Okay, let's unpack this. Welcome back to another deep dive. You know, I was looking at my desk this morning, and it was, well, let's just call it an archaeological dig.
I know that feeling.
I had a sticky note from 3 days ago stuck to my monitor, a reminder written on the back of a napkin in my pocket, about 5 different browser tabs open with things I supposedly needed to read later.
Later. Later is a dangerous place. It's where tasks go to die. It's the Bermuda Triangle of productivity.
Exactly. And it got me thinking about the universal struggle we all seem to have right now. We're living in this incredibly fragmented world. I've got my work laptop, I've got my personal phone, I've got a tablet somewhere under a pile of mail. And the big question is, how do we keep a single source of truth for what actually needs to get done? How do I stop my brain from having to hold on to all these loose ends?
It's the modern condition, isn't it? We call it cognitive load. When your tasks are scattered across physical and digital spaces, your brain is constantly running a background process just trying to remember where the list is, let alone what's on it.
Right.
It's exhausting, even if you aren't doing the work yet. The effort of just tracking it all is a job in itself.
It's like having a browser with 50 tabs open in your brain. It slows down the whole system. You can't think clearly.
Precisely. And in psychology, there's a name for this, the Zeigarnik effect. It's the tendency for uncompleted tasks to take up more mental RAM, more headspace than completed ones.
Okay, say more about that, the Zygarnik effect.
It's this idea that our minds are wired to remember things that are unfinished. It's an open loop. So your brain is essentially holding a mental open loop for every sticky note you lose, every tab you leave open.
That's why I'll randomly remember at 2 a.m. that I forgot to email someone back.
Exactly. Your brain is trying to close the loop. So you aren't just tired from working, you're tired from the act of remembering what work you have to do.
That explains the headache I have by 2 p.m. every day. It's not the work, it's the remembering. So to fix my open loops, we are looking at a solution today that claims to close them.
Or at least to gather them all in one place.
Right. We are doing a deep dive into Microsoft To Do. Now, before you roll your eyes and say, oh great, another to-do list app, stick with us, because the source material we have today is really interesting.
It is, yeah.
It's a document called the Universal Accessibility Guide for Microsoft To Do.
It sounds incredibly dry, doesn't it? Like something you'd find in the bottom drawer of an IT department next to a manual for a fax machine from 1998.
It sounds like a technical manual for fixing a printer. But when I started reading it, I realized it's actually kind of a philosophy disguised as a manual.
Oh, that's a great way to put it.
It's not just about click here to add a task.
Yeah.
It reveals this philosophy of anywhere, anytime productivity.
That's the key phrase. Anywhere, anytime. What this document is really outlining is a system designed to reduce that friction, that cognitive load we just talked about.
Okay.
It's about creating a workflow that bridges the gap between your ecosystems, Apple, Windows, Android, and your contexts, whether you're sitting at a desk doing deep work or running through an airport trying to find your gate.
So our mission today is to unpack this guide. We aren't just going to list features. We want to understand how a cross-platform system like this actually works to lower that cognitive load. I have to admit, I'm excited about this one because the promise of seamlessness is something I have been chasing for years.
We all are.
Getting organized is always my New Year's resolution, and maybe this is the key.
And I'm looking forward to framing this as a discussion about accessibility and continuity. Technology should serve us by being available where we are. We shouldn't have to go to a specific room or a specific device just to remember to buy milk or finish that report.
Yes. The tool should bend to the user, not the other way around.
Exactly. It should meet you where you are.
Amen to that. So, let's start at the 30,000-foot view. Based on the overview section of our source, what exactly is Microsoft To Do?
At its core, the guide defines it as a cross-platform task management application, but that's just, jargon.
Right, that could be anything.
The most important sentence in that overview, the one that really gets to the heart of it, is that it allows users to access their tasks anytime and anywhere.
Which sounds like marketing fluff until you dig into the how.
Exactly. The backbone of this entire system isn't the app itself. The app is just a shell, a user interface. The backbone is the Microsoft 365 cloud services. That's where the data lives.
Okay, let's unpack that, because I think people often think of an app as the thing installed on their phone. Like the list lives inside the phone.
Right, and that's the old way of thinking. That's a relic of, the 90s or early 2000s. If you saved a file to your desktop, it lived on that hard drive. If the hard drive died, the file died with it.
A tragedy many of us have experienced.
Oh, absolutely. But here, the guide emphasizes that data is synchronized through the cloud. This means your device, whether it's your fancy new iPhone or a dusty old laptop, is just a window.
A window.
You're looking through the window at your data, which is floating safely in the Microsoft cloud. The window can break, but the view remains.
I love that analogy. The device is just a window. So if I smash the window, if I drop my phone in the toilet, the view is gone for a moment. But the landscape behind it, my data, my list, is still there.
Precisely. You just walk over to another window, your laptop, a web browser, and there it is. The landscape is unchanged.
And that brings us to the promise of multi-platform accessibility mentioned in the source. From your perspective, what does that mean for the user practically?
Well, you tell me. What does it mean to you?
To me, it means freedom. It means I'm not tethered to my desk. If I have a brilliant idea for a project while I'm waiting in line for coffee, I don't have to repeat it to myself over and over and over until I get back to the office.
Trying to hold it in your head?
Yes. I could just dump it into the system right there. Yeah. It liberates me from location. My ideas are safe the second I have them.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture from an analytical perspective, it's about data reliability and trust.
Trust. That's a big word for a to-do app.
It is. If the system is truly accessible across web, desktop, and mobile, which are the 3 pillars the guide outlines, then the system becomes trustworthy. You stop second-guessing whether you wrote something down because the barrier to entry is so low.
You trust that it's been captured.
You trust that it's been captured, and you trust that you can retrieve it from anywhere. If the data lives everywhere, you can trust it anywhere.
So let's talk about those 3 pillars. The guide breaks them down: web, desktop, and mobile. I want to start with what I think is the unsung hero of this whole setup: the web access.
The universal doorway.
Exactly. Section 2 of our source focuses entirely on this. It calls it the web access method. Now, why does the guide highlight this? It seems so basic.
It is basic, and that's its strength. That's its superpower. The guide notes that this is the lowest barrier to entry. It requires absolutely no installation.
Right.
Think about the friction of trying to use a new piece of software. Usually you have to find it, download it, install it, click agree to terms you never read, wait for the progress bar.
And if you're on a work computer, you might not even have admin rights to install anything. You're blocked before you even start.
Or maybe you're at a library. Or using a Chromebook, where you can install traditional software. The web bypasses all of that.
Total bypass.
The guide lists the browser compatibility: Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Safari. Essentially, if a machine can load a web page, it can access your brain. It democratizes your own data.
The source gives us a specific URL, which I think is worth memorizing. https://do.microsoft.com. It's like a secret backdoor to your productivities. Clean, simple.
It is. And once you go there, the login process ties back to that Microsoft 365 account we mentioned. And here's something the source explicitly points out. It supports work, school, or personal accounts.
I want to pause on that for a second. Why is it so significant that it lists all 3? It seems obvious.
Well, it's obvious now, but for a long time, the tech world tried to keep these things separate. You had your work machine and your home machine, your work identity and your personal identity.
A digital wall between church and state.
Exactly. But that's not how our brains work. We don't just have work tasks. We have finish the Q3 report, but we also have pick up the dry cleaning and study for the certification exam.
And they're all competing for the same mental space.
Precisely. By supporting both corporate and personal accounts, the web interface becomes a unified dashboard. You aren't switching apps to switch modes of your life. It hints at the blend of life and work management that modern tools need to address to be truly useful.
That's a great point. It blends the life and work management. Now, the guide lists some web-specific features. It mentions managing tasks and lists, obviously. But it highlights something called My Day and suggested tasks.
Ah, My Day. This is a fascinating feature from a psychological standpoint. It's really the secret sauce.
Why do you say that?
The guide highlights it because it's unique to the philosophy of the app. Traditional to-do lists are just long, guilt-inducing scrolls of everything you haven't done since 2015.
Oh, I know that list. The list of shame. It just grows and grows until you want to hide under the bed. It's paralyzing.
Exactly. My Day wipes the slate clean every morning. It's a blank page. It asks you, with no judgment, what do you want to achieve today?
So it's not about the mountain of things you could do.
No. It allows you to pull tasks from your master list, your mountain, into a temporary manageable focus list for just today. It's about intentionality. It forces you to be realistic about your bandwidth for the next 12 hours.
It's like a daily fresh start, a little dose of digital grace every morning. And the web version is perfect for this because, as the guide says, it syncs with Outlook and Planner tasks.
Yes, the integration piece.
So if I'm at work, checking my email in a browser, I can flag an email and boom, it shows up as a suggestion for my to-do list on the web.
It's all about reducing the steps. You don't have to copy and paste. You flag it, and the system says, hey, you probably want to do something with this email. Want to add it to your day?
It's proactive.
It is. But I want to touch on the best practices tip the source gives regarding the web version. Did you catch that?
Yes, it said use it for quick access without installation.
Think about the use case there. You're at a hotel business center. Or maybe your laptop battery died, and you have to borrow a colleague's computer for 5 minutes.
You definitely don't want to install your personal software on their machine.
Right, that's intrusive. And honestly, a security risk. You don't want your credentials saved on someone else's device.
Good point.
But you can open an incognito tab, go to the URL, sign in, check what you need to do, add a task, and then close the window. It leaves no trace. It's the ghost mode of productivity.
Ghost mode. I like that.
It allows you to function in environments that aren't your own without compromising your security or your workflow.
So the web is for when you're borrowing a machine or just need a quick check-in. It's the universal adapter. But what about when you're actually sitting down to get stuff done? That brings us to section 3, the power station, the desktop applications.
This is where we shift from access to deep work. The guide details dedicated desktop applications for both Windows and macOS.
Let's start with Windows. I mean, it's Microsoft, so you'd expect the Windows experience to be good. The guide says you install it via the Microsoft Store, but what are the key features here that differentiate it from the web?
The guide highlights integration with Windows notifications. This is subtle but important.
Why? A notification is a notification, right?
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
If you're working on a spreadsheet and a reminder pops up in your native notification center, the same place you see system updates or new emails, it feels integrated into your workflow. It's part of the operating system.
As opposed to a browser tab yelling at me.
Exactly. A browser notification can feel like an interruption from the outside. A native notification feels like a message from your own system. It respects the ecosystem of the OS. It's less intrusive. It feels like part of the computer's brain.
It's a small detail, but those small user experience details add up.
They add up to a feeling of coherence. But the absolute critical detail here, the one the guide underlines and the one that is a true game changer, is offline access.
Okay, tasks sync when online, but work can continue offline. Why is this such a big deal? We have internet everywhere, don't we?
We like to think we do, but think about the commuter train that goes through a tunnel every day. Think about the airplane Wi-Fi that costs $20 and doesn't work half the time, or the coffee shop where the router needs to be reset.
Or even just a spotty connection at home.
Right. If your productivity system requires an active connection to function, you are fragile. Your ability to work is dependent on 1,000 things outside your control.
It's true. If I can't add a task because the Wi-Fi dropped, I'm going to lose that thought. And that creates anxiety. You start to not trust the tool.
You're back to scribbling on napkins. Precisely. The desktop app stores a local copy of your database on the machine. You can add, edit, complete tasks, rearrange lists, do everything while completely disconnected.
And it just waits.
It just waits. As soon as you reconnect, when your train comes out of the tunnel, it silently syncs all the changes up to the cloud and pulls down any changes made from other devices. It ensures productivity isn't halted by infrastructure issues. This is crucial for professionals who travel or have unreliable internet.
That's the reliability piece. That builds the trust. Now, I was actually surprised to see how much love the macOS version got in this guide. Usually, Mac apps from Microsoft can feel like, well, afterthoughts.
Historically, yes. There was a time when they felt like second-class citizens. But not here. The source explicitly mentions native macOS notifications and installation via the Mac App Store.
So it behaves like a proper Mac app.
It is a full citizen of the ecosystem. It uses the Mac Notification Center. It has a menu bar icon. It follows the design language. They didn't just wrap the website in a box and call it a day.
And it emphasizes cross-device sync. So even if I'm the creative type with a MacBook Pro, my tasks are still syncing back to the corporate Microsoft ecosystem.
Which is huge for the modern workforce. The bring your own device or BYOD movement is real. You might prefer a Mac at home, but use a Windows PC at work. This app bridges that divide without you having to export or email files to yourself.
It's platform agnostic.
The data doesn't care what logo is on the back of the laptop. The sync is the great equalizer.
So the best practice strategy for the desktop app, according to the guide, is use for daily work planning.
Yes. This is your command center. This is where you sit down with your coffee in the morning. You have the screen real estate. You can see your calendar on one side, your task lists on the other. You can drag and drop. You can organize your lists. You can see the big picture.
This is where you use that My Day feature to curate your daily focus.
Exactly. You aren't just reacting to incoming stuff. You are strategizing. You're the architect of your day.
Okay, so we've got the web for quick access. We've got the desktop for the heavy lifting and planning. But we live in a mobile world. Section 4 is all about the on-the-go brain, mobile access.
This represents the shift from planning to executing and capturing. This is where the rubber meets the road.
I like that distinction. Planning versus capturing. The guide covers both Android and iOS. Let's start with Android. It directs us to the Google Play Store. What stood out to you in the feature list for Android?
2 things specifically mentioned in the text: voice input and widgets.
Oh, voice input is a game changer for me. I use it constantly.
It is. Think about the friction of typing on a phone.
Yeah.
It's high. You have to unlock it, find the app, open the app, hit the plus button, tap out the words with your thumbs, correct the inevitable autocorrect.
By the time I've done all that, I've forgotten what I was going to write. Or I've gotten distracted by an Instagram notification and lost 20 minutes of my life.
We've all been there. But with voice input, specifically combined with the widgets the guide mentions, you can often just tap a microphone icon on your home screen and speak.
No app opening required.
Remind me to call the client at 2 p.m. Done. You haven't even really entered the app. You've just captured the thought with the least amount of friction possible.
That's huge for keeping your head up while you're walking or doing something else. You're not staring down at your phone. And the guide mentions Android also supports that offline mode with auto sync, so you can do this while you're hiking in the woods with no signal.
Assuming you want to think about work while hiking in the woods, yes. But the capability is there.
Fair point. It's about having the option. Now, let's look at the iOS ecosystem, iPhone and iPad. The guide lists some very Apple-specific features. Siri integration.
This is a prime example of reducing friction to almost zero. The guide highlights Siri integration because it removes the tactile interface entirely.
You don't even have to touch your phone.
Exactly. You can be driving, eyes on the road, and say, "Hey Siri, add buy flowers to my to-do list."
And because of the deep integration, it doesn't just go to the default Apple reminders. It can go directly to Microsoft To Do.
If you set it up correctly in the settings, yes, it becomes your default capture system. And the guide also mentions iOS widgets and shortcuts. Widgets are similar to Android's, giving you a view of your list on your home screen. But shortcuts on iOS, that's where the power users can really geek out.
Explain that a bit more. What can you do with shortcuts?
Shortcuts allow for some really complex automation. Like, you could have a single button that says Start Morning Routine that automatically adds 5 specific tasks to your My Day list, starts your favorite focus playlist on Apple Music, and turns on your desk lamp.
Wow. That is slick. It's automating your own management.
It is. And the expert analysis here, if we connect this to the bigger picture, is that the app is trying to disappear.
Disappear? What do you mean?
Yes. A good tool shouldn't require you to stare at it constantly. By using Siri, widgets, and shortcuts, the app gets out of your way. It allows you to interact with your data without getting sucked into the app itself.
So you're not getting lost scrolling through your lists.
You're just adding to the list. Or checking something off. It lowers the cognitive load of interaction itself.
That aligns perfectly with the best practice strategy for mobile. Use for reminders and on-the-go task updates. It's not for writing your dissertation. It's for keeping the plate spinning while you're moving.
Precisely. You capture the idea on mobile so you can execute it on desktop later. The phone is for capture. The desktop is for creation.
Which is the perfect segue to Section 5, the magic glue. Synchronization and the cloud. The source identifies real-time cloud synchronization as one of the key strengths.
This is the engine room. This is the magic. We've talked about the different interfaces, the windows, but this is what connects them. Without this, you just have 3 different lists on 3 different devices, which is a recipe for disaster. It's worse than having no list at all.
The guide outlines a cycle. You create on mobile, it appears on desktop. You change on desktop, it syncs to Outlook and Planner.
It sounds simple, but think about the engineering behind real time. It's not syncs once an hour. It's not even pull to refresh. It's push notifications.
Yeah.
If you check off a task on your phone and your desktop app is open, you will see it disappear from the desktop screen almost instantly.
It's so satisfying, isn't it? It feels like magic when you see it happen.
It provides a sense of coherence. Your world is in sync. The source mentions that all updates are stored in the Microsoft 365 cloud. This is the back end that makes it all possible.
And the benefit listed is seamless device switching. The scenario is start a task on your phone, maybe while you're on the bus, and continue it on your desktop when you arrive at the office.
Let's really look at what that means for a worker. It removes the transition costs. Usually when you get to the office, you have to spend 15 minutes setting up, opening files, remembering where you left off, finding your notes.
Where did I put that Post-it? Did I email that note to myself? All that friction.
Right. But with seamless switching, the context follows you. You sit down at your desk, the app is open, and the note you dictated on the bus is already there waiting for you to expand on it. You pick up exactly where you left off.
This also brings up what you called the no excuse factor earlier.
Yes. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You can no longer say, "Oh, I forgot because I didn't have my notebook with me." The list follows the user.
The responsibility shifts.
The responsibility is no longer on the object, the notebook. It's on the user to check the system. The technology removes our excuses.
That's a heavy thought. The technology removes our excuses, but it also removes the burden.
It does. It removes the mental load of trying to remember. You can finally trust the system to do the remembering for you.
So we've got the theory, we've got the features, but I want to see this in action. The source material actually gives us a persona. Section 6 is putting it into practice, and our protagonist is a university professor.
I love that they chose a professor. It's a job that involves high-level thinking, rigid schedules with classes, and lots of mobility conferences, meetings across campus. It's a perfect stress test for this system.
It really is. So let's walk through the university professor workflow, as described in the text. Step 1, office computer, web version. The text assigns the web version to the office computer for reviewing tasks. Why do you think that is? Why not the desktop app?
It's interesting, right? You'd think the professor would have a dedicated desktop. But in academia, you are often moving between different computers. There's your main office, but there's also the computer lab, the library, and crucially, the podium computer in a lecture hall.
Right, the shared machines. You don't want to install your personal to-do list on the podium PC that 100 other people use.
Exactly. So our professor walks into the lecture hall, logs into the web version on the podium machine, quickly checks, okay, do I have the quizzes graded to hand back? Sees what's due, and then logs out before class starts. It's that ephemeral, secure access we talked about.
It's the ghost mode in action.
Perfect example. It keeps their data secure but accessible in a shared environment.
Okay, that makes sense. Then, step 2, desktop app. The guide says this is for planning daily academic activities and meetings.
This is likely their home office or their primary private office computer. This is the command center. This is the deep work phase.
This is where the syllabus gets written.
Exactly. They are mapping out the syllabus for the semester, scheduling research time, organizing grant proposals, breaking down large projects into smaller tasks. They need the full power of the keyboard and mouse. They are organizing, not just checking.
And finally, step 3, mobile app. The guide says it's for receiving reminders and updating tasks during travel or conferences.
This is classic academic life. Conferences are chaos. You're running from one panel discussion to another, networking in the hallway, trying to remember the name of that researcher you just met who had a brilliant idea.
So the professor has a great conversation, they walk away, and before that idea vanishes, they pull out their phone.
And they use voice input. Add task. Email Dr. Smith about the grant proposal. They might add a note. She had a great point about the funding source. Then they set a due date for next week.
It's captured. The loop is closed.
And because of the sync, when they get back to their office and open that desktop app a week later, that task is waiting for them. The workflow demonstrates continuous task tracking.
Right.
The device usage matches the context of the user's physical location and their mental state. You use the right tool for the job at hand.
It really shows that you don't use every platform for everything. You use the right tool for the right moment. The phone is for the now, for capture. The desktop is for the future, for planning. And the web is for the everywhere else.
Exactly. You don't write the syllabus on your phone, and you don't need to boot up your powerful desktop just to check a quick reminder if you're walking down the hall.
So we're bringing it all home. Section 7 of the source summarizes the benefits and the overall philosophy. The core promise is anywhere, anytime, productivity.
That's the slogan. But the substance is in the details we've just discussed. The guide reiterates the importance of supporting enterprise versus personal accounts.
We touched on this, but the text mentions this allows for managing diverse aspects of life in one system. I think this is crucial for preventing burnout. If I have to check 5 different apps to know what I have to do, one for groceries, one for work projects, one for the kids' soccer schedule, I'm just going to ignore 4 of them.
It's the single pane of glass concept from IT management, but applied to your life. You look at one screen and see your whole life's to-do list.
It's daunting, maybe, but it's manageable.
It's manageable because it's unified. Fragmentation is the enemy of management. By seeing it all in one place, you can actually prioritize intelligently. You can see, okay, maybe I can't finish that report tonight because I have to pick up the prescription, which is a hard deadline. You can make informed trade-offs.
You're not blindsided by a personal task you forgot about while you were deep in work mode.
Exactly. The guide also circles back to reliability and that offline capability.
We've hit this hard, but it's worth repeating.
I can't stress it enough. If a tool isn't reliable, you won't use it. It's like a leaky pen. If it fails you once in an important meeting, you'll stop trusting it. The offline mode is the bedrock of trust here. It says, your data is yours, regardless of your connection.
And finally, the academic summary from the source concludes that this cross-platform approach improves 3 things: productivity, flexibility, and time management.
And let's break those down. Productivity because you waste less time looking for things and transitioning between tasks.
Right. Less friction.
Flexibility because you can work where you are, not where your computer is. It untethers you.
And time management.
Because you have a realistic view of your day thanks to features like My Day and the ability to see everything at once. You're making better decisions about how to spend your most valuable resource, your time.
It's a compelling package. It's not just a list. It's an ecosystem.
It is a cloud-based ecosystem designed to make the transition between devices invisible.
Invisible. That's the goal, isn't it? When the tech works so well, you don't notice it. You just do the work.
Precisely. The best tool is the one you forget you're using.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into the Universal Accessibility Guide from Microsoft To Do, I want to leave our listeners with a challenge. Look at your own workflow. Are you fighting your tools? Are you trying to write reports on your phone or remember tasks in your head?
Are you using the desktop for planning and the mobile for capturing? Or are you mixing them up and creating friction for yourself? Are you taking advantage of a feature like My Day to reset your brain? Or are you just letting yourself drown in that endless list of shame?
And here's a final provocative thought to chew on as you go about your day. The source emphasizes seamless device switching. It sounds amazing. It sounds like the future of productivity. But if the work follows us everywhere, from the desktop at the office to the web browser at the hotel to the phone in our pocket while we're in bed, are we mastering our tasks? Or are we just eliminating the boundaries where work is supposed to stop?
That is the million-dollar question. The tool gives you the ability to work anywhere at any time. It requires the discipline from you to choose not to.
So the tool is only half the equation. The other half is our own self-control.
Seamlessness is a superpower, but every superhero needs a secret identity where they can just switch off and relax. This tool can help you clear your plate so you can relax, or it can turn your entire life into a workspace. The choice is still yours.
Oof. That's something to mull over as we sync our next list. Thanks for diving in with us.
Always a pleasure.
We'll see you on the next deep dive. Keep your lists short and your syncs fast. Welcome back to the deep dive. You know, I was looking at the stack of research articles and guides we have for today, and it really struck me that we're tackling something that feels almost invisible.
Yeah.
But it is arguably the biggest drain on human potential in the modern workplace.
Invisible is exactly the right word for it. It's insidious, isn't it? You don't see it piling up.
No.
Not until you're completely buried under it.
It's that buzzing noise. I'm sure everyone listening knows what I'm talking about. You're in the car or you're trying to fall asleep, and suddenly your brain just floods you with this checklist.
Oh, yeah. The 3 a.m. checklist.
Yes. Did you email the client? Did you buy milk? What about that report for Friday? Did you call your mom back? It creates this low-level anxiety that hums in the background of your entire day.
It is absolutely relentless. And in the literature we're digging into today, they have a name for that. It's the mental load.
Mental load.
But more specifically, cognitive psychologists often frame it in the context of the Zeigarnik effect.
The Zeigarnik effect. That sounds like a villain from a sci-fi movie.
It does, doesn't it? But it's actually a real psychological phenomenon. It's named after Bluma Zeigarnik. And essentially what it states is that any uncompleted task, any open loop, takes up a disproportionately larger amount of RAM in your brain than a completed one.
So my brain actively hates unfinished business.
It hates open loops. It's designed to close them. So if you have 50 open loops floating around in your head, 50 things you haven't written down or dealt with, your brain is constantly burning energy just trying to hold on to them. It's like a computer running 50 background processes.
So when I feel completely exhausted at 2 in the afternoon, even if I haven't really done much physically, it's because my brain is essentially juggling 50 invisible balls.
That's a perfect analogy. You're running all these background processes that are just draining your battery. You're not fatigued from the work itself, but from holding on to the idea of the work.
Right. And the natural reaction to that, and I think everyone listening has done this, is you grab the nearest thing, a sticky note in the back of an envelope, you open some random notes app on your phone.
A big brain dump.
Yeah, you just dump everything out. But the source material we're diving into today, it suggests that most of us, we're doing that all wrong.
We are, because we're treating those lists as graveyards for tasks. We write things down to store them, but we don't have a system to actually process them.
And that's where today's focus comes in.
Exactly. We've pulled 2 very, very detailed guides on efficiency, and they both revolve specifically around one tool, Microsoft To Do.
And look, before anyone tunes out thinking, oh, great, an hour-long tutorial on how to use a checkbox, let me just stop you right there.
Right.
Because I absolutely thought I knew how to use a to-do list app. I've used dozens of them.
Yeah.
But these guides we have, they're really distinct. They're not how-to manuals. They're more like blueprints for personal productivity systems that just happen to use this particular piece of software.
That is the key distinction. We are not here to read you the help menu. Our mission today is to unpack the philosophy that's sort of baked into these documents. We're looking at this idea of cognitive load reduction.
Okay.
We want to figure out how to stop your brain from acting as a storage drive, which, by the way, it is terrible at, and get it back to being a processing drive, which is what it was built for.
Stop storing, start processing. I like that. So when I look at the architecture of these sources, it really seems like we have two massive pillars to get through.
We do. The first pillar is what the documentation calls quick task creation, but I prefer to think of it as frictionless capture.
Frictionless. That's a bit of a buzzword, but I feel like in this context, it's actually really important.
It's vital. The sources emphasize over and over that the gap between having a thought and recording the thought needs to be as close to zero as humanly possible.
Okay, why?
Because if it takes you 20 seconds to unlock your phone, find the app, and tap the right button, you've already lost. So we're going to look at the mechanics of speed shortcuts, voice commands, natural language, everything these guides suggest to get an idea out of your head instantly.
And the second pillar?
The second pillar is more on the strategy side. It's titled, Using My Day Effectively. And this part is fascinating because it really challenges the traditional master list concept. You know, that endless scroll of things you'll never do.
The list of shame.
The list of shame, exactly. The core philosophy here is about the daily reset. It uses a specific feature in the app called My Day to essentially force you to wipe the slate clean every single 24 hours.
Okay, that sounds a little anxiety-inducing, I have to say. Wiping the slate clean, it sounds like I'm going to lose things.
It sounds scary on the surface, but the psychological argument in the text is that it's actually the cure for the overwhelm. It's a combination of time blocking and what they refer to as deliberate constraint.
Okay, so whether you're a student drowning in coursework, a professional juggling 5 different projects, or honestly just someone trying to keep a household from falling into total chaos, this deep dive is for you. We're going to move from that problem, that mental buzzing noise, to the solution.
Let's get into it.
Let's do it. Let's start with segment 1, the art of quick capture. Now, the source material spends a lot of time on this concept of reduced cognitive load. I want to push on this a little bit. Is it really that big of a deal if it takes me 10 seconds to write something down versus 2 seconds? Is the source material being a bit dramatic here?
It feels dramatic, I get that, but it only feels that way until you look at the data on distraction. The guides we're analyzing point to this critical threshold. Your short-term memory is incredibly volatile.
Right.
And there's a concept in user interface design called the gulf of execution.
It's a gulf of execution. That sounds ominous.
It's the gap between your intention, so I need to remember to buy cat food, and the action of actually recording it. If that gulf is too wide, if you have to unlock your phone, swipe through 3 screens to find the app, wait for it to load, find the right list, tap a tiny plus button.
I'm already exhausted just hearing you describe it.
Exactly. And in that gap, 2 things can happen. 1, you might just forget the task entirely. But 2, and this is far more likely in 2026, you get distracted.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I unlock my phone with the pure intention of writing down a task. I see a single Instagram notification, and suddenly it's 20 minutes later, I'm watching a video of someone restoring a rusty old knife, and I have no cat food.
Precisely. That is the loop. That is why the source documentation is so obsessed with this idea of minimal effort. The app's design is meant to bypass that entire distraction loop. The philosophy of speed isn't about saving a few seconds of time, it's about safety. It's about securing the data before your brain drops it or gets pulled away.
It's like trying to catch a firefly.
Yeah.
You can't hesitate, you have to close your hand instantly or it's gone.
Perfect analogy.
So let's look at the main input box that the guide talks about. It seems so basic, it's just a text bar at the bottom of the screen. But the guide really argues that it's the most important feature in the entire app. Why?
Because of its ubiquity, its presence. Whether you're on the web version, the desktop app, or on your mobile, that bar is always the first thing you see. It's always there waiting. The mechanics they describe are dead simple. Select the list you want, click Add a Task, type the name, press Enter.
Click, type, enter.
It sounds so trivial, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But the guide is suggesting that the sequence needs to become a reflex. It needs to be pure muscle memory. You shouldn't be consciously thinking, okay, I need to open my planner now. You should just have the reflex. The text explicitly calls this the foundational habit.
Okay.
If you can master that three-step loop, you stop the cycle of forgetting before it even has a chance to start. You see it, you capture it, you move on.
Okay, but here's where I always get tripped up. And I think this is where a lot of these digital systems fail in the real world. I am not always sitting at my desk perfectly positioned to type. I'm walking the dog. I'm driving. I'm running to catch a train.
Yeah.
And the source brings up a specific case study here. A university professor.
Right, the academic case study. This persona runs through the whole guide. It's a great example.
So this professor is walking across the campus quad. They have this brilliant, fleeting idea for a new research proposal. But they can't just stop in the middle of a crowded path and start typing if they wait until they get back to their office 10 minutes later.
The idea is gone, or it's a distorted, lesser version of what it was.
So what does the guide say is the solution here? This is a classic capture problem.
This is where the mobile integration and specifically voice input becomes absolutely vital. But it's not just about having a voice recorder app. That's a key distinction.
How so? What's the difference?
Well, a standard voice recorder app just creates an audio file. Now you have a new task. Listen to my 10 voice memos from today and transcribe them.
Ugh. Yeah, that's just creating more work.
That's friction. That's a new task. The guide details using the built-in microphone integration on the mobile keyboard within the To-Do app itself.
So you're talking about dictation.
Real-time dictation, yes. You tap the little microphone icon on your phone's keyboard, you speak the thought, prepare research proposal on quantum entanglement for tomorrow, and the system transcribes it into text immediately. It becomes a task right then and there.
So the professor in the example, they don't even have to break stride. They don't have to look down and peck at a tiny keyboard with their thumbs, which is, dangerous if you're crossing a street.
Exactly. It completely bridges that physical gap. The university professor example is meant to show that productivity doesn't just happen at a desk between 9 and 5. A good system has to be fluid enough to follow you into the real world.
I can really see the value in that. It creates this continuous, unbroken loop. You don't have that moment where you walk into your office and you think, ooh, I had a great idea on the quad. What on earth was it?
And that takes us right back to the Zeigarnik effect. If that professor doesn't record the idea, a part of their brain remains stuck back on that walk, trying desperately to hold on to that thought. By capturing it instantly with their voice, they release that cognitive energy. They can be fully present for whatever meeting they're walking into.
Okay, so we've covered the foundational habit of typing. We've covered capturing on the go with voice. But there's another layer here that I think is, well, it's the real game changer in the source material. Let's get into segment 2, natural language processing. The source calls it natural language input, but honestly, it feels like magic when it works.
It does feel like magic. But if we want to be technical, it's syntax parsing.
Okay, syntax parsing.
Yeah.
Use the fancy words. But for the listener, I absolutely hate, and I mean I loathe, manually clicking on a little calendar icon in an app. You know the drill, right?
Oh, I know it well.
You have to click the calendar, then you have to swipe to the next month. You pick a day, then you have to find some little clock wheel to spin to 3 p.m. Then you have to find another menu to set a reminder.
It feels like you're doing administrative torture on yourself.
It does. It's so much friction. It's enough friction that I usually just don't do it. I'll just write call Bob in the task list and hope I remember when I was supposed to call him. But the source is telling us we can bypass all of that.
Completely bypass it. Microsoft To Do has this feature of automatic detection baked right into the main input box. It parses plain language. So instead of filling out a form like you're a database administrator, you just type the way you would speak to a human assistant.
Okay, let's look at the specific examples they use in the text, because I think the syntax here really matters. What can it actually understand?
The guide lists a few really powerful ones. The first and most common is the date and time combination. So if you type out, submit expense report tomorrow at 10 a.m., the system doesn't just save that phrase as text.
What does it do?
It reads the string tomorrow, calculates what tomorrow's date is, it reads 10 a.m., and it automatically sets the due date and a specific reminder time. The words tomorrow at 10 a.m. actually disappear from the task name because they've been converted into data.
Whoa. So it's stripping the metadata out of the task name itself and applying it to the task's properties.
Precisely. And it's smart about relative dates, too. The other example is meeting with students next Monday. It knows what next Monday means relative to today's date.
That is actually huge for me because next Monday is how my brain works. I don't think next Monday is the 14th. I just think next Monday.
Right. It's designed to match your mental model, not force you into a machine's model. But the other big one they mentioned in the source is for recurring tasks. This is a huge pain point in most apps. Here, you can just type pay subscription on the 1st of every month.
Oh, that's a lifesaver. Seriously.
Yeah.
Setting up a recurring task manually is usually buried 5 or 6 clicks deep in a settings menu somewhere. Repeat daily, weekly, monthly on the first Tuesday.
Exactly. And the expert analysis in the guide really hammers this point home. It's about the efficiency gain. The source points out that this one feature significantly speeds up task entry because it completely removed manual data entry. You aren't acting as the database administrator anymore. You are just the user speccing your intent.
It's the difference between, I don't know, coding a website from scratch versus just dragging and dropping a picture onto a page.
Yeah.
It just lowers the barrier to entry so much. If it's easy to add a due date, I'm much more likely to actually add one.
And if you have a due date on a task, you are exponentially more likely to actually do the task. It all feeds back into that core productivity loop. It turns the app from being a passive static list into a proactive tool that helps you manage your time.
Okay, so we've got quick capture with typing, we've got voice for when we're on the move, and we have this natural language magic. But there's another massive black hole where tasks go to die. My email inbox.
Yeah.
So segment 3 is all about ecosystem integration, specifically how to do talks to Outlook and Planner.
The email dilemma. It's the classic modern knowledge worker problem. You open an email. It contains a task, maybe a request from your boss or a bill that needs paying, but you don't have time to deal with it right this second. So what do?
Well, what I do is I mark it as unread, or I flag it, and then it just gets buried under the 50 new emails that arrive in the next hour about pizza parties and updates to the company privacy policy.
Right. You're using your inbox as a to-do list. And the sources are very, very clear on this point. An inbox is a communication tool, not a task manager. Mixing the two is a recipe for stress and for things falling through the cracks.
So how does the integration solve this problem?
The source details a direct, seamless integration with Outlook. And there are two main methods. The first one is, it's incredibly simple and powerful. Flagging an email.
You mean just hitting that little red flag icon that's been in Outlook forever?
The very same one. If you flag an email in Outlook, the source explains that it automatically converts that email into a task, into do. You don't have to copy the subject line. You don't have to paste the body text. You don't have to switch apps. You just flag it and it's captured.
And this is the university professor example again, right? He's using this.
That's right. Imagine the professor is scanning through their emails between lectures. They see a request from a student. Please review the attached draft of my thesis. They can't possibly do that right now. If they leave it in their inbox, it will scroll off the screen by noon, so they just click the flag.
And then what happens?
Instantly, it appears in their Microsoft to-do list inside a special dedicated list called flagged email.
And the beauty of that, as I understand it, is that the task in to-do actually contains a link that takes you right back to the original email. Correct.
Correct. And that is crucial. So when you're finally ready to do the work, maybe later that evening, you open to do, you click the task review student thesis, and it opens the original email with the attachment and the full context. You don't have to go searching through your inbox for it.
That is the most critical part for me. Because usually I'll write a vague task on my list like, reply to Steve. Then 3 days later I see it and I think, who on earth is Steve and what did he want from me?
Exactly. That's context switching. It's incredibly expensive for the brain. This integration preserves the context perfectly.
The source also mentions Microsoft Planner. Now, for the listeners who might not be in big corporate jobs, Planner is basically a team project board, right? Sort of like a Trello or an Asana.
Yes, exactly that. It's for managing team-based work. And this is where things usually get really messy for people. You have your personal tasks in one app, maybe your email tasks in your inbox, and then your team tasks in a third app. You're constantly toggling between browser tabs.
The dreaded Alt-Tab dance.
The Alt-Tab dance absolutely kills focus. The source explains this integration called the Assign to Me feature. It's very simple. When a task is assigned to you in Microsoft Planner, let's say, your manager assigns you complete Q1 financial analysis, it automatically appears in a specific list in Microsoft To Do.
So, I don't even have to open Planner to see what I need to do for the team.
You don't. And that's the implication that the guide really wants us to focus on. It says that users can review and manage all their team tasks without manually recreating them in their personal system. It centralizes everything. It brings your individual work and your teamwork into one single view.
That feels like the holy grail of productivity.
It breaks down the silos. You're no longer asking, what do I need to do for the team, and then separately asking, what do I need to do for myself? You just ask one question: what do I need to do today?
That is the dream. One list to rule them all. But sometimes the task on that one list is just, it's scary. You know what I mean? You write down something like write thesis or plan wedding, and you just stare at it because it's too big, too monolithic.
It paralyzes you.
Which brings us to segment 4, breaking it down using subtasks.
This is such a huge psychological hurdle as much as it is a logistical one. In cognitive psychology, we talk a lot about ambiguity. If a task is too ambiguous or just too large, the brain interprets it as a threat, and that triggers an avoidance response.
So you're saying we don't procrastinate because we're lazy. We procrastinate because we're scared of the sheer size of the task.
Very often, yes. We simply don't know where to start, so we do nothing. The source material introduces a feature called STEPS, which is Microsoft To-Do's terminology for subtasks.
Steps. I like that word. It implies forward movement.
Exactly. The process they describe is as simple as it gets. You open the main scary task and you just click Add Step. And the example from the source is just perfect for its simplicity. Research draft review.
So simple.
It's simple, but it is so powerful. The task write book is impossible. It will sit on your list forever. But the first step, research chapter 1, that's doable. You can do that this afternoon. By adding these steps, the analysis in the guide shows that we are breaking complex tasks into manageable actions.
It's the old salami slice method. You just slice the big, scary task into these thin, delicious, non-threatening slices of productivity.
If you want to call it that, sure. But there's also a dopamine element at play here. When you check off a step, even if the main task isn't finished, you get a visual indicator of progress. You get that little reward hit.
You get that little ding sound. It's so satisfying.
You get the ding, and that momentum is essential. It's what moves you from a state of paralysis into a state of action.
Okay, let's move on to segment 5. This is the second huge pillar of our source material. We've talked for a while now about capturing tasks. Now we have to talk about actually doing them. Let's talk about the My Day philosophy. This seems to be the one thing that really sets this system apart from just being a digital piece of paper.
It's the core differentiator, and it is designed to address the single biggest failure point of most productivity systems, the list of shame.
The list of shame.
You know the one I'm talking about. You made it 3 months ago. It has 40 items on it. 30 of them are now overdue. Every time you open that app, you just feel bad about yourself, so you end up closing it and avoiding it.
Oh, I live with the list of shame. It is my constant guilt-inducing roommate.
The My Day feature is specifically designed to kill the list of shame, and it does it with a concept that the guide calls the daily reset.
Right. The source mentions this very clearly. It says, My Day resets to 0 every single night. Now, for someone hearing that for the first time, that sounds terrifying. Does it delete all my unfinished tasks?
No, and that is a crucial distinction that the source is very clear about. Tasks are not deleted. They simply return to their original lists. They go back to your master inventory of tasks.
But My Day is just a temporary workspace.
Exactly. It's a blank slate that you get every single morning, a fresh start.
You know, I think this might be my favorite part of the entire system. Because if I have a list of 50 things and I only manage to do 5 of them, looking at that same list of 45 failures the next morning, it makes me feel like a failure before I've even had my coffee. It's stale.
It's stale, and the source and expert discussion around this feature really highlights that psychological benefit. It encourages what they call daily planning discipline. You aren't visually carrying over the baggage of yesterday's failures. You get to decide today what matters today.
So what are the specific objectives of My Day that are listed in the source? I mean, why did the developers build it this way?
They list 3 main objectives. The first is to provide a daily task planning workspace, a clean canvas. The second is to reduce task overload by forcing you to focus only on today. And the third is to directly support the practice of time blocking.
That task overload piece is the killer. There's a well-known concept called decision fatigue. If I have to look at a list of 100 things and decide which one to do first, I'll burn half my morning's energy just making that decision.
That is the cognitive load theory in action again. By intentionally narrowing your field of vision to just the next 12 hours, you dramatically reduce the anxiety that paralyzes action. You're putting blinders on, but in a really good way.
So let's get practical. How do we build this list? We wake up, the coffee is brewing, the My Day list is blank and pristine. This is segment 6, populating my day. How do we choose what goes in without getting overwhelmed all over again?
The source details 2 primary methods. First, the simple one. You can add new directly. You just click the Add a Task button right inside the My Day view. This is for things that have just popped into your head this morning. Maybe you notice you're out of coffee or you remember you need to call the dentist.
Okay, simple enough. Capture the immediate day of stuff.
The second and more strategic method is to add existing. This is where you go to your other lists, your main tasks list, your work projects, your flagged email list, and you select tasks from there and click the Add to My Day button. You are essentially shopping from your own inventory of tasks.
Shopping from your inventory. I love that framing. You are picking out the ingredients for today's meal. You are not trying to eat the entire pantry in one sitting.
That's it, exactly. But there's a smart feature here that the source gives a lot of attention to. It's called suggested tasks. And this is where the AI comes back in to help you fight that decision fatigue you mentioned.
Oh, that's the little light bulb icon at the top. Right?
Yes. When you open My Day and click that light bulb, the AI analyzes your entire backlog of tasks. It then suggests tasks to you based on 4 specific criteria listed in the text. 1, overdue tasks. 2, tasks that are due today. 3, frequently used tasks. And 4, recurring tasks.
So it's basically tapping you on the shoulder and saying, hey, you said you're going to do this 3 days ago. Maybe you want to do it today.
Exactly. It gently forces you to confront your overdue items, but it does it in a helpful, neutral way. It's not a screaming red banner. It's just offering them as polite options. And the strategy the guide suggests is to review suggestions first thing in the morning as part of your routine. With one click, literally a plus sign next to the suggestion, you can add it to your day.
It takes all the friction out of the review process. You don't have to go hunting through all your different lists to find what's due. It serves it up to you on a silver platter.
And that is so critical for that morning routine. You want to spend your precious morning energy doing the work, not figuring out what the work is.
Okay, so once we've dumped a bunch of stuff into My Day, maybe we picked 3 from the suggestions, added 2 new ones that came up, we still need to organize that smaller list. That brings us to segment 7, prioritization and organization. Just having a list of 10 things for the day might still be too much if they're not ranked in any way.
True. It's a classic saying for a reason. If everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. The source discusses structuring the day using, first and foremost, the important flag.
The little star icon.
The star icon, yes. When you click the star on a task in My Day, it makes that task float to the very top of the list. So visually, immediately, you know, these top 3 starred items are my non-negotiables for today. Everything else is secondary.
It's like a simplified version of the Eisenhower matrix, right?
Yeah.
Separating the urgent and important from the things that are just urgent.
Implicitly, yes. It's a quick and dirty way to do that. You are visually separating the signal from the noise for your day. The source also emphasizes that you should still use due dates and reminders even on tasks within the My Day view.
Wait, why would I need a reminder for a task if it's already on my list for today? Isn't that redundant?
You'd think so, but time blindness is a very real thing. You might have a task on your list that says call client, but if you don't set a specific reminder for 2 p.m., you might get into a deep workflow state, look up at the clock, and it's suddenly 5 p.m. and their office is closed. The notification is what breaks the trance.
Good point. So let's just quickly recap the best practices that the source lays out for this entire My Day section. It feels like there's a specific ritual they're recommending.
There is, and they list it very clearly. Number 1, start the day by reviewing the suggested tasks. Don't skip this. Number 2, add only realistic and achievable tasks to your day. Don't overfill the bucket.
That is the hardest one for me. I am an eternal optimist. I always think I can do 20 things. I can actually do about 3.
That is a well-documented cognitive bias called the planning fallacy. We are all terrible at estimating how long things will actually take. But that's why the My Day daily reset is so forgiving. If you overfill your plate today, tomorrow you get a chance to be more realistic. You learn your own capacity over time.
What are the other best practices?
Number 3, prioritize the truly critical tasks with the important flag. And number 4, review your list at the end of the day and complete what you can. Celebrate what you got done.
I love that. Okay, let's bring all of this to life. Segment 8, the ultimate workflow. We've been referencing this university professor persona throughout the whole deep dive, But I want to walk through their full day as it's described in the source. This is the academic case study. I want to really visualize how all these different pieces fit together.
This is a great way to see the system in motion, not just as individual features. So let's look at the capture phase first. Picture the professor. It's 10 a.m. on a Tuesday. They're quickly checking email between classes. They see an important update about a grant deadline.
Do they write it down on a sticky note and stick it to their monitor?
No, they just click the flag icon in Outlook. Boom. The task is created automatically in their flagged email list. No typing, no copying, no switching windows. It took 1 second.
Okay, then what?
Then, later that day, they're walking across campus to a department meeting. A thought strikes them about a key point they need to add to a lecture. They pull out their phone, they don't even break stride. They tap the keyboard mic and say, "Update lecture slides for week 4 with the new study." Boom! Task captured via voice.
Still no typing. Still moving forward.
And then they finally get to their office. They sit down at their computer and remember they need to schedule something. They quickly type into the To-Do app, "Meet PhD students next Tuesday at 2 p.m." And the natural language processing picks up the date and time and sets the reminder automatically.
So in the course of one day, they have captured critical tasks from email, from voice while walking, and from their desktop, all with minimal, almost zero effort. The cognitive load has been kept low. The ideas are safe.
Now, fast forward, we're in the planning phase. It's the next morning, Wednesday. The professor sits down with their coffee. They open Microsoft To Do and click on My Day. It is blank.
The beautiful, pristine, clean slate.
They click the light bulb icon for suggestions, and what does it show them? It suggests the update lecture slides task from yesterday's walk. It suggests the grant deadline email they flagged.
And they just start adding things to their day.
They click the little plus sign next to those suggestions. They add them. Then they manually add 2 new things they know they need to do today. Attend department meeting and review research paper for journal. And then they click the star next to the grant deadline task, marking it as important.
And just like that, they have a complete, prioritized roadmap for their day.
Exactly. And the expert analysis in the source material is that this workflow perfectly demonstrates the transition from capturing chaos to structured planning. It ensures that no academic responsibilities are missed, but more importantly, the professor isn't carrying the stress and the mental weight of those tasks in their head all day long.
It sounds so peaceful. Structured planning. That's a much better state than my usual mode, which is frantic scrambling.
It creates a sense of control, and that's really what productivity is all about. It's not about doing more work in less time. It's about being in control of the work that you choose to do.
So we have gone from the anxiety of the mental load, that buzzing noise, all the way to the clarity of the My Day list. To wrap this all up, let's look at the outro and just summarize the core value here.
The journey we've described today, it's really about using technology to support our own biology. Our brains are not designed to remember to pay the electric bill on the 14th. They are designed to solve complex problems, to be creative, to connect with other people. By using all the quick task creation methods we talked about, the manual typing, the voice input, the email flagging, we effectively offload the storage function of our brain. We outsource our memory to a system that's much better at it.
And by using the My Day feature, we're not managing our tasks, we're managing our attention.
The source summary puts it perfectly. It says these tools improve personal productivity and effective time management by combining 3 things: fast manual entry, artificial intelligence like the natural language processing, and a disciplined daily resetting feature. It's a triad of efficiency.
It really is. And it's so accessible. You don't need a PhD in project management to flag an email or to say, remind me to buy bread tomorrow. You just need to build the habit.
And here's a final thought I want to leave everyone with. It's a little provocative, but it comes directly from looking at the core logic of the source material we've just been through.
Lay it on us.
If a tool like this allows us to capture everything instantly, and then it lets us wipe the slate clean every single day, are we actually managing tasks anymore, or are we finally managing our focus?
Ooh, that is deep. We're not managing the infinite list. We're managing where our finite eyes are looking.
Exactly. The list of things to do will always be infinite. There will always be more. But your focus is the most finite and precious resource you have. A system like this is designed to protect your focus.
I love that.
Okay.
Here's my challenge to you, the listener, right now. Try the natural language feature immediately. Just open the app or any app that has it and type, listen to the deep dive next week. And just watch it set the date. It's oddly deeply satisfying.
It really is. Give it a try.
Thanks for listening, everyone. Go capture some tasks, clear your head, and we will see you on the next deep dive.
Welcome back to the deep dive. I want to start today by just setting a scene that I think basically every single person listening has lived through.
Oh, yeah.
It's, 8:30 in the morning. You've sat down at your desk. You've got your coffee. It's that perfect temperature. Everything is set up. You feel physically like you're ready to be the most productive person on earth.
The conditions are perfect.
They're perfect. You crack open the laptop. The screen glows to life. You are ready to go. And then just nothing.
The cliff. You just fall right off the cliff.
It is a cliff. You open up your task manager, your to-do list, whatever you use, and instead of diving in, you freeze.
Yeah.
It's like your brain just disengaged the clutch. You check the news, you check your email, you reorganize the icons on your desktop for the 10th time. You do literally anything but engage with that list.
It's the universal pause. And I'm so glad we're starting here because, when people talk about productivity, they usually skip right past this moment.
Right.
They assume you're just a machine that executes the code. But that freeze, that hesitation, is actually the most important part of the entire day.
It always feels like laziness, doesn't it? That's what I tell myself. Oh, I'm just procrastinating. I'm being lazy. But the research we're looking at today suggests that's maybe too harsh.
It's definitely too harsh. It's not about laziness. It's biology. The source material for our deep dive today, it uses a very specific term, cognitive overload.
Okay.
But I want to unpack what that actually means,
Yeah.
like physically. Your brain, it runs on glucose. It's an incredibly energy-hungry organ.
Right, it's the engine.
Exactly. And different kinds of tasks burn fuel at different rates. Doing work, writing an email, coding something, that burns fuel. But deciding what to do, that burns fuel at a much, much higher rate.
Wait, so just the act of choosing is harder than the act of doing?
In many ways, yes. When you look at a big, disorganized to-do list, you're not just reading words. Your brain is running a tiny simulation for every single item on that list. It's trying to figure out its value, its urgency, how difficult it is.
So if I have, say, 20 items on my list, my brain is essentially trying to role play 20 different potential workdays in, 30 seconds just to pick one?
Precisely. And you're switching context so rapidly. You look at buy milk, that's a domestic context. Right next to it is draft Q3 strategy.
Yeah.
That's a huge, high-level executive context. Then below that is call Bob, a social context. That switching creates so much friction. By the time you actually pick one thing to do, you've already burned through your peak morning energy.
That is a genuinely terrifying thought.
It is.
We're burning our aviation fuel while we're still just taxiing on the runway.
That is the perfect analogy, and that's what leads directly to decision fatigue.
Yeah.
We usually think of that as an end-of-the-day problem.
Yeah, like, I don't care what's for dinner, you just pick.
Exactly. That's 6:00 p.m. fatigue. But what we're describing here, this is decision fatigue at 8 a.m. You are starting your day with the tank already on empty because you spent all your energy just on the planning.
So the problem isn't that we don't have enough time or that we're lazy. The problem is that the act of finding the work is actually harder than the work itself.
In a lot of cases, yes. The friction of starting is the silent killer of productivity.
Well, that is a cheerful place to begin. But, okay, we do have a potential solution on the table today. We're doing a deep dive into Microsoft To Do, but not the whole app. We're zeroing in on one very specific and I think often ignored feature. It's the suggested tasks feature.
The one that hides behind that little light bulb icon.
The little light bulb. It seems so simple, but based on the material we have, this thing is trying to be way more than just a randomizer. It claims it's an intelligent feature that recommends tasks for your daily planning.
And intelligent is really the key word there. A lot of apps have, a shuffle button or an I'm feeling lucky kind of thing.
Right.
This isn't that. This is an algorithm that's actually looking at your existing data.
Yeah.
It's looking at your habits, your deadlines, even your failures, and it's trying to curate a menu specifically for you.
It's the engine behind the main My Day view, and I think that's the real hook for me. It's not just showing me my lists. It's actively trying to solve that cognitive overload we were just talking about. It's trying to stop me from burning all that fuel on the runway.
Exactly. So the mission for this deep dive is to figure out, does it actually work? We want to get under the hood of the algorithm. How does it know what I should do? Is it just guessing?
Right.
And ultimately, can trusting a piece of software to help plan your morning actually make you more effective? Or is it just, another crutch we become dependent on?
I have to admit, I'm skeptical. I'm always skeptical when an app says, I know what you need better than you know yourself. But okay, let's keep an open mind. Let's start with the why. Why did the developers feel the need to build this? Why isn't a simple list good enough anymore?
Well, it goes right back to that separation we were talking about. The separation of planning and doing.
The manager versus the worker.
Exactly. Think about a construction site. You have the architect and the foreman, right? And then you have the builders. The builders are amazing at laying bricks. But if you ask a builder to stop every 10 minutes, to go back and redesign the blueprints,
no walls are getting built.
no walls get built.
Yeah.
Because they have to switch tools. They have to completely switch mindsets.
Okay.
When you manage your own to-do list manually from scratch every morning, you are forcing your brain to switch between being the foreman who cares about strategy and deadlines and the builder who just needs to lay the next brick.
Ah, so the suggested tasks feature is designed to be the automated foreman.
That's the idea.
It's the app stepping in and saying, don't worry, I'll wear the hard hat, I'll look at the blueprints, you just pick up the trowel and get to work.
That's the goal. It wants to reduce the cognitive load of the planning phase to almost zero. Instead of you having to hunt through 20 different project lists to find the one thing you need to do, the app brings a short list of candidates right to you.
There's another aspect to the why here in the notes that really jumped out at me. It's this idea of it being a safety net.
Yes, and this touches on the anxiety component of productivity.
Which is huge. I mean, half the reason I even write things down is because I have this deep-seated terror that I'm going to forget something important.
And you're right to feel that way. Our brains are actually terrible at holding on to open loops. There's this thing called the Zeigarnik effect,
Okay.
which basically says our brains obsess over unfinished tasks. It creates this constant low-level background hum of anxiety. What did I forget? What am I forgetting?
It's that 3 a.m. dread. You wake up and suddenly think, did I send that invoice?
Exactly. And that dread, it just drains your battery all day long. So this suggested tasks feature tries to act as a safety net because it is specifically designed to surface the things that are about to slip through the cracks. It automatically highlights your overdue tasks. It finds important things that have gotten buried under a pile of new stuff.
So it's basically digging through the sediment of my to-do list.
It's archaeology for your workday. It digs up that thing you buried 3 weeks ago and says, hey, no need to panic, but this is still here. I remembered it, so you didn't have to.
That's actually a really comforting way to think about it. It turns the list from what I always call the graveyard of good intentions into what?
Into a dynamic plan.
Yeah.
A static list is just a pile of data. A plan is a path forward. The tool tries to convert that data into a clear path so you don't have to slash your way through the jungle with a machete every single morning.
Okay, I buy the philosophy. I really like this idea of an automated foreman, but now I need to grill you on the mechanics.
Let's do it.
Because smart suggestions can mean anything, right? Sometimes it just means here are 3 random things from your list. How does Microsoft To Do actually choose? What's the logic under the hood?
It's actually surprisingly transparent, which is, pretty rare for these kinds of AI features.
Yeah.
It uses 4 very specific criteria, 4 buckets of data to populate that suggestions list.
Okay.
And each of these buckets tells us something really interesting about how we work and how we fail to work.
All right, lay them on me. What is criteria number 1?
The first one is the one we all try to avoid looking at. It's overdue tasks.
The wall of shame?
The wall of shame, the guilt pile, whatever you want to call it. These are any tasks that have a due date in the past that are not checked off.
Okay, I have to play devil's advocate here for a second.
Please.
If I didn't do it yesterday, and I didn't do it the day before that, just seeing it again today, it just makes me feel bad. Why would you put that first? Isn't that just demotivating?
That is a very, very common reaction.
Yeah.
We have a natural instinct to just look away from our failures. If a task is overdue, we tend to mentally scroll past it. We pretend it isn't there.
Yeah.
But from a pure system perspective, if you want to actually be able to trust your system, an overdue task is a breakage. It's a bug in the code.
It's a breach of contract with your past self.
Exactly. You made a contract with yourself to do X by Y date. You broke it. The algorithm prioritizes this not to shame you, but to force a resolution. It's saying we cannot move forward until we deal with what's been left behind.
So it's forcing a confrontation.
Yes, and that confrontation is healthy. It forces you into one of 2 choices. A, you do the task, finally, or B, you admit you're not going to do it, and you either delete it or you consciously reschedule it. The absolute worst thing you could do is just let it sit there and rot.
Rotting tasks. That's a gross image, but it's so accurate because if you let them pile up, you eventually stop looking at your list entirely because the whole thing just makes you feel guilty.
You've got it. So the algorithm puts them right at the top. It says, clean this mess up. It's the digital equivalent of, doing the dishes from last night before you start cooking dinner tonight.
Okay, I accept the tough love. So bucket 1 is the past. What's criterion number 2?
Criterion number 2 is tasks due today.
The present.
The present. This is the hard landscape of your day. These are items you specifically dated for today.
This feels a bit obvious, but why is it important for the algorithm to surface them for me? Why can't I just look at my calendar?
Because so often these tasks aren't actually on your calendar. Your calendar shows meeting with Jim at 2 p.m.
Right.
Your task list shows prepare the report for the meeting with Jim. If you only look at your calendar, you'll show up to the meeting on time, but you'll be empty-handed.
Ah, okay. The calendar is where I need to be, and the task list is what I need to have with me when I get there.
Precisely. The due today bucket in the suggestions ensures that your actual deadlines, the deliverables, are front and center. It treats them as non-negotiables. If you told the app, this is due today, the app takes you at your word. It bridges that critical gap between your intention and your attention.
And I really like that phrase, bridging the gap between intention and attention. Okay, so we've got the past, which is overdue, and the present, which is due today. What's criterion number 3?
Criterion number 3 is recurring tasks.
Okay, so this is the boring stuff. The pay the electric bill, water the plants, take out the recycling.
The mundane, the maintenance, the stuff that keeps the lights on, literally.
Is it weird that I find these the hardest to remember to do? They're not difficult, there's no glory in them.
It's not weird at all. It is standard human psychology. Our brains are wired for novelty. We want to solve new problems, fight exciting fires. Watering the plants gives you a 0 dopamine hit.
Right.
It's invisible work. If you do it, nothing happens. The plant just stays alive. But if you don't do it, the plant dies.
It's a completely thankless job.
It is. And because it's thankless and boring, it's the very first thing we drop when we get busy. If you have a crisis at work, you forget to pay the bill. The algorithm knows this. It knows that we as humans are terrible at maintaining rhythm on our own, so it acts as your external rhythm section.
It's the drummer keeping the beat so the rest of the band doesn't completely fall apart.
Yes. When a recurring task is set to trigger, say, every Tuesday morning, the suggested list serves it up on a silver platter. It says, here's your routine. You don't have to waste brain space remembering it. I remembered it for you.
That's actually a huge relief for the mental load. I don't have to check the tire pressure floating around in the back of my brain for 3 months. I wait for the light bulb to tell me it's time.
Exactly. It completely offloads that mental calendar.
Okay, so we have past, present, and rhythm. What's the 4th one? This is the one that sounded the most, sci-fi to me in the notes.
It is the most sophisticated one, for sure. Criteria number 4 is frequently used tasks.
Frequently used. How is that different from a recurring task?
A recurring task is explicit. You told the computer, remind me to do this every single Friday.
Okay.
A frequently used task is implicit. The computer is watching you.
Okay, now that sounds a little creepy.
It's a little creepy, but it's also very, very useful. The algorithm is analyzing your behavior over time. It's noticing patterns in your actions that you might not even be consciously aware of yourself.
Give me an example of that.
Okay, so let's say you're a project manager.
Yeah.
And every Monday morning, without fail, you sit down and you send a weekly status update email to your team. But you never actually created a recurring task for it. You do it.
Yeah.
You type send weekly email into your My Day list every Monday.
Right, it's just a habit.
It's a habit. The algorithm sees that. It notices that pattern. So on Monday morning, it will suggest, hey, human, I noticed that on Mondays you usually add this task. You want to add it today.
So it's anticipating my needs based on my behavior.
It's trying to lower the friction of maintaining good habits. It's moving from being just a reactive tool where you tell it what to do to a predictive tool. It captures all those tasks that aren't formal deadlines or schedules, but are a critical part of your personal informal workflow.
That's fascinating. It's like it's learning my soft routine, the one that isn't written down anywhere on a calendar.
Exactly. And that is so powerful because so much of our important work is soft routine. It's all those little habits that actually make us successful. The app is trying to reinforce those habits by making them effortless to add to your plan.
So to recap, we have the past with overdue tasks, the present with things due today, the rhythm with recurring tasks, and the habit with frequently used tasks. That's a surprisingly robust filter.
It is.
It's not just pulling random things, it's giving you a truly holistic view of your obligations.
It covers all the bases. It ensures you're not just looking at the fires you need to put out right now, but you're also handling the maintenance and the routine that keeps the whole building from burning down in the first place.
Okay, so the engine is solid. I trust the engine. But a good engine is completely useless if the dashboard is confusing and you can't figure out how to drive the car.
Right.
Let's talk about the user experience. How do we actually interact with this thing? Walk me through the interface.
It's really designed to be as minimal as possible because, visual clutter just causes more stress.
Yeah.
So Microsoft basically hid all this power behind one very simple, very friendly symbol.
The light bulb.
The light bulb. Doesn't matter if you're on your phone, the web app, the desktop program, you go to the My Day view. And usually in the morning, that view is empty. It's just a blank white page.
Which can be either terrifying or liberating, depending on your mood that day.
Very true. But up in the corner, you'll see that little light bulb icon. You click it, and a pane slides out from the side. And there it is. There's your curated menu. There are the suggestions, all grouped by those 4 criteria we just discussed.
Okay, now here's the critical part for me. It suggests things, but do I have to do them? Does it force them on me?
No. And this is probably the most important psychological feature of the entire user interface. It's the power of dismissal.
The power of saying no.
The user retains total and complete agency. You get a list of, say, 10 suggestions. For each one, you can click the little plus button to add it to your plan for the day. That's your yes.
Okay.
But you can also just ignore them. You can leave them in the suggestions pane. You can close the pane. You are in control.
Why is that agency so important? Why not just have a button that says autofill my day?
Because if the app automatically filled your day with 15 overdue tasks, you'd feel trapped. You'd feel like a slave to the machine. We naturally resent work that is assigned to us. We commit to work that we choose.
Oh, that is really deep. We resent work assigned, we commit to work chosen. So the simple physical act of me clicking the little plus sign is a psychological trick.
It absolutely is. Even if the task is prepare annual tax documents, which you are dreading, the fact that you were the one who clicked the plus sign to add it to your day, it shifts your brain's perspective from, oh, I have to do this, to I am choosing to tackle this today. It changes the entire locus of control from external to internal.
That's masterful. It's like Jedi mind tricks for personal productivity.
It really is. And there's another layer to the user experience here, which is the refinement. Because, sometimes the suggestion is the right task, but the timing is just wrong.
Right. Like, yes, I absolutely need to write that report, but there is no way I can do it today.
Exactly. So you don't have to just accept it or ignore it. You can right-click on it or long press on mobile, and you can edit the task right there in the suggestion pane before it ever touches your daily plan.
What kind of things can I change?
The big one is changing the due date. You can push it to next week. Get it out of your overdue bucket so it stops yelling at you every morning. You can add a specific reminder for, say, 3 p.m. or, and this is my favorite, you can add steps.
You mean subtasks?
Yes. Let's say the suggestion is launch new website. That's not a task. That's a project. It's huge and it's scary.
Right. I'd ignore that one for sure.
Of course. But you can click on it right there in the suggestions and break it down into smaller pieces. Buy domain name. Write about us copy. Upload product images.
So you can perform surgery on the task to make it less intimidating before you even bring it into your day.
Exactly. You can make it manageable. You can take a scary, vague suggestion and turn it into 3 concrete, actionable steps. And then you add those small steps to your day.
That completely transforms the morning routine from staring at a terrifying list to thoughtfully curating a realistic plan.
Curating, that is the perfect word for it. You stop being a hunter-gatherer running around frantically looking for tasks to survive. You become a museum curator, calmly looking at a beautiful collection and deciding which pieces you want to put on display today.
I want to stick with that comparison for a minute. The hunter versus the curator. Let's do a real side-by-side analysis here. The old way versus the smart way. Because I think a lot of people listening are still stuck in the old way, and they don't even realize how much harder they're making it on themselves.
Let's absolutely break it down. The old way is manual task selection.
Okay. So what does that workflow actually look like?
You open your app. You've got, say, 5 different lists. Work, home, grocery, side hustle, kids' school. You click on work. You scan 20 items. For each one, you have to make a micro decision. Should I do this today? No. What about this? Maybe. Then you click over to your home list. You scan 10 more items there.
It's so much friction.
It's incredibly high friction. And there's a hidden danger here that the experts in our source material really warn about. When you plan your day manually like that, you are inherently biased.
Biased in what way?
You are biased toward the easy stuff. Your brain looks at that long list, and it unconsciously skips right over the hard, scary, important project, and it locks onto something like order more Post-it notes.
Ah, the sweet, sweet path of least resistance.
Exactly. It's like going to a giant buffet and only putting chocolate cake and French fries on your plate because the broccoli looks like it would take too much effort to chew. Manual planning lets you lie to yourself about what's actually important.
That is painfully accurate. I will absolutely do 10 easy, trivial things to avoid the one hard thing that actually matters.
We all do it. Now, contrast that with the smart way using suggested tasks.
So how does that change the bias?
Well, first, the effort is minimal. You don't hunt. The curated list comes right to you. But more importantly, the focus is guided. The algorithm doesn't care if a task is scary. It has no feelings about how much you hate working on the annual review document. If it's due or if it's overdue, it serves it up to you.
It puts the broccoli right on top of the cake so you can't miss it.
It forces you to look at the vegetables. Now, you can still choose to dismiss them. You always have that agency. But you cannot pretend they aren't there. You have to actively reject them. And that tiny bit of extra friction, having to consciously click dismiss instead of just unconsciously scrolling past, is often enough to make you sigh and say, fine, I'll just do it.
So the outcome isn't just faster planning, it's more honest planning.
Exactly. And that leads to higher completion rates of the right tasks, not just the easy tasks.
That is such a crucial distinction. Okay, so we're sold on the tool, the engine works, the interface is clever, the psychology behind it is sound. But as with any tool, you can give someone a hammer and they can build a beautiful house, or they can just smash their own thumb with it.
Right.
How do we use this correctly? Let's talk about strategic implementation.
Best practices, yeah. The source material gives us a few very specific, very clear rules of the road.
What's rule number one?
Rule number one is to make it the morning ritual.
Treating it just like your morning coffee.
Yes. But specifically, the timing and the sequence matter immensely. The recommendation is to review your suggested tasks before you check your email, and definitely before you check Slack or Teams.
Why is that sequence so important? My first instinct is always to check email, just to see what's happening.
And that is the trap. Email is a to-do list that other people write for you.
Oh, wow.
Suggested tasks is a list of your priorities based on your commitments.
I need to tattoo that on my forehead. Email is a list of other people's priorities.
If you check your email first thing, you immediately enter reactive mode. You spend the rest of the day putting out other people's fires. By the time you get around to your own list, your best, most proactive energy is gone. You have to anchor your day and your intentions first. Secure your own oxygen mask before assisting others.
So the new routine is coffee, open to do, check the light bulb, build my day, then I can look at my email.
Exactly. You establish your fortress for the day before you open the gates to the invaders.
Okay, rule number 2. And this is the one I know I struggle with.
The reality check.
The source says, add only tasks that are realistic to complete today, but the suggestions list gives me 15 things. And at 8 a.m., I feel like a superhero. I want to do them all.
The superhero syndrome. It's so tempting and so dangerous. Here's what happens. You feel ambitious. You add all 15 tasks to your My Day list. It looks impressive. You feel productive just by having made this heroic list.
And then 5:00 p.m. rolls around.
And you've only actually done 5 of them. Now you have 10 uncompleted tasks staring at you from the screen. How do you feel?
I feel like a complete failure, even though I actually accomplished 5 things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You broke your promise to yourself. And if you do that every single day, you train your brain that the list doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You learn to ignore your own plan.
It's like list inflation. The value of the currency just plummets.
Yes. So the strategy has to be ruthless, be a bouncer. Treat your My Day list like an exclusive VIP club. Not everything gets in. Only the tasks you can actually and realistically do today get past that velvet rope.
So if the algorithm suggests 10 things, maybe I only pick the top 3.
Pick the 3 most important ones. Do them. If you finish them all by 3:00 p.m., great. Go back to the light bulb and get a few more. It's a buffet. You don't have to put all the food on your plate at the very beginning of the meal.
That is a much healthier approach. Okay, rule number 3, the synergy.
This is about using the different features of the app together.
Yeah.
The suggested list populates your day. But once those tasks are actually in your day, You need to use the star icon, the important marker.
Why? Isn't just being on my day list important enough?
Not really, because even within a realistic list of, say, 5 tasks, there's usually one big rock. The one thing that, if nothing else gets done, must happen today. You mark that one with a star, that creates an instant visual hierarchy for your day.
So light bulb to gather the candidates, star to focus on the priority.
Precisely. It gives you a North Star to navigate by when you get distracted.
And the final rule, handling the impossible. This goes back to our earlier discussion about data hygiene.
Yes. The recommendation is reschedule tasks if they cannot be completed.
So this is for when the overdue bucket serves you something and, deep in your heart, you are just not doing that today.
Don't just leave it there to fester.
Yeah.
And don't just dismiss it, because then it will just come back tomorrow to haunt you again. That's just a form of self-torture.
So you're saying kick the can down the road, but do it intentionally.
Yes. Acknowledge it. Right-click on it. Change the due date. Move it to next Friday. Get it out of the backlog and put it into a scheduled slot in the future. This keeps your overdue list clean and meaningful. If your overdue list has 100 items, the feature is broken. It's just noise. If your overdue list has 3 items, it's a powerful signal.
So using the suggested tasks review every morning is actually a daily act of cleaning house.
It is. It's a daily micro-review. And it's what keeps the entire system trustworthy over the long run.
I want to make all of this really concrete for everyone listening. The source material gives us a specific scenario, a user profile, that I think brings all these concepts together perfectly. It's the university professor.
Yes, Professor Smith.
Now, why is a professor such a good example for this?
Because their job is a complete nightmare of conflicting contexts. They have deep work writing papers, doing original research, which requires long, uninterrupted blocks of focus.
Right.
But they also have an endless stream of shallow work grading assignments, answering student emails, attending committee meetings, which is urgent, demanding, and noisy.
It's the classic battle, isn't it? The urgent versus the important.
Exactly. So let's watch Professor Smith plan her Tuesday morning. She sits down with her coffee. She opens To Do. She clicks the light bulb. The algorithm serves her 3 specific dishes for her daily special.
What's the first one?
Item 1, review student assignments. And why did the algorithm pick that? Because it's overdue. She was supposed to do it on Sunday. She didn't. It's been sitting there, making her feel guilty. The app puts it right at the top of the list.
Okay, the guilt pile is dealt with first. What's next?
Item 2, attend research committee meeting. Why? Because it's due today. It's on her calendar for 2 p.m. She cannot miss it.
The hard landscape.
And item 3, prepare lecture slides. Now, this isn't due today. Her class is actually tomorrow. And it's not overdue. But the algorithm picked it up because it's a recurring task. Every Tuesday, she preps for her Wednesday lecture.
The rhythm.
So she adds all 3 to her My Day list. Now look at the day she's built for herself. She has one task that's clearing her backlog, the assignments. She has one task that's handling an immediate deadline, the meeting. And she has one task that's proactively preparing for the future, the slides.
It's a perfectly balanced diet.
It's a balanced diet. If she had planned her day manually, she might have just focused on the meeting because it felt the most urgent. Or maybe she would have just worked on the slides because that's the easiest part of her job. She likely would have ignored the overdue assignments because they're painful and tedious.
And then that pile just gets bigger and bigger for the next day.
The algorithm forced the balance. It made sure she touched on the past, the present, and the future, all in a single manageable day.
That right there is the real power of this. It's not just about getting more things done. It's about getting the whole job done, the balanced job. It synthesizes all the chaos into a coherent narrative for your day.
Synthesizing chaos. I like that. I think that's what we're all desperately trying to do, isn't it?
It really is. So we've covered the neuroscience of the morning freeze. We've gone under the hood on the algorithm's logic. We've looked at the clever psychology of the interface, and we've laid out the strategy for the daily routine. Let's bring this deep dive home. If our listener takes just one big idea away from this whole conversation, what should it be?
If we zoom all the way out, I think the big picture is the shift from just managing a list to actually managing your time. All the benefits we talked about, the smart daily planning, the reduced manual planning, the improved task completion, they all ladder up to one core outcome: structured daily time management.
It's the difference between having a grocery list and having a meal plan for the week.
Yes, that's perfect. A list is just a bunch of ingredients. A plan is dinner. Microsoft To-Do's suggested tasks is a feature that attempts to turn your random ingredients into a coherent meal.
It bridges that gap. It takes that heavy cognitive load of being the foreman off your shoulders so you can use all that precious energy to actually build the wall or write the code or, in the professor's case, grade the papers.
And that really is the ultimate productivity hack. It's preserving your best energy for the work that actually matters.
Before we sign off, I want to leave everyone with a bit of a provocative thought to chew on. We've spent this whole time praising this algorithm. We've talked about how it acts as a manager, a foreman, a safety net. It remembers things for you. It prioritizes for you.
I feel a but coming on.
There is a but. If the tool is doing all the remembering and all the prioritizing, the only job left for us is the execution. We are becoming pure workers.
The builders.
So here's the question I'm left with. Does relying on these suggestions eventually train us to be more disciplined because we're consistently following a smart, structured plan? Do we build better habits by proxy? Or do we just become dependent? If the algorithm breaks or the server goes down, have we lost the ability to prioritize for ourselves? Are we slowly outsourcing our own executive function to a cloud server?
That's the fundamental question of the entire AI age, isn't it? Are these tools augmenting our intelligence, or are they slowly replacing it? I'd like to think, for now at least, that it's like training wheels. It teaches us what a well-structured, balanced day is supposed to look and feel like.
Let's hope so, because I, for one, could definitely use the training wheels. Something to think about tomorrow morning when you're staring at that blank screen. Maybe try clicking the light bulb. See if it turns on a light in your brain, too.
Happy planning.
Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. I want to start today with a specific feeling. I think it's a feeling everyone listening right now has experienced, probably within the last 24 hours.
Oh, I'm already nervous.
You wake up, right? The alarm goes off, and before your feet even hit the floor, your brain starts booting up. But it doesn't boot up cleanly. It's not this calm, orderly startup sequence.
No, never.
It's like a web browser trying to restore 50 tabs at once. You're thinking about the email you didn't send, the fact that you're out of coffee filters, the project due next Thursday, and that weird noise the car is making.
The spinning wheel of death for the human brain.
Exactly. That low-level hum of panic. We usually just call this being busy or, life. But our source material today calls it something much more specific, cognitive overload. And honestly, living in that state is exhausting. It's a monster that lives in your head.
It is exhausting. And it's completely unsustainable. That hum you're describing, that's your working memory crying for help.
Crying for help, I like that.
The brain is an incredible processor, but it's a terrible storage device. It's just not built for it. When you try to hold your entire life, your grocery list, your work deadlines, your family obligations in your neurons, you are burning energy just keeping the data alive.
So you have nothing left for the actual work.
You have nothing left over to do the work.
So today, we are going to try to cure that, or at least offer a very strong systematic treatment for it. We are doing a deep dive into a comprehensive guide titled Mastering Task Organization in Microsoft To Do.
Right.
Now, I can hear some people pausing right now. Microsoft To Do. Is this just an hour-long tech manual?
And I want to stop that thought right in its tracks. Because if you treat this just as a tutorial on how to click buttons, you miss the entire point.
Okay.
This isn't about the software. The software is just the container. This deep dive is about the philosophy of systematic task management.
Right.
It's about taking that chaotic noise we just talked about and building an external architecture that holds it for you so your brain can finally quiet down.
External architecture. I like that. It sounds sturdy. It sounds like something that won't collapse when I realize I forgot to call my mother.
It is sturdy. And the core argument of the source text we're analyzing is that lists, they're not just random buckets where you throw tasks so you don't forget them. They are tools for cognitive offloading.
Cognitive offloading.
That is the key phrase for this entire hour.
Okay, let's unpack that before we go any further. It sounds a bit like dumping a backpack out on the floor after a 10-mile hike.
That's actually a perfect analogy.
Yeah.
Imagine you are hiking up a mountain. Every single task you have to remember is a rock in your backpack.
Okay.
Buy milk is a pebble. Finish quarterly report is a brick.
A big brick.
A very big brick. If you carry all that in your head, in your backpack, you are exhausted just from the weight. Cognitive offloading is the act of taking those rocks out of the backpack and placing them into a trusted system.
So you still have to deal with them.
You still have to deal with them. You still have to carry them eventually, but you aren't bearing the weight every single second of every day.
And the trusted part is key, right? If I write a note on a napkin and then lose the napkin, Haven't really offloaded anything.
No, not at all.
I've just created a new anxiety about finding the napkin.
Exactly. You've added another rock to the backpack. Find napkin. The system has to be reliable. And that's where the mastery part of today's source material comes in. We aren't just making lists. We are building a workflow.
So here is our mission for this deep dive. We are going to unpack the anatomy of a perfect list. We aren't just going to tell you how to make one. We're going to debate why you should name it a certain way. We're going to look at the psychology behind features like my day and, list themes. And later, we're going to dissect a really interesting case study of a university professor to see how this theory survives contact with a messy, real-world schedule.
It's a really comprehensive system. Whether you are that professor or a project manager or just someone trying to organize a chaotic household, the methodology really does hold up.
Okay, let's get into it. Section 1 of our discussion is the anatomy of a list. The source material starts with a definition that seems, painfully obvious at first glance. It says a list is the core organizational feature of the app.
Well, duh.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's a list app.
Right. But keep reading.
Yeah.
The source immediately pivots from that. It says lists aren't just buckets, they represent categories or themes. It specifically mentions projects, roles, priorities, or personal areas of responsibility.
Okay, why is that distinction between a bucket and a theme so important? Why can't I just have one giant list called stuff I gotta do?
You could. A lot of people do, and that is exactly why they are stressed. If you have one giant list, you are forcing your brain to context switch every single time you look at it.
Context switching.
Think about it. You look at your giant list. Item 1, email Bosch. Okay, your brain shifts into professional mode.
Right.
Item 2, buy dog food. Now your brain has to completely shift gears to domestic mode.
Okay, yeah. Item 3, fix the leaky faucet. Now you're in handyman mode.
And doing that rapid shifting is it's draining.
It's what I call the filtering tax.
Yeah.
Every time your eye scans that list, you have to pay a tax of mental energy to categorize the item before you can even decide whether or not to do it.
Wow.
If you have to pay that tax 50 times a day, you deplete your decision-making battery before lunch.
I feel this so much. I have a list right now. I'm embarrassed to admit it. It's called MISC.
Oh, no.
And looking at it feels like walking into a room full of angry bees. I never know if I'm going to find a simple task or some life-altering project.
A room full of angry bees. That is the perfect description of a disorganized list.
Yeah.
And that is exactly why the source pushes for categorization. It supports systematic task management.
Right.
When you separate tasks by category, having a specific list for work, a specific list for home, a specific list for renovations, you are effectively partitioning your brain.
So I can enter work mode and I will only see work tasks.
Yes. You protect your focus. You aren't distracted by the dog food when you're trying to write a report. You remove the visual noise.
That makes total sense. Now, the app itself, Microsoft To Do It, comes with some default lists right out of the box. The source spends some time analyzing the ecosystem of these defaults. We've got my day, important, planned, assigned to me, and then just plain old tasks.
These are the guardrails of the system. And honestly, I think most users misunderstand them.
How so?
They try to use them as storage bins. They aren't storage, they are views.
Let's talk about my day. The source seems to think this is the killer feature of the whole platform.
It is. My day is fascinating because it is ephemeral. It wipes clean every single night.
Wait. It deletes the tasks. That sounds like a nightmare.
No, not at all. It doesn't delete the task itself. It just unflags it from the My Day view. The task just goes back to its home list, wherever you put it. But your daily agenda, that resets the blank.
Okay, I see. But why is that good? Why would I want to lose my progress from yesterday?
Because of the psychology of the fresh start. How many times have you written a to-do list on a piece of paper, didn't finish half of it, and then just kept adding to the bottom of it the next day?
Constantly. Until the paper is full and I lose it.
Right. And how does that old messy list make you feel when you look at it?
Guilty. Like I'm already behind before the day has even started.
Exactly. It becomes a list of shame. My Day eliminates the list of shame. Every morning you have a blank slate. You have to look at your tasks and consciously recommit to them. You have to say, yes, I will do this today. You can't just let a task sit on your daily list for 3 weeks, gathering dust and guilt. It forces intentionality.
That's actually really powerful. It's like the app is forgiving you for yesterday and asking, okay, but what about today?
Precisely. And then you have the other defaults. Important is your triage center. The high priority items bubble up here, regardless of which list they live in.
Okay.
Planned is your calendar view. If it has a due date, it lives here. This helps you visualize your week ahead.
And assign to me is obviously for collaboration, which I know we'll touch on later. But then there is the list just called tasks.
The junk drawer.
The source tries to be polite about it, but it really is the junk drawer, isn't it?
It is the default catch-all. If you create a task without assigning it a home, it goes to tasks. The goal of this mastery guide, and really the goal of any good organizational system, is to get you out of the tasks folder. You want empty defaults and rich, vibrant custom lists.
That brings us to the custom lists. The source gives examples like academic work, research projects, travel, administrative duties. This is where you, the listener, becomes the architect of your own system.
This is the shift.
Yeah.
The default lists handle the urgent, the stuff screaming at you right now or due tomorrow. The custom lists handle the important, the long-term architecture of your life.
Right.
If you don't build these custom lists, you are living purely in reaction mode. You're just whacking moles as they pop up in the default lists.
But custom lists let you plan the moles.
The custom lists let you plan the moles. I like that.
I love the idea of planning the moles. So let's build that structure. Section 2 of our deep dive covers the mechanics of creation. Now, the source walks through the technical how-to clicking new list in the navigation panel, typing a name, pressing enter. It's technically simple.
Very simple. The mechanics are simple, yes.
Yeah.
But the strategy is where people fail.
Right. There is one specific instruction the source gives that I want to pause on. It says, use clear and descriptive list names.
This sounds so trivial. You might think, who cares what I name it? I know what it means. But naming is a strategic act.
Okay, give me an example of a bad name.
Work.
Work. That seems pretty descriptive to me. I go to work, I do the things on the list. What's wrong with that?
It's terrible because work is a massive nebulous concept. What kind of work? Is it deep research? Is it client calls? Is it expense reports?
Ah, I see where you're going.
If you name a list work, it becomes a black hole.
Yeah.
You know there are monsters in there. Difficult tasks, boring tasks, scary tasks, so you avoid opening it.
That is so true. It's that ambiguity aversion. Again, if I don't know exactly what's in the box, I don't want to open the box.
Exactly. It creates cognitive drag. You look at the list name, and your brain has to guess what's inside. What's zero guessing. Instead of work, try client outreach Q3.
Much more specific.
Or website redesign project. Yeah. When you see that name, you know exactly what energy is required. You know if you need 10 minutes or 2 hours, you lower the barrier to entry.
So specificity is the lubricant of productivity.
I might put that on a t-shirt. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we've created a list. Let's call it kitchen renovation. Now we need to populate it. The source describes the task unit. We click add a task, type by tiles, and hit enter. But a task in Microsoft To Do isn't just a line of text, is it? The source implies it's more like a folder.
This is where digital tools just crush paper lists. If you are writing on a notepad, by tiles is just text. If you want to remember the dimensions of the room, you have to write that somewhere else.
Right.
If you want to remember the store hours, that's somewhere else.
Oh. And then I'm standing in Home Depot looking for 3 different scraps of paper, trying to piece it all together.
Exactly. In the app, the task is a container for metadata. The source details this richness. You have due dates and reminders, that's your temporal organization. You have recurring schedules, essential for habits. But you also have notes and attachments.
Attachments seem huge. I can take a photo of the tile I like and attach it directly to the task, so it's right there.
Yes. Or attach the PDF of the invoice. Or the link to the Pinterest board you're using for inspiration. Everything you need to do the job is with the job description.
It reduces friction.
Totally. You don't have to go hunting for context. The context is right there.
But there is one feature in the source that I think is the real MVP here. Steps, or subtasks.
Yes. Steps. If we connect this to the bigger picture of productivity, this is the solution to procrastination.
That's a big claim. How do subtasks cure procrastination?
Well, why do we procrastinate? Often it's because a task is just too big. We write down write book as a task. That isn't a task. That is a monumental life goal. You stare at write book and you freeze. It's too heavy to lift.
Right. I don't even know where to start, so I go clean the kitchen instead.
Exactly. The steps feature allows you to break that monster down. Write book becomes the parent task, but inside you add steps. Outline chapter 1, draft intro paragraph, find 3 sources.
Ah, okay.
Suddenly you aren't looking at a mountain, you're looking at a staircase.
And I can check off draft intro paragraph in 20 minutes.
And you get the ding, you get the visual strike through, you get that little dopamine hit of completion. The source highlights this as a key part of the richness of a task because it allows for incremental progress.
Right.
You can track how far along you are in a big project without having to mark the whole thing as done.
It turns a scary task into a manageable mini project. I like that. Okay, moving on to section 3, the psychology of customization. Now, I'm a visual person, so this section appeals to me, but I can hear some of our more utilitarian listeners rolling their eyes.
Oh, for sure.
The source spends a good chunk of time on background images and color themes. Is this just fluff? Is this just making my app look pretty?
It is absolutely not fluff, and I say that as someone who is usually very utilitarian. The source claims this improves organization and visual clarity, and the science actually backs this up. It's about pattern recognition.
Break that down for me.
Our brains process visual cues, color, and imagery much faster than text. It takes milliseconds to recognize the color red. It takes longer to read the word urgent. So if you decide that all your financial lists are green and all your urgent deadline lists are red, you understand the nature of the list before you even read the title.
It's a shortcut.
It's a cognitive shortcut, and it creates an emotional boundary, too. The source explicitly mentions that visual themes make management more engaging and user-friendly.
Engaging is an interesting word for a to-do list. Usually they're the opposite of engaging. They're a list of chores.
Well, look, work can be drudgery, let's be honest. If the tool you use feels cold, bureaucratic, and sterile, like a spreadsheet from 1995, you will subconsciously resist using it.
Right. It feels like more work.
It feels like work.
Yeah.
But if you can personalize it, make it yours, give it a background that makes you smile, you reduce that resistance.
I actually do this. My vacation planning list has a picture of a mountain. It makes me happy just to click on it, even if the task is compare flight insurance prices, which is objectively boring.
Exactly.
The image carries the vibe.
That's it. You are hacking your own motivation. You are associating positive imagery with the task. It sounds small, but over thousands of interactions with the app, it really matters.
The source also mentions renaming in this section, which seems like a basic feature click name type new name, but they frame it as maintenance. Why that word?
Because a good system is a living thing. It implies flexibility. Your life changes. A project that starts as planning eventually becomes execution and maybe eventually archived. You don't have to delete the list and lose that history. You rename it.
So the list, kitchen ideas, becomes kitchen reno phase 1, and then eventually kitchen punch list.
Exactly. The system should evolve with you, not be a rigid cage you're stuck in. If a list name doesn't fit anymore, change it. Don't let the tool boss you around.
So we have our lists. They are beautiful. They are color-coded. They are named perfectly. But now we have, let's say, 500 tasks spread across them. How do we actually find anything? Section 4 is about taming the chaos through sorting, grouping, and focus.
This is where we move from input creating tasks to retrieval, actually doing them. And the source details several sorting options: due date, importance, alphabetical, completion status.
I have to ask about alphabetical. The source lists it as an option, but honestly, when would I ever sort my tasks alphabetically? Buy apples comes before call mom, but that doesn't mean I should do it first.
It is a bit niche, I'll admit. But think about reference lists. Let's say you have a list called movies to watch or books to read.
Okay.
You don't necessarily have a due date for those. And they aren't important in the urgent sense.
Sure.
If you're at the bookstore or scrolling Netflix, sorting alphabetically helps you scan quickly to see if you've already added a title to your list. It turns the list into a database, not an action plan.
Fair point. I'll give you that one. It's for lists that aren't action-oriented, but for action lists, due date and importance seem like the heavy hitters here.
They are. Sorting by due date effectively turns your list into a timeline. You stop seeing tasks and start seeing schedule.
Then importance.
That bubbles the big rocks to the top. It helps you focus on what really moves the needle.
But then there's grouping. How is that different from sorting?
Think of sorting as ordering a deck of cards from ace to king. Grouping is separating the deck into piles by suit.
Oh.
The source mentions grouping tasks as a way to create visual dividers. You can group by priority, so all your high priority tasks sit in the bucket at the top and low priority at the bottom.
It's about cutting the noise again.
Yes. And that leads to the concept of focus that the source brings up here. It argues that using these specific lists allows users to concentrate on one list at a time. This connects right back to our overload conversation at the start.
I think this is the most critical part. When I open my teaching tasks list, I am effectively hiding my personal goals list.
You're practicing intentional ignorance.
Intentional ignorance. I love that phrase.
It is a survival skill in the modern world. You are intentionally ignoring the laundry so you can focus on the lecture notes. If you can see the laundry task while you are trying to write, a part of your brain, however small, is worrying about it.
I need to do that later.
Do I have detergent? Is the machine open?
And that processing steals energy from the writing.
Exactly. The software does the ignoring for you so your brain doesn't have to. The source calls this reduced confusion. I call it sanity preservation.
Now, up until now, we've been talking about personal productivity, me managing my tasks, but Section 5 covers collaboration, because sometimes a list is a team sport.
This is a significant functional shift in the source material. We go from me to we. The technical process is simple. You open the options, click Share List, and send a link.
And once I send that link, what happens?
The list becomes a shared digital space. Collaborators can add and complete tasks. It becomes a living, shared document.
I can see the work use case, obviously, team deliverables, project tracking, but I'm really interested in the domestic side, the shared grocery list.
The marriage saver.
Exactly. No more texting, do we need eggs? And waiting 20 minutes for a reply while you're standing in the dairy aisle. You just check the shared list. If eggs is there, you buy them. If it's not, you don't.
Yeah, there's a trap here. And the expert commentary in the source hints at it. Sharing a list changes the dynamic. If I share a list with you and I put a task on it, do you know it's for you?
Ah, I assume you're doing it.
And you assume I'm doing it.
And nobody buys the egg.
And nobody buys the eggs.
The bystander effect digitized.
Precisely. The source emphasizes that sharing requires clear communication. You can't just dump tasks in a shared list and hope for the best. You might need to use the assignment feature, which puts the task in that specific user's assigned to me list.
Or at least use the notes.
Or use another feature to clarify who is doing what. Hey, I added eggs. Can you grab them on your way home?
Right.
A shared list without shared understanding is just chaos with a share link. It creates friction instead of solving it.
So tools are useless without rules.
Correct. And the source actually outlines best practices, rules of the road for using this system effectively.
Okay, let's run through them. Rule 1, create lists based on projects, roles, or life areas.
We've covered that. Don't mix work and play.
Rule 2, use clear and descriptive names.
No misc, no stuff. Be specific.
Rule 3, apply themes and colors. Again, visual separation aids cognitive processing.
And Rule 4, which I found really interesting, avoid creating too many lists.
This is the controversial one, isn't it? This is where people get stuck. What is the Goldilocks zone here?
The source emphasizes simplicity. And it's a bell curve, really. If you have 3 lists, you might be cluttering them with unrelated tasks. That's too few.
Sure.
But if you have 50 lists, Project A Phase 1, Project A Phase 2, grocery store dairy, grocery store produce.
Books I want to read in 2026. Books I want to read in 2027.
Exactly. If you fragment your lists too much, you create navigation fatigue. You spend more time clicking between lists than you do checking off tasks.
You become a list
You
administrator.
become a list administrator, not a doer.
So the goal is enough granularity to be clear, but not so much that it becomes administrative overhead.
Yes. You want to be able to see your life at a glance.
Yeah.
Not get lost in a labyrinth of folders.
To really see this balance in action, I want to move to Section 6, the case study. The source provides a specific example of a user, a university professor. Let's call him Professor Smith.
Professor Smith is a great example because his life is a high-conflict schedule. He has rigid schedules like classes, he has deep creative work with research, and he has bureaucratic nonsense, admin stuff.
It's a perfect storm for chaos.
Exactly.
So how did he set up his Microsoft to do the source lists 4 main custom lists?
Right. And notice he didn't make 20 lists. He made 4. Number 1 was teaching tasks.
Okay, so what goes in there?
This holds things like prepare Tuesday lecture, grade midterms, post syllabus. These are tasks driven by the calendar. They are urgent, recurring, and non-negotiable.
If he doesn't do them, he gets fired.
Basically, yeah.
By urgency.
Okay, what's list number 2?
Research projects. This is write grant proposal, analyze data, draft chapter 4. This is deep work. This requires a completely different headspace.
And long stretches of time.
Hours of uninterrupted focus. But it's rarely urgent in the daily sense. No one screams if you don't write the paragraph today.
That's the danger zone. If he mixed grade midterms, which is boring but urgent, with Write grant proposal, which is hard and scary. What happens?
He would grade papers all day long.
He would choose the easy, busy work. Exactly. He would default to the task that has a clear deadline and requires less creative energy. By separating them into two different lists, he can say, okay, it's Tuesday morning, I have a 2-hour block, I am opening the research list, I am not looking at the grading.
He protects his deep work time.
Yes. He creates a sanctuary for the hard work.
Okay, list 3 is administrative duties.
The shallow work. Committee meetings, emails, HR forms. This is the stuff that needs to get done, but you don't want it polluting your creative time.
So you batch it.
You batch process this stuff at 4 p.m. on a Friday when your brain is fried and can't do anything else.
And finally, personal development. I love that this is included in a professional case study.
Me too. It acknowledges that Professor Smith is a human being. Even in a productivity system for work, you need a placeholder for growth. Learn Spanish, read new journal, practice guitar.
If you don't make a list for it, it never happens.
Never. It gets swallowed by the urgent stuff every single time.
The source concludes that this structured approach improves academic productivity. And honestly, looking at it, it seems so simple. It's just 4 lists. But it's the discipline of sticking to the buckets that matters.
Discipline is the engine. The app is just the steering wheel. The professor succeeds not because he downloaded the app, but because he respects the boundaries he built within it.
So what does this all mean? We've covered a lot of ground today. We've looked at the anatomy of the list, the metadata of the task, the psychology of color, the danger of that tasks list, and the daily life of Professor Smith. If we zoom out, what is the one big takeaway you want our listener to leave with?
The academic summary in the source puts it best. Lists are fundamental organizational tools. But my takeaway is this. It is not about the software. Microsoft To Do is just a container.
It's a great container.
It's a great container, but it's empty until you fill it. The magic comes from your decision to stop holding it all in your head.
It's about trust. Trusting the system enough to let go.
Yes. And realizing that being organized isn't a personality trait that you either have or you don't. It's a constructible skill. You build the system, and the system organizes you.
Before we go, I want to leave the listener with a thought. The source warned us about simplicity. It warned us about not overcomplicating things.
It's the most important warning in the text, I think.
I want you, yes, you, listening to, look at your current system, whether it's in an app or on sticky notes or written on the back of your hand. Is it failing because you have too little structure, or is it failing because you've overcomplicated it? Are you organizing your tasks, or are you just organizing your anxiety?
That is the question. We so often build labyrinths to hide from our work. Don't build a labyrinth, build a clear path.
Well said. Here is my challenge to you. Open the app. Right now, or as soon as you are safe to do so. Create one new custom list. Just one. Name it something specific, not MISC.
Please, not MISC.
Give it a cool background that makes you smile and put 3 things in it. Just start there.
Sort of simple.
Thanks for diving deep with us today. Good luck with those lists.
Goodbye. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today, we are jumping straight into the fire. We are tackling a specific kind of paralysis that I think, honestly, every single person listening has felt.
For sure.
It's that moment, usually about 5 minutes before a major project kickoff,
Yeah.
where you were just staring at your screen. You've got a bunch of information names, dates, budget numbers, whatever. And you have absolutely no idea where to put it.
It is the classic productivity paradox.
Exactly, the productivity paradox. You have the Microsoft 365 suite. It's powerful. It's massive.
Yeah.
But it's also, well, it's confusing. You have data, you have tasks, you have a team. So do you open Excel? Do you start a list? Do you create a plan?
And because that choice is so paralyzing, what do we usually do? We default. We default to the one we know.
Which is almost inevitably Excel.
Every time.
Right. I mean, I treat Excel like a security blanket. I use it for budgets, which, okay, that makes sense. But I also use it for to-do lists, for inventory, for planning office parties. If it has a grid, I'm putting text in it.
And that is the absolute core of the problem. That is the square peg in a round hole scenario that our source material is really warning us about today. We are essentially performing triage on our productivity habits.
Triage is the perfect word for it. We have a stack of documentation here comparing 3 specific contenders: Microsoft Lists, Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft Planner.
The big 3.
And the goal today isn't just to learn the features. I mean, we aren't reading a manual. The goal is to understand the philosophy behind them. Because if you understand the intent of the tool, you stop fighting the software and you can actually start working.
It's all about organizational efficiency. And maybe more importantly, it's about data governance, which I know it sounds boring, but it's actually the difference between a team that flows and a team that just gets stuck in the mud.
So let's zoom out for a second. We have these three tools: lists, Excel, Planner. Before we get into the weeds, give us the 30,000-foot view. How does the source material categorize these at the highest level?
Sure. If you want the bumper sticker version, it's basically this. Lists is for data management.
Okay. Data management.
Excel is for analysis.
Analysis.
And Planner is for task management.
Data. Analysis. Tasks. Simple enough.
It sounds simple, but the operative word that ties them all together, and this is what people miss when they are just working alone on their desktop, is collaboration. These tools are designed to be part of a team workflow. So if you pick the wrong one, you aren't just slowing yourself down, you are actually creating friction for everyone else who needs to access that info.
That's a key shift in thinking. It's not just about my personal preference anymore.
Not at all.
It's about how the data lives and breathes in the ecosystem. So let's start with the one that I think is the most misunderstood, or maybe just the most ignored: Microsoft Lists.
The unsung hero of the suite?
Yeah, because when I hear lists, honestly, my brain just thinks of a grocery list or a checklist on a sticky note. But the source material defines it as a structured information tracking tool. Now, that sounds a lot heavier than a grocery list.
It is.
So what does structured information actually mean here, as opposed to just, a text document?
Structured is the absolute key. Think about a standard text document or even a basic spreadsheet. That is unstructured, or you could say loosely structured. You can type anything anywhere.
Yeah.
You could put a date in column A, a phone number in column B, and then in the very next row, you could accidentally swap them. Or you could write "to be determined" in a date column. We've all seen it.
Which completely breaks any formula you try to run later. I've done that so many times.
Exactly. So Microsoft Lists is built on SharePoint technology. That's the technical backbone. And it's designed to enforce structure. When you create a column in Lists, you aren't just making a visual space for text, you are defining the schema of the data.
The schema. So it's more rigorous.
It is. It's much more rigorous. If you say a column is for dates, it will only accept valid dates. It forces a calendar picker to pop up. And if you say it's a choice field, the user has to pick from a specific drop-down menu you've created, say open, pending, closed. They can't just make up their own spelling or write "kinda done."
Oh, that is huge for consistency. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to filter an Excel sheet and found 5 different variations of "in progress, in progress, in prog." Doing it now, it's a mess.
Precisely. Lists eliminates that dirty data problem right at the source, at the point of entry. But it goes deeper than just the columns. The source highlights views. This is a feature that Excel really struggles to replicate in a shared environment.
Okay, tell me about views. What does that mean?
Well, in a spreadsheet, everyone sees the same grid.
Right.
You might hide a column, but that hides it for you, and sometimes it messes up the view for the next person who opens the file.
Yeah, it can be really disorienting.
In lists, you can create custom views that are persistent and saved. So you could have a manager view that shows all the budget details and approval status, and then a separate team view that only shows the item description and the due date.
But it's the same underlying data.
Exactly the same data, just different windows into it. You're not changing the source, you're just changing your lens.
That feels much more like a database application than a simple document.
It essentially is a lightweight database wrapped in a very user-friendly app. And that brings us to the feature that really truly separates lists from a standard Excel file: permissions. This was a big focus in the source material.
Right, they called it role-based permissions.
Yes. Think about a file on a server. Usually access is binary. You either have the file or you don't. Maybe you have read only or edit. But if you have edit, you can pretty much edit everything.
Right, you can accidentally delete the entire history or a critical formula.
In lists, because it's built on that SharePoint foundation, you get so much more granular. You can control who can view specific items. You can control who can edit specific items. You can even set it up so that someone, exactly, or an employee onboarding tracker. You might have sensitive salary information in one column that only HR and the manager role can see, but the IT team, they need to see the computer-assigned column to do their job.
And they can see their column without seeing the salary.
Correct. Lists handles that segmentation perfectly. You absolutely cannot do that in a single Excel file without password protecting different sheets, which is just a nightmare to manage.
That makes a ton of sense. The source also mentions integration pretty heavily. It says lists embeds directly into teams.
It does, and this is vital for that collaboration aspect we talked about. You can add a list as a tab right at the top of a team's channel. So if your team is discussing Project Alpha, the issue tracker for Project Alpha is sitting right there.
So you don't have to leave the chat.
You don't have to leave the chat. Go hunt for a folder, find the right file, wait for it to load. It's live. It's right there in the workflow.
Okay, so let's talk about the specific use cases, the source lists. We mentioned HR records. What else is lists really built for?
Asset inventories are a huge one.
Like tracking company laptops, monitors, office furniture, that kind of thing.
Yes. Anything where the details, serial numbers, location, purchase date, warranty info need to remain consistent and accurate. You don't want someone accidentally formatting a serial number as a currency or, scientific notation, which Excel loves to do.
It does.
List protects that data integrity.
And issue tracking was another one you mentioned.
A classic use case. You have a problem, it has a status, it has an owner, it has a priority level. Lists is perfect for this because multiple users can update the same data set simultaneously without locking each other out.
Without locking each other out. That's the dream right there.
It is. If you've ever had that dreaded file locked for editing by user X message in an older Excel file, Lists completely solves that concurrency problem.
Okay, so that's lists. Structured, secure, database-like. It's the library. Now let's turn to the heavyweight champion, the tool that, runs the financial world, Microsoft Excel.
The ubiquitous Excel, the default for everything.
The source is pretty clear here. It acknowledges that Excel is everywhere, but it tries to clarify its true purpose. It says Excel is for calculation, modeling, and visualization.
Right. And notice what isn't in that definition. Database or list making.
Laughs. Guilty as charged.
We all are. But Excel's engine, its core, is built for math. It's built for complex relationships between numbers, not necessarily relationships between records of text. The source highlights things like complex formulas, financial modeling, budgeting. That is where Excel has absolutely no peer in this group.
So if I'm just making a list of people attending a potluck and what dish they're bringing, Excel is.
It's total overkill. And frankly, it's the wrong format for sharing and updating. But if you are calculating the cost per person of that potluck based on ingredient prices, inflation rates, and maybe even currency conversion for international ingredients, that's Excel.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the power features mentioned in the source. They list out pivot tables, Power Query, and Power Pivot. That sounds intimidating.
They can be, but they are the heavy hitters for data crunching. If you have a massive data set, say 50,000 rows of sales data from last quarter, and you need to spot trends, look for seasonality, or compare regions, you need a pivot table.
That's the tool that lets you kind of drag and drop fields to summarize data, right?
Exactly. You can slice and dice that data dynamically, answer questions in seconds that would take hours of manual formula writing.
And lists can't do anything like that.
Lists has some basic filtering and grouping, which is useful. You can see all items in the open status, for example, but it doesn't have that computational engine. It can't easily say, take this column, multiply it by that column, look up a value in another sheet, and then graph the year-over-year result. That is Excel's home turf.
And visualization, too, the charting.
Yes. Excel's charting capabilities are just vast. You can customize every single pixel of a graph if you want to. If you need to present a polished visual dashboard of financial performance to a board of directors, you are almost certainly building that in Excel.
So here's an interesting distinction the source makes regarding when to stick with Excel. It mentions offline ad hoc work. What's that about?
This is a really important nuance. Lists, at its heart, lives in the cloud. It's a web-first experience. Planner is the same. Excel, while it has a great web version now, still functions beautifully as a standalone file on your desktop. This makes it perfect for what you might call sandbox work.
Sandbox work.
Let's say you download a messy data set from some website. It's full of errors, extra spaces, columns that need to be split. You need to clean it up.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to run some hypothetical scenarios. What if sales drop 10% next quarter?
Right. You don't want to do that in the live production data.
Exactly. You don't want to do that in a shared live environment like lists where everyone sees your messy, in-progress thinking. You do that in Excel on your desktop. It's personal, it's temporary, and it's incredibly powerful for that kind of transformation.
That's a great way to put it. Excel is the laboratory. Lists is the library.
That's a fantastic analogy. I'm stealing that. Yes.
Okay, so we have the library, which is lists, and the lab, which is Excel. Now we need to talk about the action engine. Let's get into Microsoft Planner.
Planner. This is where we shift our focus away from just data and we start talking about work, actual doing.
The source defines Planner as a team-based task and project management tool.
And the keyword there is task. In lists, you have rows of information. In Excel, you have cells of data. In Planner, the atomic unit, the basic building block, is a task. And a task implies action. It implies a person doing something by a certain time.
The visual aspect of Planner seems to be a big selling point here. The source talks a lot about buckets and Kanban boards.
Yes. And if you aren't familiar with Kanban as a concept, just think of it as a whiteboard with columns. Usually they represent stages of work like to do, in progress, and completed.
The classic sticky note system.
It's the digital version of that. You write a task on a sticky note and you stick it in the to-do column. As you start working on it, you physically move that sticky note across the board.
And Planner does that with cards you can drag and drop.
Exactly. And that visual movement is incredibly powerful for teams. You can look at a planner board and instantly see, whoa, the in-progress bucket is overflowing with cards, but nothing is moving to completed. It identifies bottlenecks in a way a flat spreadsheet list never could.
And buckets lets you categorize tasks however you want.
Yeah.
It doesn't just have to be status-based.
Right. That's the flexibility. You could have buckets for different departments, marketing, development, sales, or buckets for different phases of a project. Phase 1, planning. Phase 2, execution. Phase 3, review. Whatever makes sense for your workflow.
But the source calls out one feature in particular as the critical differentiator, and that's assignment.
This is the big one. This is the whole ball game for Planner. In Excel, you can type a name next to a task, John. But Excel doesn't know who John is. It's just 4 letters in a cell. It's just text.
John doesn't get a notification that you've typed his name.
Exactly. John has no idea he's supposed to do anything unless he happens to open that specific spreadsheet and look for his name. In Planner, when you assign a task to John, he gets a notification in Teams. He gets an email. It shows up in his personal to-do list across the entire Microsoft ecosystem.
So it's active.
It is an active management tool, not a passive record-keeping one. It tracks the deadline. It can send reminders. It's about accountability.
That seems like the clincher for any real team project. If you need accountability, if you need to know who's doing what, you need Planner.
Absolutely. If the core question you're trying to answer is who is doing what and when is it due, Planner is the answer. Full stop.
The source also mentions charts in Planner. What kind of reporting does it have?
It has some very useful built-in dashboards. They show you things like the overall status of tasks, how many are late in progress completed, and it shows you workload distribution. Yes, it will show a bar chart of how much work is assigned to each person. So you can see, okay, Sarah has 15 open tasks and Mike only has 2. It helps with balancing the workload across the team.
And trying to build that same view in Excel would take you hours of formula writing and chart formatting.
For sure. In Planner, it's just there, out of the box.
So what are the typical scenarios for Planner? Where does it really shine?
Software development sprints are the classic agile example moving features through stages like backlog, in dev, testing, deployed, but also event planning is a great one. Book caterer, send invites, confirm venue. These are all discrete tasks with the deadlines and owner.
But do general departmental operations.
Exactly. Just the day-to-day stuff that needs to get done. Submit monthly report, update website, order supplies. It keeps that operational work visible and out of people's email inboxes.
Okay, so we have our 3 contenders clearly defined. Now, I want to see them fight.
The showdown.
The source material has this really useful comparison table that pits them head-to-head on specific features. Let's run through this like a scorecard, round by round.
Let's do it. I'm ready.
Round 1, task assignment.
Planner wins, hands down. No contest. It is the only one that truly assigns work in the digital notification-driven sense. Lists and Excel can only record a name as text.
Clear victory. Round 2, calculations.
That's Excel's home court. Excel takes the gold medal here. List has some very basic calculated columns. You can do simple arithmetic like A times B, but it's very limited. Planner has 0 calculation ability whatsoever. If you need to do math, you need Excel.
Round 3, workflow visualization.
Planner, again, with the Kanban board. That ability to drag and drop cards across columns is a specific UI experience that the others just don't replicate. It's built for visualizing flow.
Okay, round 4, custom metadata.
This is where Lists strikes back, and hard. If you need to track 20 different attributes for a single item, color, size, weight, vendor, warranty expiration date, a link to the user manual lists handles that metadata beautifully with all its custom column types.
And Excel.
Excel can do it by just adding more and more columns, but it gets incredibly wide and unwieldy, and Planner is very rigid. You get the fields Planner gives you and not much else, so for rich, structured data, Lists is the clear winner.
You know, I'm going to double-click on that point about custom metadata getting unwieldy in Excel, because I think a lot of people, myself included, think, I can just add a column in Excel. That's easy.
It is easy to add the column. That part is true. What's hard is maintaining the integrity of that column across hundreds of rows and multiple users.
Okay, give me an example.
Let's go back to that asset inventory example. Imagine you have a column for warranty expiration date.
Yeah.
In Excel, what happens? Person A might type 1201-2024. Person B might type December 1st, 24. Person C, who's in a hurry, just writes expires next week.
Right. And then you try to sort by date to see what's expiring soon, and the expires next week entry ends up at the bottom or the top, or it just disappears from the timeline because Excel reads it as text, not a date.
Exactly. The data is dirty. It's unreliable. In lists, if you define that column as a date type, the interface literally forces a calendar picker or a specific format. You cannot put ambiguous text in there.
It idiot-proofs the data entry.
It really does. Now extrapolate that to 10 different colors. Vendor, status, location, owner. In Excel, as that sheet gets wider and wider, you are scrolling horizontally forever. You're losing track of which row belongs to which ID number way back in column A.
It's easy to get lost.
In lists, you don't just see a grid. You can open an item and it presents all that data like a form. It's a clean, vertical view of the data. It's legible.
That visual difference, the endless grid versus the contained form, that seems huge for just readability.
It is. And think about mobile. Have you ever tried to update a wide Excel spreadsheet on your phone?
Oh, it's a nightmare. You're pinching and zooming, you're trying to tap the right cell, and you accidentally type in the wrong place all the time.
Right. Lists has a mobile app that renders that form view natively. It's designed for it. So if you are an IT manager walking around the building scanning asset tags, you open the list on your phone, you tap the item, and you update the status with your thumb. It's a purpose-built interface. Excel is a desktop metaphor forced onto a tiny phone screen.
That connects back to the use case of issue tracking, too. If I'm out in the field, say, a facilities manager, and I see a broken window, I could snap a photo on my phone and attach it directly to the list item right there.
Yes. Attachments are a native field type in lists. In Excel, you can sort of paste a picture into the sheet, but it just floats on top. It doesn't really live in the cell. It's not attached to the record. In lists, that photo is true metadata attached to that specific record for the broken window.
That is a clear win for lists in the real-world data capture category.
Absolutely. No question.
Now, I want to challenge you a bit on the Planner side. We gave Planner the win for task assignment, but couldn't I just use lists for tasks? I mean, I can make a column called Assign To, and it's a person field, so I can pick a person from the directory.
You absolutely could. And for some scenarios, people do. In fact, for very complex project logs where you need 50 columns of data per task, lists might actually be a better fit than Planner. However,
There's always a however.
The however is that action engine concept we discussed earlier. If you assign a task in lists, it's still just data. It's a record. It doesn't necessarily trigger the My Day ecosystem in Microsoft 365.
Right.
Planner is deeply integrated into the To-Do app.
The To-Do app that consolidates tasks from different places.
Right. If you use Microsoft To-Do to manage your personal day, your Planner tasks show up there automatically. Lists items generally do not. So if you want your team to actually see the work alongside their personal reminders to buy milk or call the dentist, Planner puts it directly in their line of sight.
So lists keeps the task in the database. You have to go look for it.
Yeah.
But Planner pushes it to you.
In many ways, yes. Planner is a push notification system for work. Lists is more of a pull system. You have to go look for the information. And the other factor is psychological. The psychological benefit of that Kanban board in Planner cannot be overstated. There is a genuine dopamine hit when you drag a task from in progress to completed.
The digital satisfaction of the check mark.
It's a real thing. In lists, you just change a drop-down menu from pending to done. It's administrative. It feels like paperwork. In Planner, it feels like an accomplishment. For team morale and momentum, especially in those agile sprints the source mentions, that visual flow really matters.
Okay, back to the scorecard. Round 5. Reporting.
Excel. Always Excel. There's no debate. If you need a pivot table, a trend line, a complex regression analysis, you export your data from lists or planner and you put it in Excel. The other tools have basic charts, but Excel is the analytics powerhouse.
Okay, last round. Let's talk about that collaboration nuance again. The source rates lists as strong because it's SharePoint-based. It rates Planner as strong because it's team-based. But it gives Excel only a moderate. Why does Excel get a moderate grade? We can co-author Excel files in real time now.
We can, yes. The technology is amazing. But think about the actual user experience. Have you ever been in a shared Excel file with 10 other people at the same time?
It's total chaos. You see the little colorful boxes with people's names jumping all over the screen.
It's jumpy, it's distracting, people accidentally type over each other's cells, and filters are an absolute nightmare.
Oh, right.
If I filter the sheet to only show me sales for the North region, the whole sheet shrinks for everyone in the file, unless I'm using a very specific sheet view feature that, frankly, most people don't know exists.
I filter for what I need, and suddenly your data disappears and you're yelling across the office, hey, what happened to the file?
Exactly. That is moderate collaboration. It works, but it's fragile and it's prone to user error. Lists and Planner are designed from the ground up for simultaneous multi-user access. In lists, my editing one record doesn't stop you from editing a completely different record.
Yeah.
In Planner, my moving a card doesn't disrupt your view of the board at all.
So they're natively multiplayer.
They are natively multiplayer. Excel is a single-player game that has been expertly modded for multiplayer, and you can feel the difference.
That is a fantastic distinction. Natively multiplayer. That makes all the difference in data governance and just team sanity.
It really does.
So we've dissected all the parts. But the source material provides a really helpful synthesis section. It uses a specific real-world scenario to show how these tools aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, they work best when they work together.
Yes, the university faculty scenario. This is what really helps ground all the theory and practice.
Walk us through this. We have a university faculty, a department at a college. How are they using all three of these tools in harmony?
Okay, so let's visualize the faculty's needs. First, they have facts. They have a list of ongoing research projects. They have a list of academic publications, a list of graduate students they are supervising. This is all core information.
That sounds like a database. That sounds like structured data.
It is. So step one is Microsoft Lists. They use lists to track all these facts. This becomes the master record, the single source of truth. If a student changes their thesis title, it gets updated in the list. If a new paper is published, it's added to the list.
Okay, so all the core data lives in lists, our library.
Right. But now the department head needs to prepare a report for the dean. They need to see how the budget is looking across all those research projects. They need to calculate grant burn rates, forecast spending for the next semester, and maybe create a pie chart showing funding sources.
That sounds like a lot of math. That sounds like analysis.
That's step two. Microsoft Excel. They connect Excel directly to the list or just export the data, and they do the heavy crunching in the spreadsheet. They don't change the records in Excel. They analyze the performance of those records.
Got it. So list is for storage and integrity. Excel is for insight and visualization.
Exactly. But we aren't done yet. The new semester is starting. New courses need to be developed. Instructors need to be assigned to specific classes. Syllabuses need to be written and submitted by next Friday.
That sounds like action. That sounds like work that needs doing.
That is step three. Microsoft Planner. They create a plan called Fall Semester Prep. They create tasks. Draft syllabus for HIST 101, upload reading list, finalize exam questions. They assign these tasks to specific professors with firm deadlines.
So let me see if I have this right. The professor looks at Planner to see what they need to do today. They look at lists to find the information they need to do it, like the official course catalog description. And they, or the admin, look at Excel to see if they can afford to do it, like ordering new books for the course.
Perfect. That is the ecosystem in complete harmony. And the aha moment from the source is realizing that a single complex initiative, like preparing for a semester, often requires all three tools operating in their specific, specialized lanes.
It's beautiful when you put it that way. But let's explore the edges of that. What happens if they try to switch lanes? What if the faculty tries to manage all those course development tasks in Excel?
We've all seen this movie before. They make a spreadsheet. Column A is task, column B is professor, column C is due date.
And column D is status, which is always a mess.
Always. And then they email this spreadsheet as an attachment to all 10 professors in the department. Please update your status and send it back by end of day.
Oh no. This is giving me anxiety just thinking about it.
Right. Now you have 10 different copies of the file floating around in people's inboxes. Professor Smith updates his copy and emails it back. Professor Jones updates her copy but forgets to attach it to the email. The poor department head has to manually copy and paste everyone's updates into a single master sheet.
Welcome to version control hell.
Exactly. And inevitably, someone sorts their sheet differently or adds a row, and when you try to merge them, nothing lines up. It is an enormous administrative burden that eats up hours of time that could be spent on actual academic work.
Whereas in Planner,
The department head creates the bucket, they assign the tasks, Professor Smith gets a little ping on Teams. You have a new task assigned to you. He clicks it, does the work, marks it in progress, and then completed. The department head looks at the dashboard and sees the chart update in real time. No emails. No file merging, no wondering which version is the real one.
it's transparent, it's live.
It's transparent and it's live, and that is the concrete difference in the collaboration score between Excel being moderate and Planner being strong.
Okay, let's look at the flip side. What if they try to do the budget analysis in lists? Can they do that?
They will hit a wall very, very quickly. As we said, lists allows for some basic calculated columns like quantity times price equals total. Simple stuff. But let's say they want to know, what is the standard deviation of grant spending across all departments? Or project our spending for Q3 based on the trends from Q1 and Q2.
Lists just stares at you blankly.
It says, I don't know how to do that. It doesn't have a function library for statistics or forecasting. You would have to export the data to Excel anyway. So if you try to start your heavy math in lists, you are just adding an extra frustrating step to your process.
And what if they try to do the research project tracking, the database part in Planner?
This is a really common mistake people make. They like the visual cards, so they try to make a planner card for every single research project.
Project Alpha, Project Beta, and so on.
The problem is the metadata. A research project has a grant ID number, a principal investigator, a start date, an end date, a specific funding source, a compliance status. A planner card has a notes field and some labels, but it doesn't have structured, distinct columns for all of that rich data.
So you just end up typing all that critical info into the description box of the card.
Which is just a big block of unstructured text. So now you can't filter by funding source because funding source isn't a field. It's just a word buried in a paragraph in the notes. You completely lose the ability to query your data in a meaningful way.
You lose the database power.
Exactly. You have a bulletin board full of pretty sticky notes, but you don't have a registry. You can't report on it effectively.
This really reinforces the right tool for the right job mission.
Yeah.
It's not just about what you can technically make a tool do. It's about what you should do to keep your data usable and healthy in the long run.
Usable is the key word. And healthy. We are creating digital assets for our organization. If those assets are messy, unsearchable, or disconnected from each other, they aren't assets anymore. They are liabilities.
Ooh, data as a liability. That's a powerful and scary thought.
It should be. Bad data governance leads to bad decisions. If you think a project is on track because you are looking at an old, out-of-date Excel file, but in reality it's severely delayed in Planner, if you are using it, you are making management decisions based on hallucinations.
So the triage we talked about at the very beginning, it's really about auditing your processes for truth.
Auditing for truth and auditing for flow. Does the information flow to the people who need it, when they need it, or does it get stuck in a file on someone's desktop?
This brings us to the decision guide that was provided in the source. It gives us a sort of if-then mental checklist. Let's summarize this for the listener who is sitting at their desk right now, their mouse hovering over the Create New button, having that moment of paralysis.
Right. Let's make it a practical takeaway, a decision tree.
So choose Microsoft Lists IF. What's the trigger?
Choose lists if you need to track structured information in a shared environment, if you care deeply about data consistency dropdowns, required fields, proper date formatting, and if permissions matter, if you need to control who can see or edit specific items or even specific columns.
Okay. And choose Microsoft Excel IF.
Choose Excel if you need deep analysis, if you are doing financial modeling, complex formulas, what-if scenarios, or statistical forecasting, or if you need to create highly customized presentation quality charts and dashboards. And of course, choose Excel if you are working offline or doing a messy one-time data cleanup job.
And finally, choose Microsoft Planner IF.
Choose Planner if you need to manage the doing. If you need to assign responsibilities to actual people, track deadlines, and visualize the workflow of a team from start to finish. If the main question is it done yet? pro, you should probably be using Planner.
It seems so simple when you lay it out like that.
The concepts are simple, but it requires discipline. It requires consciously breaking the muscle memory of opening the green Excel icon just because it's familiar.
That brings us to our conclusion. The source material really emphasizes that this isn't just about a software preference. It's about data governance.
It is. Data governance is basically just responsible stewardship of your organization's information. If you trap your team's critical tasks in a private Excel file on your desktop, you are practicing bad data governance. You are creating a silo. You're making the entire team dependent on you to know what's going on.
Right. If I get hit by a bus tomorrow, nobody knows the status of the project. The knowledge is lost.
Exactly. But if those tasks are in a shared planner, the board lives on. If the asset data is in a central list, the team still has access to the single source of truth. Choosing the right collaborative tool is actually an act of leadership. It's saying, I value the team's access and efficiency over my own personal comfort with an old spreadsheet.
That's a really powerful reframing. It's not about being a tech wizard. It's about being a good teammate.
100%. At the end of the day, that's all it is.
So as we wrap up, let's do a quick mental audit. I want everyone listening right now to think about their current open windows on their computer.
Ask yourself, are you managing a to-do list for your team in an Excel spreadsheet?
Are you trying to do math, like summing up budget numbers in a planner card comment section?
Are you typing free-form text into a document when it really should be a structured drop-down menu in a list to ensure consistency?
If you answered yes to any of those, it's probably time for some triage.
Pick one process, just one. Don't try to boil the ocean. Find one and try moving it to the tool that was actually designed for that job. See if the friction disappears. See if the communication gets clearer.
That is the challenge for this week. Move one square peg out of a round hole.
I like it. A simple, actionable step.
And here is a final provocative thought to leave you with, something to mull over. We talked about how these tools help separate data, analysis, and tasks. But think about the future of collaboration. If we master these distinct tools now, we move from just being busy to being truly effective.
Right. It's about impact, not just activity.
But I wonder, how much time is currently being lost in your organization right now simply because critical data is trapped in the wrong container? How many brilliant insights are being missed because the data was static in a spreadsheet instead of being live and dynamic in a list that everyone could access?
That's the trillion-dollar question, isn't it? Data trapped in the wrong container. It's a form of digital waste. It's inefficiency that's almost invisible until you look for it.
Digital waste. Let's clean it up, folks. Knowledge is only valuable when you apply it. Go forth and organize.
Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive.
See you next time.